the special effects scientist of the world of American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Son of Satan. The final battle of Gotham has come to an end, destined to be praised by the world. The reason is simple: there are too many witnesses. After all, the battle was so loud that the police from all over the city were dispatched. Under their witness, the facts proved who is the eternal king of Gotham City, the first and only true king who ruled the underground world of Gotham, Fang. Even if the latecomer Batman did a good job, his non-killing doctrine could not bring the same shock as Fang. After today, even if the upper echelons of the Gotham City Police Department really issued an order to hunt down Fang, most of the Gotham City Police would resist it in their hearts, or perfunctorily deal with it. In fact, this situation will not happen, because those upper echelons are also the rescued today, and they understand the necessity of Fang's existence just like Gordon. In the underground world of Gotham City, the idea of opposing Fang has been completely extinguished, and no one has such courage. They do all kinds of evil for profit, but they have to live to enjoy the profit. To fight an enemy who is absolutely invincible, and will definitely die for this, is putting the cart before the horse. Bruce has been dealing with the aftermath of the Bane incident these days, and he has seen this change with mixed feelings. It seems that Gotham cannot be called Batman's Gotham. Even when Fangs retires, everyone defaults to Fangs Gotham forever. Perhaps Batman will be shrouded in the shadow of Fangs for one day in Gotham. But what does it matter? Bruce has not forgotten his original intention. He became Batman not to compete or win, but just to fight against the evil of Gotham. So there is no need to compete with Fangs to see who is better. What's more, the Bane incident is not small. Bruce has to recover from his injuries at the same time, and his investigation efficiency is lower than before. It not only involves John Daggett, but also Miranda Tate, who often wants to cooperate with Wayne Group. In short, it is very complicated. When he found out the truth, Bruce was shocked to find that their target was the nuclear energy project of Wayne Group, and they wanted to transform it into a nuclear bomb that could blow up Gotham City. Bruce could only feel thankful that Fang came that day and stopped the conspiracy. However, Gory didn't care about what Bruce found out, and he went there just to save Bruce. Gory's current focus was on promoting multiple projects at the same time, until one day he received a call from the person he least wanted to contact. "Hi, Gao Li, I'm sorry it took me so long to thank you. Thank you for saving Zed that day." John, I'll only give you 10 seconds to describe it, or I'll hang up." "Oh wait," Constantine said hurriedly, "I want to ask, can the favor you said you would do me before still count?" Gao Li raised his eyebrows. "Has the advent of the Son of God not been resolved? The Son of God should not have been born on the heaven side, right?" Constantine said, "That's true, but it has nothing to do with your help, right? I didn't ask you to help me solve the advent of the Son of God." This. Gao Li was stunned, and it was not wrong to say so. Although Clark's action and the birth of Xiao Guan were inseparable from Gao Li, the outside world did not know it. Only Gao Li himself knew the secret, so he subconsciously associated the solution of the advent of the Son of God with himself. If you think about it carefully, when Gao Li visited Constantine in the hospital that day, he asked him if he needed help, and Constantine clearly refused him. Well, come on, what's your trouble? It can't be harder to deal with this time than the giant beast and the advent of the Son of God, right? Whether it is the giant beast or the advent of the Son of God, they are all super large events that affect the entire universe and attract the attention of the 8 divine realms. Such a scale is rare, and it is unlikely to happen again in such a short time. Constantine pondered. Well, it's not that exaggerated, but I think it is at least related to the human beings on the earth, right? Gao Li was silent for a long time before he forced himself to hold back the urge to hang up the phone. Since it will affect the human beings on the earth, he needs to know what it is, otherwise it will endanger Alfred and Bruce. "Tell me, what's it about?" Constantine cleared his throat and said, "It all starts with a new girlfriend of mine. Her name is Angela, and she's a..." "Wait a minute." Gao Li interrupted. Where's Zed? Constantine was embarrassed for a few seconds and said, Zed. Well, anyway, because I plotted against her when the Son of God came, we have broken off all ties and no longer have any contact with each other. Gao Li shook his head. You're such a fucking bastard. I don't need to ask specifically what it is. I can guess that you must have let her down. Alas, that's true. Constantine did not argue, so I will stay away from her in the future, which is really good for Zed, and won't let her continue to fall into misfortune. Gao Li said sarcastically. What about your new girlfriend? You don't care about your new girlfriend's safety, right? If you are really so loving, you should stay away from everyone you are close to prevent them from falling into misfortune. Constantine sighed. Angela has already fallen into misfortune. We met each other because of this incident. She would be worse off without me. Her sister was suspected of committing suicide, and then Angela came to me, hoping to entrust me to investigate the matter. In short, during the investigation, we discovered a shocking conspiracy. Angela and her sister are both natural psychics, and it seems that someone wants to use their physiques to let Mammon, the son of Satan in hell, come to the world to harm the world. Gao Li pondered and said, let me guess, just like Zed's time, you were confident that you could protect Angela, but Angela was still captured? Constantine was choked for a long time, and hummed and said, you really know me. Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact. In short, the current situation is very urgent. The enemy has captured Angela and obtained the Spear of Longinus, on which there is the blood of Jesus, the Son of God. These meet the conditions for summoning Mammon to the world. Is the Mammon you are talking about so powerful? Gao Li asked. Once he appears in the world, the earth will surely be devastated? Constantine asked back. Who do you think Mammon is? He is the son of Satan. That is, the son of Lucifer. I heard that he is as evil and powerful as Lucifer. If I want to make an analogy, well, I think Lucifer's power should not be weaker than that of the giant beast. Just think about how terrible it would be if the giant beast had a son. At least he would be an extremely powerful demon king. Although Constantine felt that this example was very convincing, Gao Li looked at his side with a strange expression. Spider-Gwen was lying on the sofa and sleeping soundly, and suddenly felt that Mammon seemed to have no threat. However, it is obviously not accurate to compare Spider-Gwen. After all, Spider-Gwen was born less than a year ago, and Mammon is likely to be a complete body. Therefore, it should be true as Constantine said, that Mammon is an extremely powerful demon king. At least it must be easy to beat the god king of Naboo. And the existence on Earth that is currently responsible for dealing with such threats seems to be the leader of the god king of Naboo. From this point of view, Mammon can really stir up a bloody storm on Earth. Well, okay, I promised you before anyway. Then send me the address and I'll see if I can help you rescue Angela. When Gao Li arrived at Constantine's place on the Victory Swallow, he found Constantine standing on the street waiting for him with a bored look on his face. Hey, John, have you changed your personality? You're not waiting for me while smoking? I quit smoking, although I don't know if it's temporary. Constantine shrugged. I was diagnosed with lung cancer a year ago, but I thought it didn't matter at the time, and planned to indulge myself completely. But before the coming of the Son of God, wasn't I seriously injured because of jumping off the train? While the Legion of Eternal Punishment healed my injuries, the blood of the Demon Lord also cured my lung cancer, so I have to be careful. Gory looked around. Did you call only me? What about those magic masters? And Dr. Fate? The God King of Naboo will not stand idly by, right? Constantine spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, my reputation is not as good as the Lord of Infinity. It can be said to be notorious. The magic masters don't like to keep in touch with me on weekdays. Gory frowned and said, since you said it is related to the safety of all human beings on the earth, they should put aside their past grudges and help, right? Constantine smiled and said, you're right. So I contacted them with a high attitude, and I felt great when I saw that they had to agree to help with a pinch of their nose. Gao Li. So where are they? They all have their own important matters to do. For example, Dr. Fate needs to stay in the Tower of Fate to monitor the threats to the entire material world, and they can only promise to come to help when needed. Besides, I thought that you don't want to expose the identity of the Lord of Infinity yet. Constantine said with a smile. So when you are sure to come, I didn't let them arrive first. Besides, Mammon sounds scary, but it hasn't arrived yet after all. I personally think that with the Lord of Magic taking action in advance, the Masters of Magic are completely dispensable. Hey, don't dare to make random flags. Gao Li immediately raised his hand and said, because of your poisonous blessing, the originally safe and sound situation has become a life and death situation. Constantine said speechlessly, if I really had such a powerful power of causality, I would have relied on curse magic or blessing magic as my main means of attack. Anyway, you don't have to worry. Once Mammon is about to descend into the material world, the Tower of Destiny will discover it first, and then the God King of Naboo and the Magic Masters will come to support. Gao Li took out the ring of the Endless Magician and said, then there is no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. Do you know where your girlfriend was captured? Constantine was prepared and took out a marked map and handed it to Gao Li. In this remote and desolate mental hospital, the one where Angela's sister was imprisoned. Gory frowned slightly. What about the other patients and medical staff in there? They have all been transformed into zombies to be driven by the demons and are responsible for protecting the safety of Mammon's rebirth ceremony together with the half-blood demons. How do you know so much? Gory asked. Not only do you know the location, but you also know everything about it? Constantine pointed to his eyes. Because I saw it before. Do you know Midnight Bar and Midnight Daddy? I don't know. Well, I guess a big shot. Like you wouldn't go to a place like Midnight Bar where all kinds of people gather. That's where the little guys in the magic world gather. You only need to know that Midnight Daddy is a voodoo sorcerer, known as the King of Voodoo, and has some very strange and unconventional spells, usually accompanied by brutality and pain. Constantine suppressed the urge to take out a cigarette. So I don't want to recall the experience in the Midnight Bar. To put it simply, I saw the whereabouts of the Spear of Longinus and the surrounding situation there through a very painful witchcraft. According to Constantine's previous statement, the Spear of Longinus is a necessary prop for the rebirth ceremony to summon Mammon to the material world, so if he wants to find Angela, he can just go to the Spear of Longinus. Because Angela and the Spear of Longinus must be in the same location to complete the rebirth ceremony together, it is obvious that both are now in that mental hospital. I didn't expect that the holy spear stained with the blood of the Son of God is actually a necessity for summoning the son of Satan. It's really a bit strange. Gao Li sighed, but think about it. In mythology, Satan corresponds to God, so it is normal for the son of Satan to correspond to the Son of God. I just don't know who will correspond to Xiaoguang. After determining the destination, Gao Li transformed directly on the spot. Unlimitedness. Please. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, all-encompassing Yinglang. The solemn incantation ended, and the Kamen Rider standing next to Constantine had turned into a diamond-like dazzling Kamen Rider. You always feel like you're stronger? Constantine opened his mouth and heard Gao Li's gentle smile. As expected of a magician who is good at cheating, your spiritual perception is really powerful, John. I have learnt a lot of night magic for a while, and there must be some feedback for me. Constantine understood what he said and nodded. Originally, I was going to use some holy water tricks to attack the hospital to prevent alerting the enemy, but now it seems that I have done something unnecessary. Clark's night magic advertisement was really powerful. People who were originally hesitant later began to use night magic. Today, more than 90% of the people in the magic world basically have night magic, and the benefits they feed back to Gao Li every day are huge. Chapter 127 Gabriel, the Angel King on Earth. Although compared with the total number of the Lord of Magic, the benefits they feed back are just a drop in the bucket, but it can't resist the large number of people and the accumulation of time. Even if Gao Li only improves a little bit every day, he is still getting stronger all the time. Originally, Gao Li came to sweep the hospital, basically a crushing game, and now he is even stronger than before. Constantine is even more relieved. The two walked into the hospital, and the outer magic barrier was not much different from them. Ugh, although I expected it, it's still too disgusting to see it in reality. It was a mess here, with blood and meat hanging on the walls, and the air was filled with stench and fishy smell. It's a common method of demons, Constantine said lightly, so I have no psychological burden to cheat demons. Gao Li glanced at him. You don't necessarily have a psychological burden to cheat other people, right? Slander. Absolutely slander. Gao Li ignored Constantine's defense, but his brows were frowning deeper and deeper, and anger rose in his heart. This group of demons wantonly ravaged all life, and absorbed the life energy of others, transforming them into living dead. Even those half-blood demons all possessed powerful strength and fierce nature, and could be said to be extremely cruel. Midnight Father's witchcraft can only locate here at most. We can't find the location of the Spear of Longinus more specifically. Let's find it layer by layer, Constantine said. He led Gao Li through the corridor of the hospital, and the magician ring on Gao Li's hand began to flash in the dark. Someone broke in. Soon a half-blood demon discovered the traces of the two. Of course, they didn't think of deliberately hiding their whereabouts. After all, with Gao Li's strength, it couldn't be faster to crush and sweep past, and it didn't matter whether it would alert the enemy or not. Die. Gao Li narrowed his eyes suddenly, and a large amount of night magic was infused into night magic. With his current realm, he has reached a new high ground. He no longer needs to follow the standard process to cast spells like an ordinary night magician. Night magic in Gao Li's hands has become more arbitrary, and sometimes even spells are not needed. Boom. In an instant, Gao Li released an overwhelming force. His magic attack is simply nowhere to escape for the living dead and the half-blood demons, and there is no way to defend. Every attack carries destructive energy, almost a one-shot kill. In front of Gao Li's powerful magic, these existences that are terrifying to others have no power to resist at all, and cannot make any effective resistance. In the billowing smoke, only the fast-moving magic beams can be seen, and sometimes the living dead and the half-blood demons are hit, and fragments are scattered. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and the hall was in a mess, but there was no threatening existence. It's great to have you lead the team. I just need to follow you and watch the show. Constantine whistled. This is no longer a question of whether he can contribute or not, but there is no room for intervention. Often, just as Constantine had a thought, the enemy was killed instantly by Gao Li, which eventually left him with nothing to do. This reminded Constantine of Gao Li's past description. Restraint is greater than heaven, special attack is like a god, and the current battle situation is exactly like this. The enemies of the magic department are too powerless in the face of the dignified Lord of Magic. Don't just joke around. Find someone quickly. Gao Li walked slowly to check the results, and saw corpses scattered on the ground, or attached to the walls everywhere, and there was no whole body to be found. Then Gao Li went to each floor one by one, and also killed all the enemies in the same fast and efficient way. Gao Li's movements were really too fast, and he did not deliberately release his own aura, so many enemies did not even react to who broke in before they died. In the end, they found that a disaster was imminent, and the demons and the living dead were forced to start rushing towards Gao Li. They made terrible roars, and attacked him with their fangs and claws. Fight to the death. Your courage is commendable, but it's useless. Gao Li launched another attack, and with a wave of his hand, he used magic to create a huge fireball, which instantly turned a group of demons and zombies into ashes. Then, Gao Li used magic to create a large lightning, knocking another group of demons and zombies to the ground. As he moved, the zombies and half-blood demons fell one after another, and their screams filled the entire hospital. The pure-blooded demons from hell were no exception. Their howls and counterattacks seemed pale and powerless under the power of the Lord of Infinity. Gao Li's magic power became more and more powerful. Every attack could kill a large number of demons and zombies in seconds. No matter whether the opponent was strong or weak, or what level of demon, there was basically no big difference. Due to the characteristics of ignoring and breaking magic, the demons were equal, and none of them could withstand a single kill. Gao Li's advantage and strength made the entire battle a victory without suspense. After a while, Gao Li ended this short and bloody sweep. Because the hospital was already cleared, it seems Angela is here. Constantine pushed open the door on the top floor. There was a huge pool inside. A tall man was grabbing Angela and drowning her in it. Gao Li just raised his hand and waved it, and the man exploded into ashes all over the sky. Gao Li could tell at a glance that he was not a human, which normal human would have dozens of bullet holes on his body and still move without any hindrance. Angela. Constantine just went over to pull Angela out of the water and immediately cursed and retreated. What's wrong? Too late. Mammon has already possessed the body, and the spear of Longinus is all that's left to descend into the material world. Constantine and Gao Li were not idle during the conversation. While retreating, they pinched their hands and cursed, muttering something. Angela walked out of the pool with a sullen face. It seemed that there was a monster in her abdomen that was about to burst out. Gao Li attacked brazenly. Whether you are the son of Satan or something else, as long as there is magic power, you can't pass. Gao Li flashed over and stretched out his hand and pressed Angela to the ground, and the light of endless magic power was bright. Suddenly, Mammon's struggle in Angela's belly weakened a lot, and Angela gradually got out of control, and her eyes became clearer. Well done. Constantine ran over happily. I'll try to use a spell to force him back to hell. You open a hole for me to cast a spell. Before Constantine could get close enough, suddenly an invisible force grabbed him directly, and the power was so strong that it almost instantly broke all the defenses that Constantine had set for himself in advance. What? Who is it? Gao Li and Constantine were shocked at the same time. This kind of attack is definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that there is another behind the scenes mastermind besides Mammon? However, because the person who came was too strong, he could kill Constantine in the blink of an eye. Gao Li did not dare to neglect it, and immediately divided a part of his strength to try to rescue Constantine. It was this distraction of Gory that allowed Mammon, who was struggling all the time, to seize the fleeting opportunity, and Angela began to spit out black air. Although this was just a matter in the hospital, from the perspective of the entire material world, a giant monster found a hole from hell and began to invade. The Tower of Destiny immediately responded. Dr. Kent of Destiny's face changed, and his helmet immediately shone with golden light, switching to the God King of Naboo. Not good. A supreme being is going to invade the material world. The location is. He penetrated the space and cast his eyes over, and at the same time, the magic masters who had been prepared for a long time also teleported under Guan's irony magic. Just as they were ready to go, and were about to use the teleportation magic to go to the hospital, Guani, who had just finished chanting the spell, spit out a large mouthful of blood. Guani? What's wrong with you? Everyone was shocked, and Guani knelt on the ground with a particularly horrified expression. There is a barrier. What a strong barrier. The backlash against space magic alone almost killed me. The magic masters were all shocked when they heard this. Guani was definitely a top-notch warrior in the magic world, but he was killed instantly, just because of an automatic backlash from the opponent's barrier. If it were them, the outcome would probably not be much different. What level of master would be able to set up this barrier? Question mark? While everyone was shocked, the God King Naboo had already calmly made his move. Break it for me. With his order, a large number of giant chains shining with golden light fell from the sky and attacked the barrier from a distance. However, the barrier did not move at all. The magic masters were even more shocked. Even the God King Naboo could not do anything about the barrier! Exclamation mark. The face of the God King Naboo was embarrassed, and he said in a cold voice, "It is confirmed. This must be a barrier set by a supreme being, otherwise there is no way to stop me." Another supreme being hiding behind the scenes? Sage Ochi asked with cold sweat. Counting Mammon, there are 2 supreme beings involved in this matter. And there is another point. In order to take care of the face of the God King Naboo, he was embarrassed to say it. You must know that the God King Naboo attacked head on, while the opponent only set up a barrier, which made Naboo unable to shake, indicating that the enemy's strength is far higher than Naboo. However, there are also strong and weak supreme beings, which is common sense in the magic world, and the God King Naboo is almost the floor of the supreme beings, and any supreme being is basically stronger than him. The God King Naboo also quickly saved his dignity and said, "Don't panic. The barrier is not indestructible. Give me some time to break it." Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard it, and they were too embarrassed to say anything else. Mammon is about to descend from hell. If we give you more time at this critical moment, won't the opportunity be lost? However, at this point, they have no other choice but to pray that the God King of Naboo will be more powerful. The only thing they can do is to continue to pay attention to the hospital under the barrier. Hospital, top floor. Gao Li was distracted while continuing to suppress Angela with the binding magic composed of endless magic power. He enlarged his palm and quickly grabbed Constantine. Just with such a wave of his hand, Gao Li's much larger palm seemed to touch a figure. Fortunately, Constantine was successfully grabbed back by him. It's a close call. Thanks to you. Constantine rolled on the ground with sweat all over his head. He really felt that he had walked around the edge of death just now. Gao Li didn't look at him, but looked at the figure in front of him with a serious expression. The other party was originally in an invisible state. After being touched by Gao Li in the endless mode, the invisibility spell immediately began to collapse and was forced to show the original form. As expected of the Lord of the Endless, your reputation is well deserved, but you really ruined my plans. A cold voice with arrogance and hidden anger came, and the angel with white wings on his back appeared in front of Gori and Constantine. You are. Gori and Constantine's pupils shrank at the same time, and they exclaimed in unison, Ancient One? Gabriel? Just after shouting, the two looked at each other in confusion. Even the angel opposite was stunned for a moment. He and Constantine asked Gori together, who is Ancient One? Oh. It's okay. Ancient One is an old friend of mine. You look like him, so similar that I feel like punching him when I look at him. Gori laughed and let it go. It was impossible for Ancient One to come to the DC world, so the angel in front of him was probably Gabriel recognized by Constantine. This is not good. Judging from this power, if there is no other Gabriel, then he is definitely the angel king on earth, Gabriel who belongs to heaven. Unlike the flame of God Uriel, Gabriel is one of the highest ranking archangels in heaven, and is truly supreme. It is only because there are no other gods under the doctrine of God that Gabriel is only an archangel, otherwise he would definitely be called the king of God in other pantheons. It looks like you two are quite familiar with each other. What's going on? I haven't heard that heaven is going to join forces with hell. Gori asked Constantine, while Constantine stared at Gabriel. No wonder I always feel that there are many strange things. Mammon's power has not yet penetrated into the material world. Who can summon so many half-bloods? After thinking about it, it can only be you, who specializes in managing all the half-bloods in the material world. Gabriel, you actually want evil to occupy the world? Gabriel raised his head high and said disdainfully, is it your turn as a mortal to judge me? And Gabriel's appearance also shocked everyone in the Tower of Destiny. How is this possible? Is it the will of heaven? Heaven is angry because of the coming of the Son of God. What should we do? The other mastermind behind the scenes turned out to be Gabriel. This is a development they never thought of. Even the God King of Naboo could not guess it. He thought that a demon king of hell had cooperated with Mammon. The reality is even worse than expected. Compared with the demon king of hell who was previously thought, Gabriel is even more famous in the Supreme. PS1. Thanks to Jvok for the 1000 point reward. PS2. The Ancient One in Doctor Strange and Gabriel and Constantine are both played by the same actor, just for fun. Haha. Chapter 128 The Supreme Battle. At this moment, in the hospital, Gabriel's simple words were like the words of God, and Constantine was so uncomfortable from a distance. The dirty words he wanted to say in response were stuck in the middle of his words. Gao Li slightly turned sideways to block Constantine, narrowed his eyes and asked, so the spear of Longinus is in your hands. I can assume that you have the intention of destroying the world. If it was still a mortal's question, Gabriel would not even want to explain, but if it came from another supreme question, the situation would be different. Although his tone was very contemptuous of Constantine, even a proud Gabriel would not dare to look down on the dignified Lord of Magic. Of course I don't want to destroy the Lord's Garden of Eden. My only goal is to enlighten mankind. As Gori blocked Gabriel's breath, Constantine finally had the strength to sneer, enlighten mankind by handing the world over to the son of Satan? Gabriel's face sank, but after looking at Gori, he said slowly, humanity has been given a chance to atone from God. Murderers, rapists, and molesters, all of them only need to repent, and the Lord will embrace them in his arms. In the entire universe and the entire world, no other creatures, except humans, have such preferential treatment. This is really unfair. If the Lord is so merciful and loves humans so much, I have to make sure that humans are worthy of my Lord's love. As he spoke, Gabriel's expression twisted, and the whole person slowly floated into the air. I have been observing humans for a long time. Only when facing fear can humans find their noble self. So, let me give pain to the world. Let me give fear to the world. His expression became more and more fanatical. Then, humans can be superior to them, and be qualified to be loved by the Lord. After experiencing the baptism of hell, if humans can still survive, they are worthy of the Lord's love. Only those who survive the doomsday can be redeemed. Gao Li said coldly. Gabriel, you are really crazy. Are all the guys with this face a little bit of a problem in their brains? Gabriel himself didn't think so. He laughed and opened his arms. The road to redemption will be laid out tonight. Starting from this moment, Gabriel's meaning is actually very simple. No matter what sins you humans have committed, as long as you repent, God can forgive you. Why? Do you humans deserve it? Exclamation mark. You don't deserve it. So I want to start the trial and select the existence that is truly worthy of being treated like this by the Lord. John, take Angela away, and don't leave her at all. This is not to protect Angela, but to protect yourself. Gao Li said in a deep voice. Although there is probably no so-called safe place after we start the war, since Gabriel wants to complete the rebirth ceremony, he will definitely not hurt Angela. You can use this to protect yourself. Facing a true supreme enemy, Gao Li had no confidence in protecting Constantine. He didn't even know if he could win. After all, Gao Li was just borrowing the identity of the Lord of Magic Power, and his status was comparable to the Supreme Power. It didn't mean that Gao Li's strength was completely matched with the Supreme Power. I have never owed you a magic debt. Lord of the Endless, do you think you can stop me from starting the trial? Gabriel roared, and the battle was about to start. There was no doubt that Gabriel took the lead in attacking. A sword flashing with holy light appeared in his hand. It seemed ordinary, but it made Gao Li and Constantine's faces change drastically at the same time. Constantine simply relied on his spiritual sense to feel the ultimate terror, while Gori went a step further and perceived the truth with the perception of the Lord of Magic. Just like the ghost's method of compressing power that day, Gabriel really wanted to ensure that Angela would not be hurt, so he limited his power to prevent it from spreading even a little bit. Instead, it was a terrifying power compressed to the extreme. The destructive power within the range of this sword alone surpassed everything on Earth. Swoosh! Gabriel rushed towards Gori at high speed. The blade made a sharp whistling sound and slashed at Gori quickly. Unlimitedness. Please. Gori instantly accelerated his own time flow, dodged quickly, and lightly dodged Gabriel's multiple slashes. But Gori was not just dodging. As the Lord of Magic, he could perform very incredible magic operations. Just during the dodge action, Gori spread a large number of magic nodes in the space along the way. The magic nullifying property of the endless style began to penetrate into Gabriel's sword, making the entire lightsaber flicker and seem to be about to go out. HMM. Good trick, you almost succeeded. It's a pity that it takes time for you to erase and disintegrate my spell. I just need to be faster than you. Gabriel immediately felt his power weakened. He snorted coldly, flapped his wings, and descended in front of Gao Li like lightning to cut him down. Gao Li fought back without concealing it. A dark light burst out from his palm and pointed directly at Gabriel. This was also Gao Li's innovation in night magic. He combined the magic that originally had the effect of devouring magic with the characteristics of the endless style, and exerted the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Innovation really worked wonders. This dark energy seemed to have a kind of attraction, rapidly devouring Gabriel's sacred power. What? Gabriel suddenly felt weak and hurriedly tried to stabilize his own strength, but he could not completely resist this trend. Gabriel sighed and quickly pulled back. Gao Li was able to catch his breath for a few times, thinking to himself, it's not bad, it's not bad. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem to be as strong as I imagined, although he is still very powerful. This battle is worth fighting. Just as Gao Li made this judgment, Gabriel rushed over with all his strength, swinging the sword of holy light again. His attack became more fierce, and Gao Li continued to accelerate his own time flow, dodging flexibly in the narrow space, while trying to use the invalidated magic to erode Gabriel's holy shield. In order to prevent the defense of the divine power on the surface of his body from being penetrated by Gao Li's attack, Gabriel added many holy shields on top, so that even if it was broken, he would have time to react. Bang, 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 bang. The two sides started a fierce entanglement in the narrow corridor. The walls and floors of the corridor were hit hard, and collapsed bricks and dust were everywhere. Yinglong, come out. Of course, Gao Li didn't just take the beating. He summoned a brilliant sword and axe, and swung it like a storm. Each blow was enhanced by multiple magic. Gabriel also dodged with his agility, swinging his sword, and releasing holy light. Although at first glance, Gao Li's attack power was far less powerful than Gabriel's, but the ability to break through the divine defense was too much of a headache for Gabriel. Compared with the giant beast, the magic part of Gabriel's divine power accounted for a larger proportion, and it was easier to be disintegrated by the endless style. Ah! Gabriel let out a roar. It should have been like a roar, but it sounded as sacred as the sound of nature. It was really amazing. In an instant, the windows of the hospital were broken, and glass fragments fell like rain. But Gabriel certainly didn't expect the sonic attack to do anything to Gao Li. It was just a cover. The next moment, a powerful beam of light gushed out from his sword and rushed straight to Gao Li. Gao Li reacted quickly and jumped up to dodge, but one of his arms was still hit by the beam. However, Gao Li was not knocked down. He just covered his arm and retreated more than 10 meters, thinking quickly in his mind. It still hurts a little. It's really worthy of being an opponent of the highest level. Even after the remaining power after the collapse of his offensive, it almost pierced through the endless style armor. Gao Li used his other hand to control the endless magic power and quickly repaired the damage to the endless vestments. A tenacious power filled his body. Although the Lord of the Endless is a bit tricky, it is far less difficult to deal with than the rumors. Gabriel tilted his head at this time. It seems that the outside world is just exaggerating. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. If you want to minimize being hit, I will take the initiative to attack. Gao Li also decided on a strategy at this time, and rushed towards Gabriel in the light of magic. The axes and lightsabers of the two intertwined, making a harsh collision sound. The battle became more intense, and their powers collided with each other, which made Constantine, who was hiding next to Angela, terrified. This is because both Gory and Gabriel were careful not to spread their power outward, otherwise the remaining power would be enough to destroy him. Boom. Another loud noise was heard, and Gabriel's wings could be seen spreading, waving violently like a golden blade, and a huge energy wave surged towards Gory. Gory reacted immediately, raised his palm, and released a barrier composed of endless magic power, directly invalidating the energy wave. What an extremely annoying ability. Gabriel's eyes flashed with anger, and he pounced on Gory at lightning speed, waving his huge golden sword. Gory used endless magic power to protect himself, but Gabriel's attack was so fierce that he forced him to retreat step by step. However, Gory was not to be outdone. He concentrated his mind and used endless magic power to resist Gabriel's attack, while constantly looking for opportunities to counterattack. Although Gabriel's power was strong, Gory's invalidation magic power was also strong. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. The hospital ward became a battlefield, with tiles on the walls shattered, beds and equipment destroyed, and a devastating atmosphere filled the room. The battle between endless magic and divine power entered a white-hot stage, with dazzling flames erupting. High touch. Shining strike. The giant brilliant sword axe, which was getting bigger and bigger, slammed into Gabriel's chest fiercely, making a dull crash. Gabriel was knocked out, broke through the wall of the ward, and crashed directly out of the hospital. The magic masters who had been observing outside the barrier were all shocked, and even the God King Nabu, who controlled the order system, couldn't help but show surprise. Due to the barrier of the barrier, the details of the battle between the two sides were not clear to everyone in the Tower of Destiny. But now, it seems that we can already see who has the advantage. Has the legendary human angel King Gabriel actually fallen into a disadvantage? As expected of the Lord of Infinity, he can actually gain the upper hand in a battle with the old Supreme. No, that's not right. We can't easily assert that. Look, Gabriel has made a new move. Gabriel floated calmly in the air. His temperament became cold again. Hehe. I understand. I have understood everything, including the nature of your power. You will have no chance of winning next. Gabriel became more and more excited as he spoke. Your annoying ability is essentially just to directly erase the magic power and gradually disintegrate the energy mixed with magic. During the battle, you cause the power in my body to disintegrate like this, which will further disturb my body and make me unable to exert enough strength. This is like a huge machine. If one of its small parts begins to wear out or even break down, it will undoubtedly affect the overall ability and efficiency. Not to mention that the method in the improvement is to make the parts of this machine constantly wear out and break down. Is that so? I can't really say. Maybe yes, maybe not. Gao Li shrugged non-committally. He had no obligation to answer the enemy's questions. But to be honest, although he did make such macro manipulations during the battle, before he did so, Gao Li already felt that Gabriel was not as strong as he imagined. Maybe he had always thought that the Supreme level was too terrifying. After all, excluding the Supreme that was out of the standard like the giant beast, Gao Li had never fought with any Supreme seriously so far. And Gabriel did not need Gao Li's answer. He firmly believed in his inference and waved his hand outward. Immediately, a huge golden ball of light came out of his body and quietly floated in the air. Gabriel actually threw out most of his divine power. Everyone was stunned by this operation. Only Gao Li's heart sank. It seems that Gabriel noticed. Yes, in terms of physical speed and strength alone, Gabriel is actually much stronger than Endless Style. To put it in an analogy, Gabriel is like a heavenly version of Superman. Previously, he was always affected by the collapse of the divine power in his body, so he did not exert much more combat power than Gao Li. As a well-known old-fashioned Supreme, Gabriel has rich experience. It can be said that his judgment is correct. On the contrary, after not using the divine power, relying solely on the flesh can crush the Endless Style even more. Then let me try the effect. Gabriel grinned and rushed towards Gao Li at an accelerated speed. Anyway, the divine power he discharged did not disappear. If it is really needed, he can go back and absorb it at that time. It can be said to be foolproof. Boom. This move was immediately extraordinary. This time, Gao Li was directly beaten from the top floor to the basement. In the smoke and dust filled the underground garage, Gao Li coughed and muttered to himself. You bastard really found the trick. Fortunately, I'm not without a way to deal with it. Come here, Shining. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Invincible and Invincible. As Gory spoke, he raised his hand to cast a connecting magic circle. Gabriel's barrier that could seal space had no effect on the magic cast by the Endless Style. A dragon roar came from the magic circle, and a pterosaur memory flew out with the lost drive. What else does the Endless Lord want to do? Gabriel's face sank, and he rushed down to attack. After all, he was not a Kryptonian. After eliminating all the divine power, although he still had a physique comparable to Superman, he could not use thermal vision like Superman, and only had close-range attack methods. With a boom sound, the air was pushed away by Gabriel's terrifying speed, forming a hurricane behind him. At the same time, Gory also loaded the lost drive and inserted the glitter memory upwards. Transform. Glitter. The dazzling golden light broke through the smoke and dust, and at this time Gabriel had already rushed in front of Gory and punched him hard. Bang. The huge sound shook the entire hospital, but Gabriel's pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? A golden knight with a cloak appeared in front of him and casually reached out to catch his attack. Of course it's possible. Gao Li smiled slightly. Then next, count your sins, Gabriel. What a joke. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and there is no sin at all. Gabriel roared and continued to launch a fierce attack. Swoosh. Gabriel's fist hit Gao Li fiercely, making a loud noise, but Gao Li was as solid as a rock and remained unscathed. Impossible. It must be that I'm not serious enough. Gabriel's eyes widened in disbelief. He concentrated his mind and used all his strength to throw more than a dozen punches in a row. Every punch and kick was accompanied by a terrifying momentum. Bang, dang, bang, clang, boom. The sound spread throughout the garage. But Gao Li was still like a mountain, standing in place without even a step back. Gao Li not only did not move, but also laughed mockingly. He let Gabriel's fists and kicks hit him. Gao Li only raised his hands occasionally to block Gabriel's most violent attacks. He felt relaxed and comfortable. Gabriel roared in disbelief, and his attacks hit Gao Li like a storm, as if he would knock Gao Li to the ground in an instant. However, Gao Li always stood firmly in place, resisting Gabriel's attacks without any care. No matter how you attack, it's just a waste of effort. Gao Li yawned. Gabriel did not stop attacking because of Gao Li's ridicule. His feet also joined the battle and swept towards Gao Li's lower body. Bang! Gabriel felt as if he had kicked on an iron plate that was absolutely unshakable. This metaphor was actually wrong. There should be no iron plate in the world that can withstand his power. There must be some flaw in his ability. He can't be absolutely invincible. Seeing that the situation was not right, Gabriel changed his tactics. He used his full speed to turn sideways and attack Gory from all angles. But Gory just waved his hands casually and accurately blocked every punch and kick again and again. No, Gory was even too lazy to block most attacks. It's time to face reality, Gabriel. Don't be so proud, Lord of the Endless. It's not over yet. Gabriel's eyes were red, and he attacked Gory with gritted teeth. He was just like Bane before, and he was furious. Gabriel's fists hit Gory fiercely, as fast as lightning, and each punch sent out an amazing gust of wind, squeezing the surrounding air to make a whistling sound. Gory stood calmly in place and took all the attacks with a flick of his cloak. Gabriel saw the opportunity, turned around, and swept his right foot towards Gory like a storm. Gao Li raised his elbow to block in time, and the two looked at each other, and sparks seemed to fly in the air. You've been fighting for so long. It's time for me to fight back. For a moment, the two of them exchanged fists and feet, and the speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch their movements. Gao Li and Gabriel's attacks intertwined with each other, and the terrifying sound and collision of power echoed throughout the garage. Gabriel launched an attack like a beast, and his fists bombarded Gao Li's body like thunder, but it had no effect on Gao Li. On the contrary, Gao Li did not flinch. He accurately received Gabriel's fists and feet, and then used an amazing counterattack to fight back. Instead, Gabriel was hit by his fists and feet, and was forced to retreat continuously. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Gabriel did not stop. He danced with his hands, turned into countless after images, and attacked Gao Li. Gao Li responded calmly. His palms flew, and all of Gabriel's punches were completely neutralized. Two golden lights came and went, and punches hit the flesh, and a dull collision sound came from the underground garage. Bang 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 bang. The two figures intertwined and entangled in the middle, and the frightening momentum could even be heard by Constantine on the roof. I wonder how Gory is doing. Constantine crawled over tremblingly and looked through the large hole leading directly to the underground garage and immediately saw the situation of the battle. Gory seized an opportunity and suddenly exerted force, hitting Gabriel in the abdomen with a heavy punch. Gabriel groaned and slammed into the concrete pillar behind him, leaving a deep crack on the pillar. This is wrong. Why am I at a disadvantage? Gabriel became more and more angry as he fought. He clearly used all his strength, but Gory still did not move. Gabriel was like an enraged beast. His punches and kicks were fast and sharp, and the heavy blows were frightening. His fists mashed towards Gao Li, and the air seemed to be cut wherever it passed, but it returned to nothing the moment it touched Gao Li. This caused Gabriel's anger to become more and more obvious. His muscles were tense, and he kept changing his attack methods, using more and more vicious combos, but Gao Li was always like an indestructible wall. Why? What kind of method is this? Confusion and frustration began to permeate Gabriel's heart. He realized that Gao Li on the other side seemed to be far beyond his imagination. No matter how hard Gabriel tried, his terrifying power, which should have been extremely terrifying, seemed insignificant in front of Gao Li. Is this the method of master of magic power? It's simply unimaginable. It's beyond imagination. Constantine also sighed secretly, facing that Gao Li can actually have the upper hand. Every time their fists and feet collided, the entire garage shook. The iron pillars, cars, and even the walls in the underground garage became witnesses of the fist and foot fight between the two supremes, and they were hit and made a harsh metallic sound. Gabriel gradually felt that the battle was more difficult than he had expected. Although Gabriel's power was terrifying, his attacks could not defeat Gao Li. Gao Li was like an insurmountable barrier. Am I going to lose? Am I not the opponent of the Lord of the Endless? Question mark? Suddenly, this thought came to Gabriel's mind uncontrollably. This was when Gabriel realized that he might not be able to defeat Gao Li. This cognition made him feel an uncontrollable fear. The fear was so fresh, like a hand tightly grasping Gabriel's heart. Wait, it's not over yet. I have other means. Gabriel reacted suddenly and wanted to run towards the divine power that was expelled from the outside world. If he reabsorbed the divine power, there might be a chance. As long as he reached that place. Not good. Gao Li's expression under the mask condensed, and he hurriedly attacked to stop it. If Gabriel regains his divine power, it is hard to say whether a relatively complete supreme can launch an attack that is infinitely close to absolute zero, or an attack that exceeds the temperature of a quasar. After all, among the supreme god kings, many have a certain degree of power of creation, and can naturally reproduce cosmic phenomena or even surpass cosmic phenomena. When that time comes, the shining memory will be broken. Unfortunately, the Shining Form's defense is full, and its attack power and mobility are slightly insufficient. Especially compared to Gabriel, it is much worse, making Gore's mission to stop Gabriel extremely difficult. Gore is going to stop Gabriel? Constantine, who was as smart as he was, saw Gore's intention at the first time, and his heart sank. Looking at the direction Gabriel is heading, he should want to get back the power, but Gao Li doesn't want him to get back the power. So it seems that Gao Li's new armor that seems invincible now may not be able to deal with the attack of the power. But if Gabriel really succeeds in getting back the power, then Gao Li can also transform into the Lord of Infinity to fight again. Thinking of this, Constantine shook his head. No. If that's the case, Gao Li can ensure that he is not in any trouble, but the battle will become endless. Especially Gabriel doesn't need to defeat or knock down Gao Li. The only thing he needs to do is to seize the opportunity and pierce Angela with the Spear of Longinus. After thinking this through, Constantine felt that his hair stood up all over his body and goosebumps were about to appear. Yes, the conditions for Gabriel's victory are so simple. Even if Gao Li can fight Gabriel, what does it matter? The battle will go on endlessly. As long as Gao Li makes a mistake, Gabriel will be able to successfully bring Mammon to the world. How could Gore, who was struggling to deal with one Gabriel, deal with two supreme level terrifying forces? It's going to be bad if this goes on. I have to think of a way. Constantine pondered, and at this moment, Gabriel, who was fighting with Gore, came to his senses. Ah, I feel it. You don't want me to get my power back, right? Gore's heart skipped a beat. The duel between masters did not allow for any distraction, and he had no spare energy to hide his intentions in the battle. It's true. As long as I get my power back, I can use more methods. Gabriel laughed wildly, and his arrogance and calmness returned to his face. After all, why should I entangle with you? Lord of the Endless, you can just watch me release Mammon into the world. Don't even think about it. Gore shouted in a deep voice and continued to fight with Gabriel. The two of them rolled and fought from the underground garage to the upper floors of the hospital. Gabriel seized the opportunity and jumped to the side of the divine power at an extremely fast speed and reabsorbed the expelled divine power into his body. Gao Li endured for a few seconds before he did not use the small skill to control Gabriel. After all, this skill can only take effect once a day. It is not necessary to stop Gabriel from regaining his divine power. The 10-meter long distance run should be used at the most critical moment. Anyway, even if Gabriel regains his divine power, as long as he fails to understand the truth of the ability of the shining form and deliberately launches an extremely high temperature or extremely low temperature attack, he still cannot break through the defense of the shining form. As expected, Gabriel, who regained his divine power, felt good about himself, and his first reaction was to bombard Gao Li with divine power. Gabriel's body exuded a sacred and majestic light, and his powerful figure was particularly conspicuous in the dim night sky. The next moment, Gabriel raised his hands, and the divine power surged like thunder. Go to hell. Gabriel released his brilliant divine power without hesitation, forming dazzling rays of light, bombarding the entire corridor, where Gao Li was like a raging fire. Boom boom boom. The corridor was in chaos, and Gao Li faced Gabriel's crazy attack without flinching. Gabriel threw the shining holy light bomb with all his strength, exploding into a dazzling light in the air. Gabriel, when did you have the illusion that you could win by taking back the divine power? Gao Li's faint voice came out in the light, and he was obviously unharmed. Gao Li just stared at Gabriel indifferently, as if all the attacks were irrelevant to him. What? Gabriel's confident and complacent smile froze. Why is it okay? Exclamation mark. Gao Li's body is like an indestructible stone wall, completely resisting Gabriel's divine power attack. It must be just you holding on. This made Gabriel, who thought he had won, even more angry. He continued to release divine energy, and flames, lightning, and storms raged in the corridor. The walls of the hospital were torn apart, and the ceiling collapsed, but no matter how much the power exploded, Gori remained motionless. The sound of explosions and energy fluctuations echoed in the hospital, shattering windows, tearing walls, and the powerful impact made the entire building shaky. However, no matter how crazy Gabriel attacked, Gori remained unscathed. His body was like an indestructible fortress, withstanding all the impact of the power. How many times do I have to tell you that you can never hurt me, Gabriel? Gori slowly walked towards Gabriel, and the flames and electricity in the storm splashed sparks on his armor, and then gradually extinguished. Gabriel frowned, and the feeling of previous hand-to-hand combat rose again. Unprecedented frustration and powerlessness. The Lord of Infinity. Is this man really invincible? Question mark? Chapter 130 Hell Satan Lucifer. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Gabriel immediately shook his head. No, it shouldn't be that different. His previous attempt to stop me from taking back the power was not fake. After Gabriel strengthened his mind, he kept changing his attack methods and releasing more powerful power. But no matter how he attacked, Gao Li always stood firm. Gao Li was not afraid of Gabriel's crazy attack. Even through the mask, Gabriel could feel an unfathomable power and mockery in his eyes. Damn it. Fall down. Gabriel roared angrily, and the light and energy in the corridor intertwined to form a spectacular and terrifying picture. Gabriel's figure was looming in the light, and his every move was full of destructive power, but he could not cause any harm to Gao Li. Give up, Gabriel. Gao Li shouted coldly. Don't you understand? As long as I'm here today, your plan will not be realized. Gabriel's face was livid, but he just kept silent. Facing the ironclad fact, he didn't know how to respond, and he couldn't even be stubborn. Gabriel just silently raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword light pierced through the darkness, carrying the supreme divine power to attack Gao Li. The surging holy power rushed towards Gao Li like a raging wave, but it broke into pieces the moment it touched the opponent, turning into dark patterns flowing around him. Gabriel couldn't help but frown, and waved his hands again. The ceiling of the hospital collapsed instantly, and the huge reef-like rocks attacked Gao Li like a gust of wind. However, the moment the stone touched Gao Li, it turned into powder and dissipated. Who? Gabriel stopped the attack and gasped heavily. He was at his wit's end. Without being able to comprehend the defensive conditions of the Shining Mode, Gabriel could not launch any targeted attacks, and could not successfully break through the defense. This is the importance of intelligence in battles of the same level, but unfortunately there is no if in the world. Wait. Why did my head suddenly twitch, and I got into a fight with the Endless Lord again. Suddenly, Gabriel seemed to realize something. The inability to cause damage to the Endless Lord made him so angry that his spirit was covered in dust. My real purpose is not to defeat him at all, but to release Mammon to the human world and give humans a real test. Although the Endless Lord is unprecedentedly powerful in defense, he is much weaker than me in terms of speed and strength. In other words, just like Gabriel taking back his divine power just now, as long as he gives up fighting with the Endless Lord, then no matter what he wants to do, it will be difficult for the Endless Lord to stop him. Thinking of this, Gabriel smiled coldly, which made Gao Li feel depressed. Oops. Has he reacted? Exclamation mark. As expected, Gabriel immediately moved quickly in the direction of Angela. With a flash of cold light, the spear of Longinus appeared in his hand. As Gabriel expected, Gori, who was far inferior to the heavenly Superman in speed and strength, could hardly stop Gabriel's actions. Therefore, Gori gave up the useless work and used his skills to control Gabriel. Gabriel, why can humans, who are full of sins, be forgiven by God as long as they repent? Why can't you break through my defense, no matter what means or attacks you use? Why am I the Lord of Magic, but the new power I use is full of sacred breath? Gori began to chant in a specific format. The content was not very important. What was important was that the format could meet the conditions for the activation of the skill. As soon as the 10-meter long distance run came out, Gabriel immediately found that his speed became extremely slow. No matter how much strength he used to break through, or how hard he charged, he could only move 10 centimeters per second at most. What kind of power is this? Gabriel was shocked. It can actually have such a strong force. He didn't even feel the slightest power fluctuation. Gao Li was chanting while sweating coldly, thinking hard about countermeasures in his mind. 10-meter long distance running is only a temporary delaying tactic after all, and it can't control Gabriel for a long time. Once the skill time is over, Gabriel will be free again. No one can stop him from piercing Angela with the spear of Longinus. Fortunately, there were not only the two of them present, but also Constantine. Although Constantine usually pitted his teammates like crazy, he was both a scumbag and unreliable, but at the critical moment of many major events, he could always come up with crooked ideas to turn the tide. And Constantine also has a very high ability to act and make decisions. For example, when he found that he couldn't save Richie, he could endure the grief and resolutely cut off the power to kill people. He was cruel to others and to himself. After realizing the dilemma of the battle, Constantine had already started to make second-hand preparations. Tick, tick, tick. Blood was dripping. That was the blood that Constantine shed after cutting his wrists with the broken glass fragments from Gori and Gabriel. Now, with the short fight between Gori and Gabriel, and the time that the 10-meter long distance run forcibly controlled Gabriel, Constantine's life was almost coming to an end. That's right, he was committing suicide. Constantine certainly didn't commit suicide for no reason or meaning. He committed suicide just to call in an ultimate great being. The reason why Constantine was notorious in hell was that he had deceived countless demons in the past, including the master of hell, Satan Lucifer, which made Constantine famous. Because of this, Constantine was sure that when he was about to die, Lucifer, who was deeply humiliated by him, would definitely be eager to come and reap his soul in person. Sure enough, time seemed to stop suddenly, and in Constantine's increasingly blurred vision with his head down, a pair of bare feet suddenly appeared on the scene. However, the bare feet were stained with dirty black mud. Constantine looked up weakly. The person who came was wearing a pure white suit. It was Lucifer, the Satan of hell. Barefoot seems to have a very special meaning in the heaven and hell system. Jesus is basically barefoot in the portraits in mythology. Lucifer also walks barefoot. Gabriel also does not wear any shoes. However, as the archangel, his feet are different from Lucifer's and are not stained with any stains. Spider-Gwen has always disliked wearing shoes. Gao Li thought that he was like a cat or dog pet who couldn't get used to wearing shoes, so he had to let him go barefoot. In fact, there is such a meaning. Spider-Gwen is pure and spotless as the Son of God. Myths and legends from ancient times to the present have always used barefoot to express the holiness and flawlessness of the divine existence. Hello, John Constantine complained. Why are you so slow? Don't worry, we have unlimited time. Lucifer walked over leisurely, and all the scenes behind him came to a standstill. It was not as if time had stopped, but the world was really completely stopped by Lucifer. I've said before that I'll come and collect your soul in person. You don't mind if I smoke a cigarette? Constantine smiled weakly. Oh, whatever, I've already said we have plenty of time, and smoking a cigarette is really appropriate. Lucifer clapped his hands, his face full of calmness. However, just after Constantine took the cigarette, his fingers loosened, and he couldn't even hold the lighter. You see, if you cut yours too deep, you will cut the tendons of your hand, and of course your fingers will be out of control. Why don't you let me help you? After that, Lucifer snapped his fingers, and a ball of fire lit Constantine's cigarette. It can be seen that Lucifer is in a good mood. I'm nice to you, right? Lucifer chuckled. There's a big theme park in hell waiting for you to visit. Come with me. You're so nice to me. Constantine laughed sarcastically. I think it's an amusement park with all kinds of torture themes. Lucifer shook his finger. No, 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 you guessed wrong. Of course there are more than that. Constantine took a puff of cigarette and changed the subject. I heard that you have a family. How do you feel about it? Not bad, but busy, 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 very busy. I need a vacation. After all, it's very worry-free. But I have 2 more family members recently, which makes me very happy. Constantine was stunned when he heard this. Who are the 2 extra family members? But he was not in the mood to pay attention to Lucifer's family affairs, and continued. It is said that your children are exactly like you. Which child are you asking about? Lucifer asked back. Some are very similar to me, but some are very different from me. Constantine was stunned, and then said, I don't care how many children you have, I only know that one of them is not far away now. Boys are always naughty. Lucifer stretched out his foot to play with Constantine, making Constantine shrink. Although Constantine is unisex, it is obvious that Lucifer is more unisex than him. Constantine can only quickly say, your child is cooperating with Gabriel. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Gabriel? That is indeed very tasteless. They also have the spear of Longinus. Constantine added, enough for your child to be born into the world, right? Lucifer's mind moved, and all the situations that had happened here in the past instantly appeared in his mind, as if he knew everything. I see, you are such a naughty boy. Lucifer turned and walked towards Gabriel. Gabriel was originally trapped in the skill of 10-meter long distance running, and could not move. Now he was simply fixed in place like a bug in amber. Gao Li was not in the endless style at this time, and was also fixed. Although the shining form has the ultimate defense, it does not have the magic immunity like the endless form, and cannot be immune to Lucifer's time suspension. Mammon is full of ambition, even willing to cooperate with heaven. As soon as Lucifer finished speaking, time resumed flowing again, and Gabriel's pupils shrank instantly. Lucifer? Lucifer flicked his fingers casually, and Gabriel immediately vomited blood and flew backwards, with angel feathers scattered all over the sky. This world will be mine sooner or later, Gabriel. You understand the true meaning of ambition better than us. Lucifer stretched out his hand and waved, and Angela's body immediately flew through the air, and was pinched by Lucifer's neck. However, through the reflection of the broken glass on the ground, it can be seen that Lucifer is not holding Angela's neck, but Mammon's neck. Mammon struggled hard in Lucifer's hand, but could not get out of it at all. Only Lucifer whispered, it's time to go home, son. Then Lucifer exerted force on his palm, and Mammon immediately let out a shrill scream, turned into ashes, and was forced to return to hell. Only Angela's body calmed down, and was thrown aside by Lucifer like trash. You. Gabriel opened his mouth, and felt his lips trembling. Lucifer just made such a simple move, and his plan was completely broken. 2 supreme beings are so powerless in front of Lucifer. This is also a matter of course. If God is the first big brother of the DC universe, undoubtedly the strongest one, then Lucifer, who has always been corresponding to God, is one of the few supreme beings in the DC universe second only to God. Or should we say that Lucifer is the supreme because the top level of the universe is called the supreme. In fact, he is the supreme among the supremes, and he is not at the same level as the general supremes. If other gods face Lucifer's full strength, they will be completely scared. Lucifer's power has reached a level that they cannot understand. However, Gabriel has always been so brave, especially when facing the biggest enemy of heaven. Although his body was trembling, Gabriel still clenched his fists, flashing endless brilliance. In the name of God, I will shake you. Then, he punched out. However, Lucifer didn't even connect, and Gabriel's fierce punch stopped in front of him, unable to move forward at all. Too weak, Lucifer licked his lips and smiled mischievously. It seems that even you haven't realized that someone doesn't want to be your backer? Lucifer lightly tapped with his finger, and the overwhelming force immediately acted on Gabriel like a tsunami, making him look incredibly shocked. Father, how could it be? Before he could finish his words, the wings behind Gabriel were ignited and peeled off on the spot like ashes. Lucifer was right. All of Gabriel's actions clearly violated God's teachings, and were not what God wanted. Just like the wrath of God Ghost, the top high-level officials in heaven are blessed with the power of God. It can be said that the power of God is all the strength they have shown in the past. Just like the Ghost, the amount of God's power in the bodies of the high-level officials in heaven depends on how strong God wants them to be in this matter. And Gabriel's behavior has been deprived of God's power to the greatest extent, and he has used almost all his own power. This is also the source of Gao Li's previous feeling. He felt that Gabriel was not as powerful as he imagined, but it was not an illusion. It was just because the Gabriel that Gao Li faced in this battle was not a complete supreme being. Chapter 131 I became the father of Lucifer's child. However, just like ghosts are always confident and arrogant, those who are blessed with the power of God find it difficult to detect the changes. After all, even with the minimum power of God, it is enough for them to be the highest. Gabriel finally realized this only just now. Otherwise, as one of the top archangels in heaven, he would not be powerless in front of Lucifer in his prime. With Gabriel's defeat, the barrier he set up outside the hospital was broken. Seeing this, everyone in the Tower of Destiny was greatly encouraged. Although they didn't know why, they were finally able to teleport in. Let's go in and support them without delay, Seijochi said seriously. Otherwise it will be bad if Mammon really invades the material world. Sagan asked. There's no need to be so anxious, right? Gabriel's barrier has been broken, which clearly shows that the Lord of the Endless has the upper hand. Maybe he has already dealt with Gabriel now. Who do you think Gabriel is? If he can be dealt with so easily, he is not the Gabriel who is famous throughout the universe. God King Nabu said disdainfully. As expected, even a magic master has only the knowledge of a mortal. God King Nabu knows very well how strong Gabriel is when he is at full power. Just when they were about to cast a spell to move through space, God King Nabu suddenly made an extremely shocked voice and shouted to stop everyone. Stop. Stop immediately. Don't go over there anymore. What happened? The magic masters were all shocked. It was obvious that God King Nabu was attached to a helmet, but they could actually feel the emotion of doubt and surprise from a helmet. What is this breath? Impossible. How is this possible? Why did Lucifer suddenly come to the material world? And before this, the Tower of Destiny had not noticed anything unusual. The monitoring and protection of the material world by the Order God system was useless in front of Lucifer. This is also natural. The Order God system can't stop Lucifer at all, and the Tower of Destiny is not qualified to find Lucifer's trace. Lucifer? Satan is coming? Compared with Gabriel, the name of Hell Satan is even more famous, and everyone immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lucifer? Gao Li, who was opposite Gabriel, was also shocked and looked at Lucifer as if he was facing a great enemy. He had heard about the identity of the man in the white suit from Gabriel, and he had witnessed the terrifying power with his own eyes. Facing the nervous Gao Li, Lucifer just smiled faintly. Relax, the child's father. Gao Li. No, wait, who are you calling the child's father? Question mark? Do I know you well? Why are you calling me so intimately? Exclamation mark. Even Constantine, who was weak due to excessive blood loss, looked up in shock. What's going on? Does Gao Li know the Satan of hell? It can only be said that the power of gossip is so strong. You don't talk nonsense. Gao Li was stuck for a while. What child's father? I have nothing to do with you. Lucifer laughed and said, I knew it would be this kind of reaction. It's really funny. But, is there really no connection? Right. Is Xiao Guang okay now? Isn't Xiao Guang your son? If so, then you are naturally the child's father. Constantine was confused when he heard it. Who is Xiao Guang? Did Gao Li get married and have children without him knowing? It's too fast. Less than a year. Gao Li frowned and said, Xiao Guang is indeed my son, but the point is not here, but the ambiguous name of the child's father should be. Lucifer interrupted, Xiao Guang is not only your son, but also my son, so it is natural for me to call you the child's father. What are you talking about? Gao Li frowned even deeper. Xiao Guang is clearly from the origin of the giant beast, and if you insist, he is also his child. Isn't that right? Lucifer said calmly, the giant beast is both me and not me, related to me, and unrelated to me. Although Lucifer's words sounded like a tongue twister, Gao Li understood the general meaning. The giant beast is likely to have a close connection with Lucifer. In short, the child born from the origin of the giant beast is naturally my son, the most orthodox son of hell. This is really the best joke in the universe. As Lucifer spoke, he was full of laughter and looked at Gao Li with great satisfaction. It's a brilliant idea to make the son of hell become the son of God. Is there anything more ridiculous than this in the world? Gory Wayne, you are really great. You have accomplished this unprecedented blasphemy. Very good, very good. I like you very much. Upon hearing this, Gory and Constantine were stunned. It is true that the Son of God should be the Son of God on the side of heaven, but Xiao Guang is essentially the son of hell. The attributes of heaven and hell converge in him. This is simply the greatest irony of heaven, and can even be considered a blasphemy and provocation to God. How can Lucifer not be extremely satisfied and ecstatic? Constantine's sluggishness was because he was too shocked, because the conversation between Lucifer and Gory revealed too much information. Wait a minute, it turns out that the plan when the Son of God came was actually a complete failure. The second generation of the Son of God was not born in the green of all things, but was born in Gory for some reason. Why is this so? Exclamation mark. As for the reason for Lucifer's ecstasy, Constantine needs to understand it more deeply. He vaguely heard that the reason why Lucifer rebelled against heaven was that God forced all the archangels to kneel down before the Son of God, Jesus. The Son of God who was once forced to kneel down and worship has now become his own son. Even Lucifer couldn't think of anything more pleasing to him than this. So that's it. When Lucifer mentioned the two extra family members, did he mean Gao Li and the Son of God, Light? He asked me which of his children I was talking about, and he was also asking about Mammon or Light. Constantine quickly understood everything, and Gao Li also sorted out the situation at the scene in the chaos. In other words, not only did he inexplicably develop a deep relationship with Hell Satan, but he also inadvertently helped Lucifer blaspheme God and heaven? How could this be? Question mark? Although Gao Li felt a headache, Lucifer was in a good mood and walked to the side of the fallen Gabriel while humming a song. He bent down to pick up the spear of Longinus and played with it in his hand. Come to think of it, I haven't given a newborn gift to my son, whom I've never met. Why not use this? The spear of destiny stained with his brother's blood. No, it's too funny. Lucifer laughed like a devil, glanced at Gao Li's lost drive and shining memory, and then rubbed the spear of Longinus. But if I really give it directly to that stupid son, I guess it's useless at this stage except for him using it as a stick to run around. You can use it first. After saying that, Lucifer threw the spear of Longinus over, and Gao Li caught it subconsciously. What is this? Gao Li's pupils shrank. The Spear of Destiny, which was transformed by Lucifer, was full of the technological style of the Kamen Rider W series. If you want to make an analogy, it is very similar to the supporting weapon of Kamen Rider W when using the metal memory, and there is even a slot on it that can load memory, just like the giant fierce beast back then. Just seeing it for the first time, he almost understood all the knowledge of Jaya memory and lost drive. Infinitely close to omniscience and omnipotence. The giant fierce beast at that time also showed the same power. With just one blow to Gao Li, he fully understood and absorbed the night magic system, so he could rub the phantom magic with his hands. And the moment his palm touched the spear of destiny, Gao Li also instantly received the information in it, and he couldn't help being excited. Because the spear of destiny, which was transformed by Lucifer, is a holy object, it is very compatible with the shining memory, which also comes from the sacred concept, and can fully receive the ability of the shining memory. This makes the spear of destiny almost an exclusive weapon of the shining memory, with the shining memory's immunity to temperature, and can even be inserted into the shining memory to perform the ultimate drive. In other words, the original shining memory is only a nearly invincible defense. As long as the enemy fails to stimulate an attack that is infinitely close to absolute zero or higher than the quasar temperature, it cannot break the defense. Now with the spear of destiny, Gao Li has a nearly invincible attack power. If the enemy's defense temperature is not lower than 273 degrees, or higher than 1 billion degrees, it will be directly ignored by the spear of destiny, and regarded as non-existent defense. Even without actual combat, Gao Li also understands that this ability is really too strong. Attacking is fine, but who would cool down, or heat up their defense for no reason? If Gao Li can hold the current spear of destiny and fight Gabriel again, it will be easy for him to win. It seems that you are very satisfied with my gift. Then the next step is your reward. The child's father, you have let out a sigh of relief for me. I really don't know how to reward you. Lucifer licked his lips, circled around Gao Li, and suddenly put his arm on Gao Li's shoulder affectionately. Gao Li got goosebumps immediately, and almost thought that Lucifer was going to say that the reward was that he would give himself to him. If that's the case, then there's no need. Ahem, Mr. Lucifer, I only have the spear of destiny. If you have nothing else, please go back. Gao Li considered his words. After all, he had just received a great gift from Lucifer, so he didn't want to say anything too harsh. Besides, Lucifer's strength was too strong. Even with the spear of destiny, Gao Li had no confidence in defeating him, so it was better not to fight. No, how can there be no reward for such a blasphemy and humiliation of heaven? Lucifer shook his head repeatedly. This is a feat that countless demons in hell dream of day and night, but even the devil can't do it. Gao Li was ashamed to hear this. It's not that I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. If God's body is really provoked by then, it will be an enemy more terrifying than your Satan in hell. Well, let's do this. I have thought of the most suitable reward, and at the same time I can give God that old bastard a slap in the face. It's really fun. Lucifer's eyes swept over Gabriel, and the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. Gao Li didn't understand what he meant. The next moment, he saw Lucifer pointing his finger at Gabriel. Gabriel, who was unconscious, suddenly let out a shrill wail. My origin. No. Lucifer, you can't do this. Shut up, Gabriel. I never want to see you again. Lucifer smiled coldly, then clenched his fist, and Gabriel's whole body exploded, leaving only a flickering ball of light in the air. This ball of light was different from the divine power that Gabriel had previously expelled from his body. It gave people a more concentrated and solid feeling, as if it contained all the truths in the world. Do you know what this is? The child's father? Lucifer asked, and seemed not to want to wait for Gao Li to answer, and continued to talk to himself. If you use a term that is easier for you to understand, you can regard it as Gabriel's godhood, or the condensation of power. This is simply ridiculous. Gabriel violated the teachings of God, resulting in God's power being almost gone, which gave me the opportunity to peel it off so easily. In the final analysis, everything is Gabriel's own fault. But no matter what, Gabriel is still a supreme being, so this godhood power will be awarded to you, right? Gao Li was slightly moved, but when he thought about the involvement of heaven behind the scenes, it might bring countless troubles, so he immediately waved his hand and said, no, I didn't ask for your opinion. Lucifer had the tone of a domineering president. He would not consider any trouble from heaven. It is better to say that Lucifer just likes to hear anything that blasphemes and insults heaven. As he spoke, time froze for a moment again, and the power of the Godhead also took this opportunity to be directly poured into Gao Li's body. To be precise, it was the Yinglang in Gao Li's body. What the hell is this? Yinglang screamed and was wrapped in the brilliant golden light. He felt infinite power bursting in his body, and his body also evolved, and his whole body became as shiny as gold. Well, it seems to be a perfect match with your other power. Lucifer nodded with satisfaction. Otherwise, the dignified lord of magic power, the combat power is really a bit embarrassing. Gao Li was also very surprised. He could clearly sense that the endless style had been improved again, and the endless magician ring had also changed. Now it should be called Endless Golden Yinglang. Previously, Gao Li only had the supreme status, but he could not match the strength of the supreme. Fortunately, Gabriel also fell to the half-step supreme, so Gao Li could fight him on equal terms. Now, after being infused with Gabriel's power and divine authority, Gao Li, as the Lord of the Endless, has finally successfully reached the Supreme Realm, and has become a true Supreme Being. Chapter 130 To Crush the God King of Naboo. Perfect. Lucifer clapped his hands, and admired his masterpiece carefully. Originally, it would be impossible for anyone else to gain power in this way so easily, let alone absorb it 100% like you. But, Lucifer laughed evilly, who asked heaven to have the Son of God come again. As a result, there are new father and mother, which is completely their own fault. Lucifer's meaning is very simple. Whether Gabriel's power is God's power or his own power, strictly speaking, it belongs to heaven, and has the power mark of heaven. In other words, it has heaven's intellectual property rights, and others cannot use it perfectly, even if they get it. However, Gao Li is different. In the matter of the Son of God's coming, he was the one who operated the creation of the phantom magic throughout the process, left the mark on the origin of God, and created the phantom magic of the night. Whether it is the natural or supernatural in the prophecy, it is all from Gao Li's hands, which is equivalent to the dual person of father and mother, all gathered in Gao Li. This gave Gao Li a very high authority in the heaven system, and he could take over Gabriel's power as smoothly as silk, without even the slightest rejection reaction. Having said that, the power of a truly supreme being was too huge, and Lucifer forcefully stuffed it into his body, and Gao Li felt like his body was about to explode. He had to spend all his energy to suppress and digest Gabriel's power, and after appreciating it, Lucifer happily walked back to Constantine. I told you I'm good to you. Look at how much benefit your good friend has gained. Constantine smiled weakly. Aren't you giving benefits to your family? That's true. Lucifer shrugged. Who made him do something that no devil in hell could do? Constantine coughed. By the way, what about that girl? What did you do to her? Who knows? Lucifer smiled evilly. Do you have time to worry about others? Let her rest in peace. Constantine whispered. It was to let her rest in peace that I summoned you to deal with Gabriel. Oh, that scum Constantine is willing to sacrifice himself to let her go to heaven? Seeing Constantine nodded, Lucifer took a deep breath. Because he met Gao Li, he was in a good mood today. Okay, no problem, we have a deal. Then it's time for us to leave, John. Lucifer hummed a little song from hell, violently grabbed Constantine's wrist, and began to drag him out. However, after dragging for a few steps, Lucifer felt that Constantine in his hand was getting heavier and heavier, and finally pressed a big hole in the ground, making Lucifer unable to drag it. What's going on? Lucifer's face changed. Not to mention the weight that pressed a big hole in the ground, it was easy for Lucifer to drag the earth, so he should not be able to drag Constantine. Looking at the entire universe, even if other gods came, it would be impossible for Lucifer to be in such a predicament. Only one kind of power can achieve this effect, the power of the bastard old god. Is it a call from heaven? Lucifer gritted his teeth. This shouldn't be. John Constantine committed suicide, and he shouldn't be able to go to heaven, unless. In the next second, Lucifer suddenly thought of something, and clenched his teeth. By the way, Constantine was not simply committing suicide. He summoned Lucifer in the form of suicide, in order to save Angela and all mankind. In other words, it is sacred self-sacrifice. As expected, holy light appeared behind Constantine, and the space there changed, as if it was directly connected to heaven, surrounded by golden clouds and hymns. Constantine's body, which was originally deep in the ground, slowly floated up, and flew towards heaven. He even showed a smug smile. You finally fell into my trap, Lucifer. No. This soul belongs to me. Constantine did not answer, but just raised his middle finger to Lucifer. However, Lucifer was not so easy to deal with. He used his supreme power to forcibly stop Constantine, and whispered in his ear, "Don't dream, John Constantine. I want you to live until the day when I harvest your soul. You will live. Only in this way can you prove that your soul will always belong to hell." As soon as the voice fell, Lucifer's hand suddenly inserted into Constantine's body, causing Constantine to scream in pain. Constantine felt that the pain of his whole life combined was not even 1/10,000th of what he felt at this moment. However, Lucifer's power was also very effective. Constantine's originally dying injuries were completely healed in the blink of an eye. Not only did the symptoms of blood loss disappear, but the whole person was very healthy, only his spirit was greatly tormented. After doing all this, Lucifer threw Constantine away, and his whole face became extremely gloomy. Lucifer, whose mood became worse, did not stay, and disappeared on the spot after a cold snort. Lucifer's breath is gone. The God King of Naboo in the Tower of Destiny was the first to notice it, and suddenly the whole god became brave again, thinking that he was very capable. "Let's go," to support the battlefield. With a flash of golden light, the God King of Naboo took everyone and teleported to the sky above the hospital. Below, everyone could feel the extremely obvious breath of Gabriel, which was as dazzling as a bright light in the dark night. Gabriel's power seems to be being suppressed, and it has been suppressed to the bottom, with almost no possibility of turning over. God King Naboo sensed the situation of Gabriel's power at the first time, and was refreshed again. This was definitely the Lord of the Endless taking action to suppress Gabriel. Lord of the Endless, you did a good job. In this way, fighting Gabriel is basically a favorable situation, and the Lord of the Endless can lead him. When God King Naboo thought of this, he showed a majestic aura on his face and shouted solemnly, "Gabriel, you are causing trouble in the world. As the Archangel of Heaven, you dare to join forces with the Devil of Hell. Today, in the name of the Lord of Order, I, God King Naboo, will never allow you to do evil in the material world. This is my duty as a guardian." Gabriel is now like a candle in the wind, and he is almost defeated. Having said that, God King Naboo still stacked a lot of armor first, and after making a disclaimer, he brazenly attacked with all his strength. However, this was very impressive in the eyes of the magic masters. The God King Naboo showed the demeanor of the leader of the Order God system, and he was worthy of being the pinnacle of the human god of law. The God King Naboo put his hands together, and a large number of Egyptian crosses mixed with chains fell from the sky. The terrifying power seemed to suppress the space below. Is there an enemy? Gao Li, who was suppressing and digesting Gabriel's power with all his mind, was startled. His body reaction and the outside world instinctively sensed the attack, so he reflexively counterattacked. Boom. The endless magic power rendered in gold surged out, mixed with Gabriel's power, and rushed straight into the sky. This earth-shattering wave was like a tsunami, and it broke through the attack of the God King Naboo in an instant. After all, it not only contained Gabriel's power that was not weaker than that of the God King Naboo, but also had the characteristics of the endless style of disintegration and dissipation of magic. As a god of law who was promoted from a human magician, the proportion of magic in the power of the God King Naboo was particularly large, and he was particularly affected. Just face to face, the power of order was completely defeated. The following development was also natural. Not only was his power stronger than that of the God King Naboo, but he was also very restrained by the power of order. Gao Li's counterattack with a wave of his hand directly blasted the God King Naboo away. Hungry. The God King Naboo screamed uncontrollably, and the whole god rolled over, and was knocked hundreds of meters away, unable to stop. The magic masters were all stunned to watch this scene. What level of power was this? The dignified God King Naboo couldn't even resist. Question mark? Who is attacking me? The enemy attack was imminent, and Gao Li naturally could not let his body instinctively fight back, but reluctantly divided some of his energy to the outside world. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the Lord of the Endless walking out step by step, full of oppression. The breath coming from the Lord of Infinity was, oh my god. That's Gabriel's breath. Oh my god. Did the Lord of Infinity devour Gabriel? Gabriel is so miserable. Has he been defeated? Everyone was even more dumbfounded. It turned out that the power of Gabriel is sensed was emitted from the body of the Lord of Infinity. No wonder he seemed to be suppressed to the extreme. He was swallowed up by the Lord of Infinity. How could he not be suppressed and submissive? Is this the end of the defeat of the Supreme? So cruel. Boston was sweating coldly and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Sagan was also sweating profusely. He didn't expect that even the dignified Angel King on Earth, facing the Lord of Magic, could not escape the fate of being eaten up. Moreover, the Lord of Magic didn't seem to care about the reaction of heaven at all. It can be said that he is absolutely skilled and daring. Respected Lord of the Endless, it was all a misunderstanding just now. We are here to stop Gabriel, so. Seijochi was the fastest to react and quickly explained to Gori. At this time, everyone woke up from their dream and trembled with fear. The God King of Naboo, who led them just now, actually attacked the Lord of the Endless. If this is not explained quickly, it is uncertain how many people can return alive today. Although the Supreme God King of Naboo is also present, the magic world generally believes that the Lord of the Endless is stronger than the God King of Naboo just from the performance of the giant beast awakening. After all, the performance of the two in front of the giant beast is completely different. Just watching the Lord of the Endless take action, everyone can confirm this in their hearts. Didn't you see that the God King of Naboo, who was so powerful before, couldn't even take a move from the Lord of the Endless? It was obviously the God King of Naboo who attacked with full momentum first. So that's how it is. Well, ignorance is not a crime. Gao Li quickly understood the details and said lightly. The Magic Masters breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thanked themselves for having cooperated with the Lord of Infinity before. Perhaps he was so easy to talk to because of this. Is it actually the God King of Naboo who was knocked away by me? I haven't completely absorbed and digested Gabriel's power yet, but I have such power. This can be regarded as a side confirmation of my strength. Gao Li was actually thinking secretly. Although he didn't know how heaven would react to this matter, since he had already obtained Gabriel's power, Gao Li couldn't spit it out again. He could only take it one step at a time. At least from the brief fight with the God King of Naboo just now, he is still very strong now. In fact, this is mainly because Gao Li, as the Lord of Magic, has too much restraint on the God King of Naboo. Magic is a very magical power. Divine power is not an advanced version of magic. Magic and divine power are on the same level. When combined, they form the God's realm, one of the 7 powers of creation. The magic of magic is that it can be integrated with almost any form of energy, becoming one of its components and enhancing it. It can be called the most versatile and universal energy. This is why no matter whether it is the God King Naboo, the giant beast, or Gabriel, as long as they are related to the magic world, they basically have a portion of magic. Especially for a god of law like the God King Naboo, magic is the most important thing mixed in the power of order, and the more important magic is in its power, the more it will be restrained by Gori. After a moment of fighting with Gori, the God King Naboo also deeply understood this, so he has not flown back until now. The main reason is that he feels very embarrassed, and his previous performance is really too embarrassing. However, he can never beat the Lord of the Endless. He can't be tough in front of Gori, but he can't lose face and give in to the Lord of the Endless in front of the Magic Masters. After all, the Order God system is the leader of human wizards, and it is almost the dream of all human wizards after becoming gods. They are all proud to join the Order God system. As the master of the Order God system, the God King Naboo had been in such a flattering environment for too long, and his self-esteem was hard. He was most afraid that he would lose value in front of human mages. Fortunately, the Magic Masters basically understood the character of the God King Naboo. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Seijochi led everyone to pay a salute to Gori again. Since Gabriel, who threatened the material world, has been solved by you, we express our sincere gratitude to you, and then we will take our leave first. Gori nodded slightly, which was considered a promise. Everyone was relieved immediately, and the God King Naboo seemed to have found a step down. He nodded and saluted to Gori in the air to show respect, and then waved his hand to transfer himself and everyone away. Gori didn't want to stay there for too long. After all, there were the auras of 5 Supremes, Mammon, Gori, Gabriel, Lucifer, and Nabu, left here at the same time, which would soon attract the attention of the entire universe. The 5 Supreme Ones, especially the Lord of Magic and the most powerful Satan of Hell, cannot be ignored by any force. Chapter 133, Changes in the Marvel Universe. After a long time, Constantine woke up in the bed of a single ward. As soon as he opened his eyes, Constantine saw Gao Li playing with a golden ring by the window. Gao Li, oh, you're awake. Gao Li looked at him. Don't worry, I've done a comprehensive checkup on you, and you're in great health. I have to say that Master Lu's craftsmanship is really good. Constantine woke up a little, and his memories came back like a tide. Where's Angela? You're really a romantic man, caring about your girlfriend right from the start. Gao Li teased. Don't worry about this one, she's also been rescued. Constantine nodded, and then heard Gao Li complaining, but you're really too bold. Before I came here, I didn't know I would have to face an opponent of Lucifer's level. If he had known, Gao Li would have left in advance. An enemy as dangerous as Hell Satan is not something he can provoke at this stage. Constantine smiled slightly and said, how can he be your opponent? Judging from the results, isn't Lucifer a family member who has given you great benefits? You and Satan of Hell are a family. Don't tell jokes about hell. Gao Li rolled his eyes. You must not have known about this before you summoned Lucifer, right? Otherwise, you would have come to tease me a long time ago. Constantine couldn't refute, but just sighed and said, this is also a helpless move. You saw how dangerous the situation was at that time, right? No, it should be said that it was your personal experience. Although you can fight with Gabriel, Gabriel doesn't need to entangle with you. He just needs to find an opportunity to pierce Angela with the Spear of Longinus. It's as simple as that. Gao Li complained. So in order to deal with the threat of Mammon descending on the material world, the method you chose is to let the greater threat Lucifer descend on the material world. Constantine shook his head and said, I didn't choose this randomly. I had speculated before that Lucifer may have had some agreement with the old god, so that he cannot interfere with the material world with power at will. Think about it, I'm such a notorious person in hell, and I even offended Lucifer, so that he couldn't wait to come and collect my soul when I was dying. How could I have lived to this day without being killed by Lucifer? Gao Li touched his chin and thought that this was the truth. After all, with Constantine's strength, he would be killed easily by any supreme being, let alone a supreme among supreme beings like Lucifer. So I think the worst outcome is that he really takes my soul away, but it will not bring any other harm, and it can also stop Gabriel and Mammon. Besides, it's not like I don't have a plan. Look, I successfully tricked Lucifer again. Even if it's the second worst outcome, it's just that I really die and my soul goes to heaven. You are really skilled and bold, Gao Li exclaimed. You are actually betting that Lucifer would rather heal you first and let you survive, because he doesn't want your soul to go to heaven. Constantine smiled proudly. In fact, this inspiration comes from the fact that the Legion of Eternal Punishment forcibly healed me. Who says that the power of hell can only hurt people? I will use the power of hell to save myself. After that, Constantine looked at the endless gold magician's ring in Gao Li's hand again. Let's not talk about me first. Aren't you extremely bold? Did you really absorb Gabriel's power? It seems to be so for now. Heaven hasn't come to cause trouble for the time being, but it will take me some time to fully digest it. After all, the power of a supreme being is still huge. Then aren't you simply stained with the mark of heaven's power? Constantine frowned. Although I have the extra power of Gabriel, I also paid the price of carrying a debt. Gao Li shook his finger. Then you are underestimating this dignified Lord of Magic. When it comes to sensing and researching the mark of power, who can be more professional than the Lord of Magic? Under normal circumstances, what you said would happen, but it's an exception in my case, because I have a very high status in heaven. Why has no one been able to crack the power debt so far? That's because this mark is a bit like an impenetrable security system, but I don't need to break the security system of the heaven mark. Because of the Holy Father and the Holy, ahem. In short, you can understand that, because I have a very high status, I'm equivalent to holding extremely high authority close to the administrator level. As he said, Gao Li tossed the endless golden magician ring in his hand and let it turn into magic and dissipate. In this way, I will directly land in the core area of the heavenly power seal through a formal way, and then I can play my specialty as the Lord of Magic. The reason why I need to spend a long time digesting and absorbing is because I want to slowly wear away and replace the heavenly power seal with my own magic debt mark. This is not the first time I have done something like marking the power of God. It can be said that I'm familiar with it. What's more, the purity of Gabriel's power is far less than that of the god's origin of the giant beast. Constantine understood what he said. Is this the so-called the strongest fortress is often breached from the inside? This is also normal. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Gao Li would rather not have Gabriel's power than let himself bear such a big risk in vain. In fact, the principle is simple, but it actually depends on many coincidences, such as my special status in the heaven system, my identity as the Lord of Magic, and Gabriel's violation of God's teachings at the time, which led to his near degeneration. Plus, this power was stripped away by the hands of Hell Satan himself. Lucifer certainly would not tolerate any connection between the things he handled and heaven. Even if there was, it must have been cut off by him long ago. All these factors combined made it easier for me to replace the power mark. Gao Li stood up and made a summary, then pushed the door and prepared to leave. I have already paid for your hospitalization and examination fees. You can be discharged directly when you can walk by yourself. Then I will leave first. Back at the headquarters of the hidden group, Gao Li sat in a comfortable boss chair and began to count the gains during this period. In fact, there is no need to count, because from the end of the advent of the Son of God to the present 6 months, Gao Li's main gain is to accumulate an SS level reward in the system. It is normal to think about it carefully. During this period, Gao Li did not do anything earth-shattering, but he killed many of Batman's lifelong enemies. But for example, the Joker is famous, but because of his identity as Batman's lifelong enemy, even if he is allowed to survive, the main place he will cause trouble in the future will most likely be limited to Gotham. The other supervillains of Batman are basically the same, so it does not have much impact on the world. As for the matter of Gabriel and Mammon, judging from Constantine's operation of summoning Lucifer, even if Gao Li did not intervene, he could still rely on Lucifer to stop Gabriel and Mammon in the end, and the result would be similar. It may be necessary to add some of the continued influence brought by the Fedian group, and it would be great if it could be merged into an SS level lottery in the end. Start drawing. Wait, don't rush to draw the lottery, let's draw it after returning to Marvel. Gao Li forcibly stopped his desire to draw the lottery. If he drew any physical rewards, he would not be able to bring them back to the Marvel world. That's right, it has been more than a year since Constantine came to the DC world from the Marvel world, and Gao Li has the idea of going back to take a look. Although he has developed powerful powers in both worlds, and most of them are applicable to both worlds, the DC world is still overwhelmingly stronger. The Endless style, now it should be called the Endless Golden Yinglang style. Gao Li can use it at will in the DC world, but he can only use it 3 times at most in the Marvel world. No, it should not be used 3 times now. After all, after the upgrade, the proportion of magic power required for the Endless Golden Yinglang style to transform once has increased, and my soul capacity has not increased. It is difficult to say how many times I can carry it to transform. Gao Li fell into deep thought. This is like the file size of the Endless Golden Yinglang style has increased, but the capacity of the soul hard disk carrying magic power is still the same, so the number of files that can be loaded has naturally decreased. There is also another copy of the strongest power shining memory in Gao Li's hand, which is a physical memory that cannot be taken away and traveled. Although Gao Li can also use the technology of Jaya memory in the Marvel world, he doesn't know where to extract the concept from. Maybe he can extract the concept from the Infinity Stone. Although I also have a powerful power like the insect meter in the Marvel world, I'm still far inferior to the DC world in terms of trump cards. I will take this reward with me and use it. After Gao Li made up his mind, he began to prepare for the journey to the Marvel world. The first thing was to infuse magic power into his soul. As Gao Li expected, the volume of magic power required for the infinite golden Yinglang to transform once was too large. This time, he could only put in enough for one transformation at most. The remaining capacity could be filled with other magic power to perform some small magics, and then Gao Li's soul would be completely full. After that, he lay down in the life support cabin again and closed his eyes. Crossover. Start. It was the familiar feeling of sinking into the deep sea again. Gao Li slowly sank to the bottom, then floated up again and opened his eyes. He was back on the long river of time again. What should I do next? Gao Li thought about it for a while, and anyway, he would draw a prize first. This was the first time he had the experience of drawing a prize outside the timeline. Start drawing. The lottery machine appeared in front of him, and after a quick flash, it turned into a light spot in Gao Li's hand. It was actually a physical reward. This is. Gao Li's eyes condensed, and he showed an extremely interested look. This is another field he has never touched before, and it is very worthwhile to study. What appeared in Gao Li's hand was a black card box with a golden dragon head relief on the front of the card box. It was the card box that could transform into Kamen Rider Ryuki. As for the V-belt buckle, which is the belt driver of Kamen Rider Ryuki, it is basically related to the card box. It will appear automatically when you look in the mirror. This is also good, at least it saves Gao Li the effort of reverse research on the driver. It's worthy of being an SS level reward. It gives a complete set of usable physical rewards at once. It's different from the previous desired driver. Even the contracted beast has been found. Gao Li took out an advent card from the card box, on which was clearly printed a roaring oriental dragon. It was the contracted mirror world monster dragon Crimson, commonly known as the unparalleled dragon. Not bad, although it can't keep up with my version in terms of strength. It has a unique skill mirror world shuttle. Gao Li played with the card box in his hand, and then looked at the timeline behind him, and a plan came to his mind. Why not? After thinking about it, Gao Li directly entered the timeline. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to enter the world from outside the long river of time. The first thing Gao Li did after entering was not to meet up with Tony, but to cancel the transformation of Beyond Kabuto and walk through the streets and alleys to feel whether there was any difference between this and before he left. Through the previous super time and space battle with Ancient One, Gori found that he could change the trajectory of history in real time. I wonder what changes will it bring. If you think about it carefully, everything I did in Hydra, including the establishment of Great Shocker and the hatred of Hydra, is basically hidden in the dark side of the world that the people don't know. It shouldn't have much impact on the surface. Gori pinched his chin and thought about it. Anyway, the Red Skull was sucked away by the Cosmic Cube, and the collapse and disintegration of Hydra was a foregone conclusion. Even if Wakanda's hatred was pulled, it would only speed up the progress. In the end, World War II will still end with the defeat of the Axis powers. So at present, the biggest difference is probably 2 points. The first is the establishment of the World Tree Consortium, and the second is that Captain America and the Winter Soldier are gone. Among them, Captain America has never appeared, but because the Red Skull was also dealt with by Gori in advance, there is no evil plan for the bombing later, and there is no need for Steve to sacrifice himself to stop the Red Skull. As for the Winter Soldier, doesn't that mean Tony's dad doesn't have to die? This should be a good thing for Tony. I'll go check it out later. No, just search it online and you'll know. After all, Howard Stark is a well-known public figure, and his death will be recorded. Then there is the World Tree Foundation. After shopping for a while, Gori probably saw the mark left by the World Tree Foundation in the Marvel Universe. The most obvious change is that many brands of household products have the World Tree logo. Apart from that, there is not much difference for the time being. After all, the World Tree Foundation, only makes civilian products. Even if there is no World Tree Foundation, there will be other companies making these civilian products. After roughly sorting it out, Gori took a step forward. Let's go find Tony first. Chapter 134 Masked Rider Ryuki. In order to ensure that he has enough time to modify the past, Gori chose to enter the timeline 3 months after his initial battle with the Ancient One and his disappearance. In this way, there will be 3 months of history in the middle, when Gori does not exist, so that when necessary, Gori can enter that period of time through hyper-time transformation to modify the past. At this moment, in the newly renovated Tony building, Tony Stark stood in the high-tech laboratory with a frown, and in the laboratory, various wonderful devices and electronic instruments were scattered around. Various complex charts and data flashed on the projection screen, and the crystallization of modern technology was depicted in the interweaving of light and shadow. Tony shuttled through every corner of the laboratory, and the blueprints and data in his hand danced at his fingertips, as if writing an epic of technological miracles. He was conducting a groundbreaking experiment, developing a set of iron battle suits. However, the motivation for developing new technology this time was far more than before. Master, Tony whispered to himself, with an indelible shadow on his face. In the past, Tony thought he was omnipotent in the field he was good at, but the disappearance of Gory aroused his unprecedented vigilance. On the way to find Gory, Tony began to study in depth. Gradually, Tony discovered that the power he saw in the surveillance that day was so ancient and huge, far beyond the boundaries he thought he had mastered. According to the information collected from various places, there are actually such beings as mages in the world. Tony's vision has therefore expanded further, and his mind has been running fast, because he has realized that the mysteries of the world are far beyond his imagination. The bald man, that day must be an extremely powerful mage, right? What did he do to Gory? Tony muttered to himself, and his thoughts gradually became clear like lightning. The world is so big that it exceeds his previous imagination, hiding countless special existences and special powers. Relying only on the power Tony originally possessed, he couldn't even figure out what happened that day. When he realized this, Tony was no longer satisfied with his own technological power. He needed more extra power than before. Thinking of this, Tony took a deep breath and stared at the blueprints and design drawings in the laboratory. During these 3 months, Tony's search for Gao Li can be said to be tracing the power of the mysterious wizard at the same time, thinking about how to break through the existing limitations with scientific and technological means. And the answer he finally got, although Tony was reluctant to admit it, it was actually very similar to the Kamen Rider developed by Gao Li. The Kamen Rider that Gao Li once developed became Tony's source of inspiration. Through unremitting efforts during this period, Tony finally completed his new work. The machines in the laboratory began to operate, various metal and electronic parts were assembled together, and the shape of the steel suit gradually appeared. It was shining and full of new energy. Finally, the new steel suit was completed. Tony stood in the center of the laboratory, staring at the steel suit full of mysterious light in a trance, and the reactor on the chest of the suit emitted a blue glow. "This is my answer," Tony muttered to himself, and clenched his fists, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. Every component of the steel suit is the crystallization of his wisdom and a breakthrough in the mystery of the world. This steel suit will be his most powerful weapon to face unknown challenges. Just when Tony was determined, Jarvis' voice rang out. "Mr. Stark, there's a visitor." "No, I'm busy. I think it's better for you to meet him," Jarvis said. "It's Mr. Gary Parker who's here." Tony. He was stunned for a moment. Wait, who did you say it was? Gary, who had been looking for 3 months without any results, suddenly came back by himself? Exclamation mark. Tony looked at the surveillance footage sent by Jarvis, and it was really Gary. Outrageous. Let him come up. Tony just finished speaking, and then hurriedly said, "Oh, by the way, put away the Iron Man suit, don't let him see it first." Tony seriously suspected that with Gary's bad character, the first thing he did when he saw the Iron Man suit was to mock him for plagiarizing his Kamen Rider. That's absolutely not the case. At most, he just referred to the inspiration. After a confused moment, Tony thought of another possibility. Was the visitor really Gary? Could it be someone else in disguise? This question was terminated by Tony himself after meeting Gary and chatting for 10 minutes. Very good. Not only did he know something that only he and I knew during scientific research discussions, but in just 10 minutes, he had already made Tony so angry that he wanted to get out of here. Very good. It seems that you have become much more sharp-tongued after not seeing you for 3 months. Tony gritted his teeth for a while, but at least he remembered that he was a reliable adult and forced himself to restrain his emotions. I won't ask any other questions. What exactly happened that day? Gao Li, who was sitting in front of him, stopped teasing and said seriously, "Actually, there's nothing wrong with telling you. I have solved that matter anyway. I guess with your ability, you can probably find out some information after 3 months of investigation, such as Kamatage, a gathering place for some wizards. I did find Kamatage." Tony frowned, "but I don't know if it's the so-called magical power that is interfering. When I really wanted to find Kamatage, I found nothing." Gao Li nodded and said, "It's no wonder. After all, there are still many strange spells in Kamatage. Anyway, it's enough for you to know Kamatage. The bald man who attacked that day was the Ancient One, the leader of the Kamatage wizards. As for the reason why he attacked me, I'm not too sure, but because of some accidents, he didn't succeed in the end. Instead, he accidentally teleported me to an alien civilization." Gao Li did not tell the truth completely, but spoke very vaguely. This was to avoid further changes to the absolute time point, and to facilitate the effective repair of time and space if any accidents occurred in the future. After all, if the future finds that Tony needs to know the absolute time point, then he only needs to travel back to tell Tony. But if the future finds that Tony cannot know the absolute time point, it will be difficult to erase Tony's memory. Therefore, it is a safer choice not to tell Tony at this stage, and Gao Li is not completely lying. He did go to an alien civilization. Alien civilization? Tony was really surprised. Are there really aliens? Yes, not only there are, but there are a lot of them. I got a lot of new technology because of this, and then I came back to kill the Ancient One, and then I came to find you. Gao Li spoke lightly, but the content was really hard for Tony to digest. It felt so light and there was no sense of reality. Anyway, I just came here to tell you that I'm fine, and to tell you one more thing. I can't join Stark Industries. Tony's attention was diverted. Why? Because some time ago I found out that I actually have a very rich distant relative, and he made a will designating me as the heir, and I'm going home to inherit the family business. Huh, that's nothing. Tony said disdainfully. No matter how rich your relative is, how rich can he be? What family business can compare to the $50 million annual salary I offer? Gory said lightly. That family business is called World Tree Consortium. I believe you have heard of it, and even used World Tree's products. Tony's eyes widened suddenly. World Tree Consortium? Exclamation mark. Is it the World Tree Consortium that used to scam our Stark Industries? Gory. This is Gory's turn to be speechless. Is this the only thing you Stark family remember about World Tree Consortium? Gory was too lazy to talk to him anymore, so he stood up and said goodbye and left, leaving Tony with a lot of questions to ask Gory. Tony was really curious. How did Gory suddenly inherit the World Tree Consortium? How did he get rid of the Ancient One? What was the technology of alien civilization like? But his self-esteem made it difficult for Tony to ask Gory to tell him, like begging someone. In the past, if Tony wanted to know something, he basically relied on himself. He firmly believed that his own wisdom could solve everything. Gory didn't care about Tony's inner thoughts. He did have a lot of things to do. At the time of World War II, Gory had completed all the legal procedures and legal documents before the Ancient One came to ensure that he could obtain the World Tree Consortium in the future. According to the plan jointly formulated by several top lawyers, Gory only needed to be a distant relative of Rigido Noah at this time to obtain the shares left to him. While doing these things, Gory also searched for news about Howard Stark and found that he died when Tony was young. This made Gao Li frown, and he once suspected whether there was any revision of history or the convergence of the world line, but it was not surprising after thinking about it carefully. In the original history, Howard's death was not due to the personal grudge between the Winter Soldier and him, but simply because the Winter Soldier's goal in carrying out the mission was to kill him. Hydra is such a large organization, and of course there are more than just the Winter Soldier. Even without Bucky Barnes, they have a lot of other assassins who can be sent to assassinate Howard. Moreover, assassinating Howard at that time was basically not difficult. In the original history, Bucky simply stopped the car on the mountain road and killed Howard easily. Although it is unknown how the Great Shocker in Hydra was developing at that time, Gao Li did not leave any guidance documents for them to do. It can only be said that everything developed naturally. The next plan is, Gao Li pondered, first, see how the Great Shocker is doing now, and whether it can take over the Great Shocker smoothly. For this investigation, the first entry point that Gao Li can think of is SHIELD. In the past, SHIELD was called Snake Shield, which was a famous nickname. Gao Li often saw it on the internet. However, SHIELD is a professional intelligence organization after all. If Gao Li wants to avoid exposing himself during the investigation, the best way is Kamen Rider Ryuki. Gao Li's eyes lit up. What Kamen Rider can be more suitable for investigating intelligence than Kamen Rider Ryuki, who can enter and exit the mirror world freely? Besides, Gao Li has magic to assist himself, which is completely foolproof. Gao Li did what he said. After completing the legal procedures to inherit most of the shares of the World Tree Consortium, he can start to concentrate on doing this. Tony did send a message to Gao Li yesterday, asking Gao Li if he wanted to travel to the Middle East with him, but Gao Li ignored it directly. It's my first time exploring the mirror world. I'm a little excited when I think about it. Gao Li stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, took out the Ryuki card box, and looked at it in the mirror. The next second, something wonderful happened. An image of a V-belt buckle appeared directly in the mirror, and it was buckled around Gao Li's waist while flipping. Transform. Gao Li suddenly inserted the card box into his belt, and the whole set of Dragon Knight armor was directly fed back from the mirror to Gao Li like a copy-paste picture. Get on. Gao Li rushed directly into the mirror, just like jumping into the water, and blended into it smoothly. As soon as he entered the mirror world, Gao Li saw a streamlined vehicle parked in front of him, which was the dry flying shot. This is the night machine that helps Kamen Rider into the mirror world. Since entering the mirror world from the real world will encounter time and space distortion, the dry flying shot is a machine that exists to protect the knight from being hurt in the distortion. I have to say again that it is worthy of being an SS level reward. Not only did it give a full set of contracted beasts, but I didn't expect that even the means of transportation in the mirror world were included. Gao Li was even more delighted when he saw this. This is another research material. With the dry flying shot, Gao Li can not only save a lot of time in the mirror world, but also further explore its principle of traveling back and forth between the real world and the mirror world. If I remember correctly, ordinary people will be decomposed when they enter the mirror world. The night system can last longer, but it cannot stay in the mirror world for a long time. Gao Li got on the dry flying shot and thought about the follow-up actions while driving. It seems that he has to save some time every time he explores intelligence, but with the concealment of magic, it should be enough for him to travel back and forth between the two worlds many times, so as to constantly refresh and reset the duration. After arriving completely inside the mirror world, Gao Li got off the car and turned around. Everything is upside down. If he looks through an object that can reflect light, Gao Li can use it to spy on what is happening outside, and even sound can be transmitted in both directions. In this way, there is a basic condition for easily going anywhere to explore secret intelligence. As long as he moves and listens in the mirror world, no matter how confidential the place is, Gao Li will never be stopped or prevented. This world reminds me of Ancient One's mirror dimension, but the two should only be similar in nature, and not the same world at all, right? Gao Li thought with interest. He could study this aspect in the future. The most urgent task now is to find out the internal situation of SHIELD and Ashoka. Chapter 135 Master Ashoka. After a period of investigation, Gao Li roughly understood the current situation of Hydra. It is not accurate to call it Hydra. Hydra is now just an empty shell. It is called Hydra, but actually is Great Shocker. However, the development of Great Shocker is not inferior to the Hydra in the original time and space. Not only are there people from Great Shocker even in Congress, but SHIELD has been eroded so badly that it is almost taken over by Great Shocker. There are two main leaders of Great Shocker. One is Baron Stella, who is responsible for leading Great Shocker, or the power of the birthplace of the original Hydra. The other is Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council, who is responsible for leading the power of Great Shocker in the world. As for their loyalty and even the loyalty of the top leaders of Great Shocker, this kind of organization with the nature of cult pyramid schemes is the least doubtful. especially when they find that the object of their belief is indeed real. They, who are already close to fanatics, will be so fanatical that they dare not imagine it at all. The rest of Gao Li's work is very simple. Gao Li summoned all the senior cadres of Dashoka through special means. In fact, he asked them to find a litter beside their pillow after they woke up, asking them to gather for a meeting at a specific time. The method was not complicated, but surprisingly effective. After all, the senior officials of Dashoka were not fools, and they certainly understood what it meant. The mysterious man who sent the letter told them in this way that if they wanted to kill them, they could kill them easily. And judging from the people attending the meeting, the list of senior cadres of Dashoka was already in his hands. Therefore, this was both a demonstration and a warning, warning them not to do unnecessary things. Next, Gao Li demonstrated the opening of the Shocker secret box in public, completing the prophecy left behind that year. The only one who can open the Shocker secret box is the founder of Dashoka, the mysterious great master of the most holy and wise, and the leader of Dashoka destined by destiny. This is naturally because Gao Li drank transformation one shot in advance, which temporarily caused the Ophioino factor to appear in his body and completed the detection of the Shocker secret box. But the senior officials of Dashoka all stared with their eyes wide open. You have to know that this Shocker box was created during World War II, but even if they use the most advanced science and technology of today, they can't open it at all. If Gao Li simply completed the prophecy, he might not be able to convince everyone, but coupled with his mysterious methods and overwhelming advantage, that's another matter. Just the way Gao Li sent the letter before was like putting a knife on everyone's neck, but they didn't even have the power to resist. Gao Li took over the Great Shocker, which soon became a matter of course, and also made Gao Li more confident in solving the absolute time point. Although Gao Li failed many times in the ritual of the Witch Night Banquet, it was only the deduction of the mental space after all, not real, and it didn't mean that the absolute time point must be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, Gao Li now has the biggest advantage, which he could not match, no matter how many times he came back in the mental space at that time, that is. Gao Li really has a huge organization in his hands. This is something that cannot be achieved by repeatedly going back in time, and it all depends on Gao Li's layout and preparation many years ago. On the way to count the huge assets of Dashoka, Gao Li saw the news that Tony returned safely from the weapons demonstration in the Middle East. This was also expected by Gao Li, and it can even be said to be taken for granted. Tony, who has successfully developed the Iron Man suit, might as well jump into the sea and commit suicide if he can't even deal with the terrorists. Tony thought he had successfully hidden the secret of developing the Iron Man suit so that Gao Li could not laugh at him for borrowing from Kamen Rider, but he didn't know that Gao Li had already seen it on the timeline. Because Gao Li deliberately left a 3-month gap in the middle of without Gao Li's existence, Tony was not covered by the fog caused by Gao Li's entanglement in those 3 months, and he could see it clearly. As for why Gao Li didn't use this ability to investigate Dashoka, the reason is very simple. The reason why Gao Li can see the timeline is just a byproduct of hyper super time, not that Gao Li himself has the ability to view the timeline. He can only jump out of the long river of time and look down from a bird's eye view. If we only look at the timeline of 1 or 2 people, it can be done. But if we want to use this method to investigate the cause and effect of a supergiant organization with a large number of people, that is unimaginable. It is completely beyond Gao Li's ability. The party scene is full of celebrities and dignitaries. The bright lights are flashing, and the music is echoing in the air. In the crowd, Tony Stark wears a confident smile, always attracting people's attention. As a playboy, Tony is born to be the protagonist of such occasions. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure that he thought could not appear here. "Hey, Gao Li, you look like a lost little lamb. Do you need me to save you?" Tony walked over and raised his eyebrows, jokingly saying. Gao Li raised the glass in his hand boredly. "That's not necessary, but I really don't adapt to such a noisy place." Even in the DC universe, when Bruce held a birthday party, Gao Li stayed in the mansion to accompany Xiao Guang. He really didn't like too noisy environments. "I think so." Tony shrugged. "I never thought you would come to this kind of party." Gao Li sighed. There's no way. Some social interactions in life are always unavoidable, especially when many people invite you. Tony chuckled. Now you can understand my past troubles a little bit, right? As the largest shareholder of the World Tree Consortium, you are just a little bit away from catching up with me, so you can't avoid being noticed by everyone. Congratulations on joining the ranks of capitalists. Then I'm also a conscientious capitalist, the kind who won't hang street lamps. Haven't you heard that the World Tree Consortium benefits the whole world? So many useful home appliances are developed by the World Tree Consortium. This is a lie. In fact, this is a relevant plan and planning book left by Gao Li during World War II. He knows all the useful products that will enter thousands of households in the future, which is enough to ensure that the World Tree Consortium can continue to grow and develop after he leaves. Oh, the conscientious capitalist is like a lost child at the party. Tony laughed. It seems that only someone with my charm can enjoy the joy of being surrounded by thousands of people. You still have a lot to learn. Gao Li twitched his mouth. You are really good at flattering yourself. It really fits your narcissistic style. I have no objection to this. Tony laughed and answered nonchalantly. Narcissistic? No, Gao Li, this is just a fact. Just like my talent and strength, I'm so dazzling, no matter where I am, just like some time ago. Speaking of this, Tony suddenly paused, seeming a little hesitant. Gao Li asked at the right time, did anything happen to you in the Middle East? The news only mentioned it vaguely, without any details. Did you bribe them not to report your embarrassing past? Tony said angrily, nonsense. How was I embarrassed in the Middle East? Well, since you have shown me Kamen Rider, I will also let you know the great invention of this genius. The trip to the Middle East was indeed an unforgettable experience. I was attacked by a group of terrorists. They tried to defeat me with bullets and rockets, thinking they could easily subdue me. Ridiculous. They don't know how powerful the iron suit in my hand is. Gao Li asked knowingly, what's the matter? The iron suit is. Tony puffed out his chest proudly and began to brag about his invention. After introducing the iron suit, he continued to brag about his experience. Oh Gao Li, you don't know, when those guys attacked me, I decisively put on my Iron Man suit and became their biggest nightmare. I soared in the air and used the powerful weapon system of the suit to defeat them. Their attacks were completely ineffective against me, and they couldn't even get close to me. They could only watch me defeat them one by one. Tony became more and more excited as he talked, and in the end he directly invited Gao Li to come to Tony's building to visit the Iron Man suit. Gao Li of course readily agreed. Even though Gao Li has now developed multiple sets of Kamen Riders and has the black technology that can easily beat the Iron Man suit into scrap metal, he will never despise Tony's proud invention. Tony has actually always been curious about what Gao Li called alien technology, and he feels that this is a good opportunity to find out. Days passed by in the technical exchanges between Gao Li and Tony. The more he discussed with Gao Li, the more frustrated Tony felt. Although he was very unconvinced, but Tony had to admit that Gao Li had surpassed him in knowledge and technology. It was only a few months, but Gory seemed to have evolved. Of course, Tony firmly believed that this was only temporary. One day, with his intelligence, he would surpass Gory again. But when this thought came up, Tony subconsciously overlooked one point. Gory would not stay where he was and wait for him. When Tony continued to make progress, Gory would also keep moving forward. At the same time, Gory's plan was being carried out simultaneously. In the initial conversation with Tony at that party, Gory discovered something. Tony Stark was still just Tony Stark. Even if he had the Iron Man suit, he was still essentially the cynical playboy of the past. Tony, who had not experienced any hardships and vigilance, was not the superhero Iron Man that he should become in the future. You know, Iron Man is the representative of a mortal body standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Just like Tony's own realization in the original Time and Space, the Iron Man suit has never been the focus of Iron Man. The focus is on his iron heart. Because of this, whether he has an Iron Man suit or not, Tony Stark is Iron Man. Originally, Gory's disappearance was a major event that could change Tony, but Gory later came back on his own. This meant that the transformation had just begun and had not yet produced results, but it ended abruptly. so Gori planned to create this ordeal himself. What he relied on was naturally the Great Shocker organization that had never existed in the spiritual space. The Great Shocker was full of talents, and there were as many masters in charge of the action as needed, and the weapons and technology used were also the best in the world. However, it was still too much of a stretch to want to fight against the Iron Man suit just by doing this, so the next area was Gori's expertise. He wanted to upgrade the Great Shocker. After taking over the Great Shocker, Gori also brought a lot of updated cutting-edge technology, which had already convinced a group of senior executives. They sincerely believed in the Great Shocker and regarded it as their lifelong career. Naturally, they hoped to see the Great Shocker become stronger and stronger, the stronger the better. However, the infiltration of the secular world by Day Shocker has reached its peak, and as a result, it has obtained the most advanced technology in the world, and its development has therefore fallen into a bottleneck. There is nothing that can be done about it. The current technological level of the Earth has restricted them, but the arrival of Gori has broken the deadlock. Under Gori's leadership, Day Shocker is indeed much more powerful than before, which is visible to the naked eye. And it is getting more and more powerful. When Tony proposed to invite Gori to visit Arizona again, Gori knew that the opportunity had come. In the morning, Tony's private plane was waiting at the airport. "Why are you alone? I thought you would take Miss Potts with you." Gori and Tony walked through the private passage together, still chatting. Tony said helplessly, we had a fight. You know, small frictions are always inevitable." "Of course I know it must be your problem. Miss Potts is much more normal than you." Tony rolled his eyes. If Rod wasn't a busy man, and it was really hard to call him, I really didn't want to travel with you. Gao Li laughed. "It's too late to regret now. Let's go." The two boarded the plane under the blue sky and white clouds. The interior of the plane was luxuriously decorated, and the high-end seats came with massage functions. All the equipment and services made people feel noble and comfortable. After the plane took off, the entertainment system provided a variety of games and movies to choose from, so there was no need to worry about being bored throughout the journey. After arriving at the destination, the luxury fleet came to greet him on time. Tony had already arranged everything in advance. "Come on, let you, a guy who has just gained amazing wealth, see what is the correct way to use wealth." The modified car body shines with a gorgeous luster, showing the owner's extraordinary taste. The car compartment also has luxurious decorations, comfortable seats, exquisite wine cabinets, and car phones and other equipment. This really made Gao Li secretly sigh at Tony's quality of life. Although he was also rich, he didn't study how to enjoy more luxuriously. The car drove out of the city and sped towards the suburbs. The road was lined with green trees and picturesque scenery. Soon after, they arrived at a luxurious villa hidden deep in the forest. This was Tony's private resort, full of mystery. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 How Iron Man was made. The mansion is magnificent and surrounded by beautiful gardens, creating a perfect and peaceful paradise. Senior workers skillfully maintain the beauty of the mansion, making people feel like they are in a paradise. Tony and Gori strolled in the mansion's garden together, admiring various precious artworks and collections, listening to the singing of birds, and feeling the fresh air. Then Tony led Gori to visit the entire mansion, showing his luxury car collection and private museum, and then accompanied by his triumphant explanation. "Gori, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You really should spend more energy on this. This is called life. It's not enough to be rich. You should know how to enjoy life better. I like to pursue the ultimate lifestyle and enjoy the best things in life, so these wealth are just tools for me to realize my dreams and mission." Gori stood on the terrace of the villa, overlooking the forest and lake in the distance, and nodded casually. At this time, all his mind was thinking about the next plan. This place is quite beautiful. It would be a bit unbearable to destroy it. Why not change to another place? The next day, Tony arranged a tour of the Grand Canyon and asked Gao Li to look up at the sky. Tony, you asked for this. There is no place more suitable than there. After a while, Tony drove a luxury car and took Gao Li to the magnificent Grand Canyon. They slowly moved forward along the Grand Canyon scenic line. Under the sunshine, the two admired the magnificent scenery of nature all the way. This place is really too big. Tony took Gao Li along the winding mountain road and slowly drove into the depths of the Grand Canyon. There was no human habitation around. I only saw the beauty of the Grand Canyon on TV before, but I didn't expect it to be more magnificent than I imagined. Gao Li was still in the mood to comment. Just as the two were commenting on the scenery with great interest, a huge explosion suddenly came from the uninhabited part of the Grand Canyon. It seemed that someone had blown up the mountain wall, and then a black fighter jet dropped from the sky and attacked their vehicle. Fuck. What's going on? Are we being attacked? Gory shouted with his realistic acting skills. How come you have enemies everywhere? No way. That's what happens to popular people. Tony gripped the steering wheel tightly and activated the vehicle system at the same time, switching the vehicle to a modified combat mode. But don't worry, Gory, leave it to me this time. Tony said calmly. Blue flames spurted out from the rear of the vehicle, causing it to speed away. At the same time, Tony's wearable armor automatically unfolded from the inside of the vehicle. The iron suit quickly covered Tony's body, providing him with powerful protection and combat capabilities. Jarvis, scan the enemy. Tony ordered. Jarvis began to scan, and the number and location of the enemy were displayed in the helmet, which surprised Tony. So many? Where did they come from? The enemy configuration he scanned alone was enough to carry out a small-scale modern war. Enemies of this level actually appeared in the United States? Are there many enemies? Gao Li asked knowingly. I brought the Kamen Rider system with me just in case, and I put it in the trunk. Do you want to help? No need. No matter what kind of enemy it is, they underestimated my strength. Tony answered calmly and confidently, as if to slap Tony in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, hidden devices on both sides ejected ground-level bombs, which were attached to the bottom of the vehicle at lightning speed. Boom. In the violent explosion, the whole car was blown up on the spot, and the things inside were scattered everywhere. Tony was also blown away in the fire before he could react, and Gao Li also fell more than 10 meters away. Of course, this was the landing point that Gao Li deliberately chose with his strong cyborg physique. He had already calculated the bomb equivalent clearly before the action. In this way, Gao Li and the Kamen Rider system he brought were separated, and there was a reasonable reason not to transform and fight. Gory. Oh, thank God you're okay. Find some cover. Tony was knocked unconscious by the fall, and he immediately went to find Gory after a while. Seeing that Gory seemed to have only a few minor scratches, but was temporarily fine, Tony immediately turned his attention to the attacker. The sky was filled with a tense atmosphere, and the sound of fire and explosions continued to echo in the canyon. With the appearance of Tony, the firepower of the mysterious forces became more fierce. They were equipped with advanced weapon systems and launched devastating attacks on Tony from all directions. Tony's iron suit was surrounded by flames and shrapnel, but he responded to these threats calmly. Damn, because it's a portable suit, the damage is more serious. Tony's armor at this time was very similar to the Mark V in the future. Mark V emphasized portability that could be compressed to the size of a suitcase, so it was very fragile. Not only was the weapon system greatly reduced, but it also lost the ability to fly. Because the Iron Man suit can be loaded into a car this time, there is no space restriction like the Mark V, so the weapon system is basically not weakened, and it can even fly short distances, but the protection performance will be slightly worse. However, the previous ones were just the aftermath of the explosion. When Tony faced the enemy's attack head-on, he immediately felt a horror. Their armed forces seemed endless, and various missiles and laser beams kept shooting at him. After a few direct hits, Tony's eyes were full of damage warnings. What kind of weapons are they? The destructive power is so great. This terrifying power. Even if it is replaced with an Iron Man suit that has not been weakened at all, the situation will not improve at all. The artillery continued to roar, and the shells exploded on the ground, setting off a huge explosion. Tony cleverly dodged these attacks, trying to find an opportunity to fight back. It's not that Tony didn't use his weapon system to fight back, but he found that the enemy's armor was almost impossible to penetrate. It's not that there is no damage at all, but the laser hit it, leaving only a small black dot, which is completely useless. Tony was so disappointed when he saw this. Not only was the attack power so high, but the defense power was also amazing. The combat power of this mysterious force was even higher than that of the US Special Forces. The bold words he had said before were like a joke at this moment. Tony's powerful suit, which he was proud of, was completely unable to exert its due power in the face of this mysterious force. Tony felt that he was completely at a disadvantage. He needed to find a new strategy to deal with these powerful enemies. Jarvis observed the enemy's action patterns and analyzed their tactics. With the assistance of Jarvis, Tony's counterattack became more decisive and accurate. He took advantage of his mobility and speed and constantly changed the position and angle of the battle to find opportunities to attack. The flying ability of the iron suit allowed Tony to dive down from high altitude and accurately strike the enemy's weak points with high energy lasers and missiles. Boom. 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 Tony fired a large number of energy beams and missiles, and finally shot down the enemy fighter planes. Several tanks also emitted billowing black smoke and stopped moving. But Tony knew that the enemy was not hurt at all. The tank seemed unable to move, but it was just damaged and stopped functioning. The driver inside was probably well protected. There was no way. I don't know what special metal these tanks were made of. They were too damn hard. Tony tried his best, but could only get this much result. On the other hand, his Iron Man suit had become tattered. As for the crashed fighter plane, Tony soon saw the parachuted pilot who was ejected in an emergency and planned to fly over to catch him for interrogation. However, he had just been a few meters off the ground when several thick lasers shot out and blasted Tony back to the ground. What a shit. Tony tried to get up dizzy, but found that the endoskeleton structure of the Iron Man suit had been exposed in many places, and it was almost damaged to the point of being unusable. Hey, Tony. Gory approached him under the cover of the boulder. Did you see where my suitcase flew to? You don't look good. Although Tony wanted to be tough at this time, the reality made it impossible for him to be tough. When the power system was destroyed and could not be used, the iron suit, which was originally a weapon for fighting, instantly turned into an iron coffin, weighing heavily on Tony. Fortunately, the function of the suit could still work normally, otherwise Tony could only rely on his physical strength to drag the iron lump to move. He quickly took off the iron suit and recalled the results of Jarvis' previous scan. Well, I have to admit that your Lego armor has become a necessary means to break the situation. Fortunately, I remember the location is not far away. Tony just stretched out his hand and pointed, and a small missile flew diagonally beside him, with a rapid red light flashing on it, and it was obviously about to explode. Fuck. Tony felt cold from head to toe in an instant, as if he was soaked in ice water, and his soul and body were frozen. At this moment, he only saw Gao Li flying over not far away, and knocking him behind a stone next to him. Boom. The next second, the small missile exploded violently, and the shockwave directly blew Gao Li off the cliff. No. Tony's eyes were red with anger, but his body was unable to move due to the shock of the explosion. He could only watch Gao Li fall. At this moment, Tony's eyes were red. He wanted to roar, but his ears were ringing, and he could not hear anything. Fortunately, his strong rationality made him come to his senses quickly. He rushed to the location of the briefcase with all his might, despite the danger of being shot. What Tony didn't know was that much of the firepower of the Great Shocker was precisely controlled by the AI chip of the G3X transplanted by Gao Li. It just looked very fierce and scary, but in fact, after calculation, it basically would not hit Tony. The main purpose of the whole process was to create an atmosphere. Tony, who had no idea, felt his heart beating wildly. He finally came to the briefcase and became dusty. Gao Li. Damn it. Tony bit his lip tightly. Although he was sad, he did not slow down at all and quickly opened Gao Li's briefcase. Tony was very familiar with the items in it. They were the equipment that Gao Li had used in Stark Tower that day. Tony followed his memory of that day, first opened the transformation drink and drank it, then loaded the phase driver into his waist. 555. Enter. Standing by, Gao Li's voice and smile appeared in Tony's mind, and he also shouted like Gao Li, transform. As Tony inserted the phase phone into his belt, bright red photon blood flowed out of the driver, as if the blood-colored lines were suspended in the void, quickly covering Tony's whole body. Complete. The electronic mechanical sound rose together with the bright light. When the light faded, Tony had transformed into a masked warrior covered with red-rimmed and silver-based metal armor, and even his face was covered tightly. Kamen Rider Faiz, Tony Stark's transformed version. This is the power and feeling of Kamen Rider. Tony didn't have time to feel it carefully and stared at the enemy opposite. I want you to pay the price. Tony charged into the gunfire, jumped up in front of a tank, and pressed the enter key. Crimson electric drill. Tony remembered all the operations of Gao Li using the phase system very clearly, and he used it freely at this time, kicking a tank to pieces. However, when Tony looked back, he found that there was no body in the wreckage of the bombed tank, and he couldn't help but frown deeply. It's unmanned? This is different from Tony's previous prediction. I'm afraid that except for the fighter pilot Tony just saw, there are no other living people present. This made Tony alert in his heart. Whether it was the fluency and accuracy of the unmanned combat, or the unparalleled attack and defense power, all showed the enemy's extremely terrifying technical level. When did such a powerful force appear in the world? After learning that it was unmanned, Tony felt less burdened, and was more ruthless when he took action. After a period of struggle, Tony finally successfully cleared the enemy troops. Faiz's armor was also severely damaged in the process and soon died. However, the Kamen Rider Faiz transformed by transformation one-shot was originally a disposable belt. Even if it was not damaged, it would eventually turn into ashes. What Gao Li did was just to plan the combat power in advance and set up the enemy forces that Kamen Rider Faiz could just barely deal with to stage this good show. Gao Li, I was saved by you again. Tony removed the transformation of Kamen Rider Faiz and walked to the edge of the cliff in a daze. Why is it like this? Why is it like this again? It was obviously him who invited Gao Li to come for a trip, but he failed to protect Gao Li again. Instead, he was saved by this young man who was much younger than him every time. Tony still remembered his previous confident words, but now it has only become a heavy sense of guilt and guilt weighing on his heart. Chapter 137 Give Tony a little special effects shock. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, Tony hurriedly called for a rescue helicopter. Tony also got on the helicopter and flew down the cliff to look for Gory's trace. Not long after flying, the pilot suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's a miracle." Tony looked in the direction of the voice and his face suddenly lit up. Gory's figure just fell on a small platform on the cliff. The whole person looked like he had only scratches and was waving at this side. Just as the pilot said, it was a miracle. This was of course not achieved by miracles, but by the advanced preparation of the great shocker personnel and Gory's superhuman physique. After picking up Gory was about to say something when he saw Tony hugging him and holding him tightly. Great. Gory was stunned for a moment and also hugged Tony back. There was no need to say anything at this time. Just by seeing Tony's slightly moist eyes, Gory knew that he had made up his mind. He would never let this happen again. Naturally, the trip could not continue. After the two returned to New York and parted ways, Gory did not receive any invitations from Tony for a while. Gory called to inquire with some concern and learned that Tony was in seclusion recently to upgrade the Iron Man suit and search for secret organizations around the world. Tony really changed his temper. He did not go to any party or cocktail party, and his heart was full of urgency. He had just sent Gory to the hospital and immediately sent people to the scene to receive the wreckage of the planes and tanks for a search. However, gone. Just disappeared so abruptly. There was nothing left at the scene except the traces of a big battle. This made Tony's heart tremble. The battlefield could be cleaned so clean in such a short time. The power of the mysterious force once again refreshed Tony's cognition. Time passed day by day, and Tony Stark did not appear in front of people to make new news, but became one of the biggest news in the United States. What happened to the former playboy? Tony didn't show up, but Abadi Atstein, the veteran of Stark Industries, was very anxious. In order to seize Stark Industries, he He had secretly teamed up with terrorists in the Middle East and wanted to kill Tony in one fell swoop when Tony went to the Middle East to demonstrate weapons. But Tony actually developed the Iron Man suit, which directly killed all the terrorists. Abadia was shocked, but when he tried to persuade Tony to sell the Iron Man suit, he was decisively rejected by Tony. Not only that, Abadia went to Tony several times later, and Tony was annoyed and simply refused to see Abadia. For this, Abadia was deeply angry, but he could do nothing. He had secretly ordered the formation of a team of scientists to imitate the Iron Man suit, but they had been unable to produce the final results. Tony Stark's scientific research ability is actually better than that of a whole team of scientists combined. In terms of weapons and protection, it is easy to deal with. Abadia even asked them to develop a more powerful and sturdy armor codenamed Ironmonger, but the biggest problem at present is the energy supply. This group of scientists racked their brains, but they couldn't miniaturize the arc reactor like Tony did. And if there is no sufficient mobile and portable energy supply, even if the Ironmonger who surpasses Tony's steel armor displayed in the Middle East in all aspects is just a pile of scrap metal. Fortunately, things have turned around. As a veteran of Stark Industries, Abadia knows a lot about Howard Stark's past. Howard once worked with Anton Vanko, a former Soviet nuclear physicist, on a miniaturized arc reactor, and he must have the relevant technology. For this reason, Abadia spent a lot of effort to search around the world and finally found Anton Vanko's son Ivan Vanko. Ivan is also a physicist and a genius in mechanical engineering. After his father's death, he developed a macro-arc reactor and a power suit based on the technical information left by his father and prepared to use them to take revenge on Tony Stark. You and I both want Tony Stark to die, so why not cooperate? Get back what you deserve. Abadia was overjoyed and immediately contacted Ivan. The two had the same goal and hit it off. Ivan could provide the technology of the arc reactor and further strengthened the Ironmonger, while he could obtain various resources provided by Abadia. Soon, a new generation of Ironmonger was born, with Abadia and Ivan each having one. On a dark and windy night, the two teamed up to seek revenge on Tony. Darkness enveloped the high-rise building. Abadia and Ivan put on the Ironmonger armor shining with cold light, quietly sneaked into Tony's building, and prepared to raid Tony Stark. They trampled on the lobby of the building wantonly, and the strange red lights shone in the darkness, dyeing everything with a terrifying atmosphere. However, what they didn't know was that since the last attack by the Ten Rings, Tony had upgraded the security system again and again. Iron Man's concealment function was useless, and was immediately discovered. Mr. Stark, there is an enemy invasion. I will transmit the image here. Tony received the warning and was stunned. Is there anyone who dares to attack him? This is the third time in the past 6 months. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that Tony Stark is a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed? Tony was extremely angry and sneered. Just right. Test the combat capability of the new armor. Tony stretched out his hand and the sensor buried in his body automatically started. The metal plates flew in the air and quickly assembled and covered his body. Complex data flashed on the eye display of the Iron Man suit, showing Tony's readiness. This is a new generation of Iron Man suit he developed. Let me meet you. Tony stepped out of the room firmly, his iron suit exuding a cold metallic luster, like the invincible armor of modern God of War. When Abadia and Ivan stepped into the lobby of the upper floor, a flame fell from the sky, and a hot air wave rushed towards them. What? Discovered? Both of them were shocked, and saw Tony suspended in the air, and the laser beam in his hand shot at them like lightning. Abadia and Ivan tacitly separated on both sides, to avoid the laser beam, and attacked Tony almost at the same time. Abadia's armor burst into red electricity, and he released a powerful energy shock wave with both hands, launching a fierce attack on Tony. At the same time, Ivan used the double-edged weapon in his hand to quickly stab Tony's vitals. Come on. Tony calmly dodged their attacks, and the iron suit emitted a powerful energy field to protect him from harm. Sure. Abadia swung the energy sword in his hand, and the lightning-like blade flashed through the darkness. The sword light and the laser beam collided and sparks flew, filled with the atmosphere of fighting. Ivan controlled his armor and flexibly dodged Tony's counterattack. He was also equipped with a powerful energy cannon on his armored arm, and every shot brought devastating power. Boom 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 boom. The beam of the energy cannon penetrated the darkness and illuminated the entire battlefield. Tony used the flame-breathing function of the battlesuit to release a dazzling flame to evade Abadia. As for Ivan's attack, Tony cleverly used his powerful mobility to dodge, but in a hurry, Tony couldn't help but widen his eyes. On their chest is the arc reactor? How is it possible? The battle escalated further, and the light in the building kept flickering. Fortunately, Tony's building at night is almost Tony's exclusive residence. Without any employees present, Tony can fight more confidently. Damn it. Has his armor been upgraded again? It's much stronger than what he showed in the Middle East before. Abadia roared and launched another attack. He was unwilling to give up. Originally, he wanted to crush Tony with the Ironmonger upgraded by Ivan. However, Tony also upgraded his armor significantly for some reason, and his combat power was not inferior to that of Ironmonger at all. The explosive energy fired by Abadia blew up the wall of the hall, and the bright red light filled the space. Tony was not to be outdone. He used the high-speed flight of the suit to quickly shuttle through various corners of the room and repeatedly attacked Abadia. Ivan was even more cunning. He silently used the stealth function of Ironmonger to get close to Tony and tried to give him a fatal blow. However, Jarvis was monitoring the building and immediately reminded Tony of the danger, asking him to quickly adjust his combat strategy. But he accurately locked Ivan with the aiming system of the iron suit and fired a powerful shockwave to repel him. Boom. 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 The battle became more and more intense, with energy sparks flying everywhere. The decorations in the hall were destroyed one after another, and the debris flew everywhere. Tony's suit emitted a dazzling light, and his fists, with a destructive impact force, bombarded Abadia and Ivan's armor again and again. But Ironmonger, a big guy who is much more bloated than the Iron Man suit, has a very strong defense ability, and Tony's attack has little effect. The technology of this armor, and the arc reactor. Who is the enemy? Could it be an internal member of the Stark group who stole my information? Tony became more and more confused as the fight lasted for a long time, with both sides constantly displaying their most powerful attack and defense skills. Their figures intertwined and shuttled under the cover of night, and the sounds of battle echoed in every corner of the building, and finally the balance of victory gradually emerged. The building was filled with thick smoke, and ruins and wreckage covered the ground. Tony half knelt on the ground gasping for breath, while Abadia and Ivan were still standing. The newly upgraded armor was enough to match Ironmonger, but that was in a one-on-one situation. Abadia and Ivan were 2 against 1. It's over, Tony Stark. Do you know who I am? ? Ivan lifted his mask and laughed wildly at Tony. He came to seek revenge on Tony. Before killing Tony, he must let Tony know his identity so that he can have the pleasure of revenge. Excuse me, who are you? I don't remember the names of some minions. Although Tony was at an absolute disadvantage, his mouth was still very venomous even in the disadvantageous situation. Ivan's cheeks flushed with anger, and he yelled, I'm Ivan Vanko. Your father stole my father's invention, which is the arc reactor you are using now. Tony snorted coldly, although I'm not interested in my father's shit, I will not deny that he is also a genius of the Stark family. How could he need to steal other people's inventions? What evidence do you have? If you don't believe it, just ask him. Ivan pointed at Abadia beside him, making Abadia secretly say that it was not good. Although the situation could kill Tony, no matter how you look at it, as a generation of old villain, he wanted to be cautious and not reveal his identity. Who is he, and why can he be used as evidence? But it was too late to stop Ivan. When Tony asked him this question, Ivan immediately said, he is Abadia, the elder of your Stark Industries. He should know the most about what happened back then. Abadia? ? Tony showed an expression of disbelief when he heard this. Abadia was also his elder. Why would he do such a thing? Why, Abadia? Answer me. In desperation, Abadia said lightly, Tony, you and your father are troublemakers. I'm tired of cleaning up your messes everywhere. I'm the elder of Stark Industries and have devoted the most effort to the group. Stark Industries should belong to me, not you, a bastard who only knows how to cause trouble. Tony's body shook, and he was really hit hard in his heart. This is a betrayal from the people around him. Go to hell and repent, Stark. Abadia and Ivan raised their hands together, ready to give Tony the final blow. At this moment, the glass in the hall suddenly shattered, and a figure flew in on a motorcycle. With a swish, the motorcycle did a beautiful tailspin and blocked Tony. Gory? Question mark? Tony recognized at a glance that it was Gory riding on Mobile Pegasus, and now he has transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz. Why are you here? You almost destroyed the building. The flames are soaring into the sky. Anyone with eyes that are not blind can see it. Even a fool can guess that something happened here. Gory's answer left Tony speechless. It was indeed true. However, Stark Tower was attacked this year. He had just boasted that he would upgrade the security, but now it has fallen to this point. He really felt ashamed to face Gory. Fortunately, with a powerful enemy at hand, Tony was able to change the subject naturally and avoid embarrassment. Be careful, Gory. I have analyzed the battle record you left in Stark Tower that day. Although it is very powerful, it is still a little inferior to these two sets of armor. Now the most urgent thing is to get me out of here first. Do you mean to escape? Gory raised his eyebrows, but I refuse. Tony was anxious. Gory, now is not the time to show off. Why should I run away from two miscellaneous soldiers? Gao Li interrupted him. It's time to show you what epoch-making technology is. Chapter 138 Natasha works like a slave. That's right. Gory was going to give Tony a little Kamen Rider shock. But for Abadia and Ivan, it was a real shock. Who are you? Get out of here. Don't mess things up. Ivan had a gloomy face. He was merciless. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill him. After a short moment of daze, Abadia's eyes flashed with memories. You are Gory Parker, who had taken action in Stark Tower before. Gory transformed into Kamen Rider and fought against Wenwu that day. There were so many witnesses, so Abadia, as a veteran of the group, could not hide it. Like Tony, he roughly confirmed the power level of Kamen Rider Faiz through various means such as on-site monitoring and trace analysis. Therefore, at this time, he made the same judgment as Tony and seemed extremely confident. HMPH. Gory Parker's armor has some technology, but in terms of speed and strength, it is not as good as the upgraded Ironmonger. This young man is trying to be a hero. He is looking for death. He also heard the news that Gory was in charge of the World Tree Consortium. Originally, Stark Industries and the World Tree Consortium did not interfere with each other, but now Gory saw something he shouldn't have seen. So don't blame Abadia for killing people. What are you talking about? Tony was also very anxious. What is gathered here is already the most advanced technology in the world. Gory interrupted him again. Have you forgotten? I also have alien technology. Since you have been so curious, I will let you see it with your own eyes. Seeing Gory and Tony talking, as if no one else is around, ignoring him so much, Ivan was angry, looking for death. His hand lasers began to converge, and at the same time, Gory also installed a watch-like component on his wrist. Gory's body armor began to deform rapidly, which made Tony and others stare in surprise. Is it the new form of Kamen Rider? Start up. Before Tony could observe carefully, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Gory suddenly disappeared from the spot. Instant. Teleported? Tony blinked his eyes, as if he had witnessed a magic trick of turning into a human on the spot. However, the next second, the scene in front of him made Tony understand. Gory did not teleport, nor did he disappear. He was just too fast, and the naked eye could not see it at all. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp sound of cutting through the air pierced Tony's eardrums. In his field of vision, Ivan suddenly had several blood-red light cone drills around him. Figures flashed through those light cone drills one after another, and penetrated Ironmonger's armor one by one. Tony, who had used this trick himself, was naturally familiar with it. There was no doubt that it was a crimson drill. But precisely because he was familiar with the crimson drill, Tony's shock at the moment was indescribable. That's a 5-shot crimson drill? Such a powerful attack could actually fire 5 times instantly, almost simultaneously attacking a target? Exclamation mark. How big is the instantaneous output power of Gory's new technology? What is the energy source? Is it still photon blood? But I've read the paper on photon blood. It shouldn't be enough. Wait. Tony suddenly thought of something. After Gory changed his form just now, the originally red photon blood pipeline had turned silver white. Could this be an upgraded version of photon blood? Tony, who originally developed the macro arc reactor, thought he was no less than Gory in terms of energy. Who would have thought that Gory actually had an upgraded new energy source? These thoughts flashed through Tony's mind in a flash, and when he came to his senses, Gory's figure reappeared. Time out. Behind him, the sky-high explosion column of fire completely engulfed Ivan. As for Abadia, he didn't even react, and the whole person fell to the ground. The surroundings were scattered with disassembled Iron Overlord parts. That's right, Gao Li just used 50 times supersonic speed to directly dismantle the Ironmonger armor on Abadia. This may be difficult for others, but it is very simple for Gao Li, who is also a scientist. Since this person is an old acquaintance of yours, I will leave you alive. You're welcome. Gao Li shook his hands, and the surface armor returned to its original form in the mechanical electronic sound of reformation. To deal with a mere Ironmonger, even if it is an upgraded version, even if there are two, Gao Li only needs to use the acceleration mode, and he doesn't even need to use the burst mode. After all, 1000 times super acceleration is a completely dimensional reduction level of crushing blow for most enemies. What did you just do? Tony asked subconsciously curiously, and Gao Li smiled slightly. Just now, that was the Kamen Rider Faiz acceleration mode, which can allow me to accelerate 1000 times in 10 seconds, and reach 50 times supersonic speed. Today's acceleration mode is just one of Gao Li's basic strength, and there is no need to keep it secret. When Gao Li realized this, he couldn't help but sigh at his own growth. Once upon a time, the acceleration mode was Gao Li's strongest trump card, but now it is just one of the basic powers that can be used. Compared with Gao Li's understatement and sigh, Tony was more shocked than ever. 1000 times faster. 50 times supersonic. Tony felt that it was extremely unscientific just by listening to it. If it was any other attack and defense mobility, Tony would instantly have an idea of how to improve it, but this 50 times supersonic speed sounded too sci-fi. At least for Tony now, to think about how to achieve it, he felt clueless. 1000 times faster, can the mind keep up? What material has the strength to support it without falling apart or deforming? How to solve the heat dissipation of ultra-high power? What energy can support such a huge instantaneous output power? It will explode, right? Too many questions gathered in Tony's mind, but he knew Gao Li's character very well, and it was impossible for him to cheat in science. He said he could reach 50 times supersonic speed, and he really could reach 50 times supersonic speed. He would never lie out of vanity. Besides, the battle took place in Tony's building, and Tony could analyze the data afterwards to verify the truth. It was no wonder that Tony felt that the 1000-fold super acceleration was very sci-fi. After all, even people with the highest level of technology would find it incredible. At this time, Abadia had lost the ability to resist, and the subsequent handling of the aftermath became simple, and Tony was in charge of it. After Gory left, Tony analyzed the battle records overnight. In the end, Tony could only come to one conclusion. Gory was not bragging, and the new acceleration form could really achieve 1000 times super acceleration, allowing him to reach 50 times supersonic speed in 10 seconds. What is the technical principle of this? Damn, I really want to know. Tony was so anxious that he scratched his head for a while, and then suddenly became a little frustrated. It was only less than half a year, and the child who was slightly inferior to him in the debate before had grown into a technical expert that even he could not see through. He is obviously the adult, but he was saved by Gao Li several times. Damn it, I'm not a beauty, why am I always saved by Gao Li? Even with Tony's proud character, he couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. But this also gave Tony new motivation. He must work harder and develop an iron suit that can surpass Kamen Rider. Shield. Nick Fury looked at the information in front of him and fell into deep thought. In front of him, there was a heroic beauty who was reporting the intelligence she had investigated. Gory Parker's parents died in an accident. Rigid Onoa, the founder of the World Tree Consortium, is his distant relative. In addition, Gory Parker's still alive distant relatives include Benjamin Parker, May Parker, and Peter Parker. However, because the blood relationship is too distant, the two sides have almost no contact in the previous generation. Natasha, this is not what I want to know, Fury interrupted. What I want to know is your evaluation of him. Is he suitable to be recruited into the Avengers plan? Natasha pondered and said, according to the information we have obtained, he is impeccable in terms of combat effectiveness, and more importantly, his scientific research ability is quite amazing. Originally, in the Stark building attack, Gory Parker demonstrated almost the strongest individual equipment in the world at that time. This world's strongest was questionable after Tony Stark developed the Iron Man armor. However, in the latest intelligence we have obtained on the attack on Tony's building, Gory Parker's individual equipment has been amazingly improved, and it can actually allow him to accelerate to 50 times the speed of sound in a short period of time. Such a speed is simply invincible on Earth. Unless it is a heavily guarded nuclear shelter, there is almost no army that can resist him. The expert group estimates that this technology is at least 30 years ahead of the world. Fury was of course very clear about this, so he understood why Natasha said that Gory's combat power was impeccable. So your judgment is that he is suitable for recruitment? Natasha shook her head. No, I think the Avengers plan has little appeal to him, especially since he is a billionaire like Tony Stark. Fury knocked on the table, but based on Gory Parker's past record, his personality is not as bad as Tony Stark's, right? That being said, Gory Parker doesn't look like the kind of hot-blooded young man, Natasha said. At least it's hard for you to use words to impress him, who is very rational. Fury nodded and said, I understand. I will think about how to contact Gory Parker. For someone like Gory who is both knowledgeable and capable, Fury really doesn't want to give up. As long as Gory can be recruited into the Avengers project will not only have sufficient funding sources, but also the overall combat power will leap to a level that surpasses the secular army. That's right, just the addition of Gory can bring such a significant improvement. Only in this way can Fury be more confident in persuading the World Security Council to allow the Avengers to be successfully established and independent to deal with threats. Otherwise, some combat power that is not even as good as that of ordinary armies is really unconvincing. And on that day, the conversation between Natasha and Fury turned into intelligence on Gory's desk. There is no way the Great Shocker is so powerful that he has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. like a sieve. Nick Fury wants to recruit me to join the Avengers? Or to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Gory laughed dumbly. S.H.I.E.L.D. can almost be said to be the organization of the Great Shocker. In other words, it is actually a subordinate organization of Gory. I join myself. However, the information they mentioned was something that Gory had never paid attention to before. After absorbing all the memories of his past life, although Gao Li knew that his last name was Parker, his parents had never mentioned any relatives in the past, and Gao Li had never seen any other relatives in his life since he was a child. Therefore, Gao Li basically did not think about it. After all, the last name Parker is too common in the United States. It is almost a common name. For example, in China, people with big last names such as Zhao, Kan, Li, and Sun would never think that people with the same name are their relatives. Peter Parker. Is Spider-Man my relative? I guess he can barely be considered my cousin. Gao Li touched his chin. How about finding some time to check it out? It has only been a few days, and Gao Li knew how Nick Fury wanted to contact him. He sent Natasha to apply for Gao Li's secretary. In view of the fact that he was in charge of the two behemoths, the World Tree Consortium and Great Shocker, it really squeezed Gao Li's time. He urgently needed to find a secretary to assist him, at least to be able to handle the affairs of the World Tree Consortium. Anyway, Gao Li is mainly a major shareholder and does not participate in the operation. He hires professional managers, so having a secretary is enough. In terms of ability, no secretary is more professional than Natasha, who is good at everything. It is a good idea to use this talent that comes to your door. So Gao Li directly picked out the one that belongs to her from the resume and appointed Natasha as his secretary. As for whether there is any risk of leakage, so what if it is leaked? Natasha belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. is almost the same as Gao Li's. Isn't this just a matter of transferring from one hand to the other? Hello, Mr. Parker. My name is Natalie Smith. Soon Natasha came to Gao Li dressed up as a professional secretary, and Gao Li looked at her with interest. She is really beautiful, but I don't know how capable she is. Very good. Then you will handle these backlogs of documents. Remember to file them and make report records. I will need them tomorrow. Gao Li pointed to the mountain of documents accumulated next to him due to his procrastination and obsession with scientific research, and then happily walked to the laboratory to do research. Natasha was left alone, dumbfounded. What was going on? She was entrusted with such an important task right after taking office. Did they trust her so much? Why did she feel that this undercover observation mission was not easy to do? Wasn't it just like working like a slave? Natasha sighed and could only start processing the documents. After working overtime until midnight, Natasha suddenly paused when she saw the title of one of the documents. It read, Satellite Launch Plan. Chapter 139. Why are you so lame after not seeing you for a few days? Time flies. Days and months pass by like a shuttle. Natasha has gradually gotten used to working like a slave for Gao Li. No. Why am I used to it? Natasha suddenly woke up after working overtime until late at night. She was obviously here to carry out the task of contacting and observing Gao Li. As a result, Gao Li was too addicted to being a hands-off boss. He stayed in the laboratory all day and left all the work to Natasha. Although Natasha's salary was increased several times, Natasha still wanted to complain about this behavior. As for the intelligence he wanted to obtain, since he took over the work, Gao Li did not hide too much from Natasha. Except for those core technologies that she did not know, Natasha knew most of the daily affairs, such as the Sky Eagle satellite to be launched. It seems that, in order to further enhance the power of Gao Li's individual equipment, it is also equipped with artificial intelligence. It is said that Gao Li wants to test its performance at the same time. Gao Li actually wanted to create a prototype of Zia, but Gao Li's artificial intelligence technology was basically derived from the AI chip of Kamen Rider G3X. Although it is already very powerful, it is still far behind Zia's computing power. As for Gao Li himself, he is like a geek who rarely goes out. Natasha once tried to hack into the system to see what he was doing every day, but found that she couldn't do it at all. This won't work. Gao Li Parker can't be observed at all. After Yili presided over the launch ceremony of the Skyhawk satellite, Natasha, with two deep dark circles under her eyes, decided that she had to make some changes. Or should she just confront Gao Li about her identity? As an agent, Natasha reported and asked before making this move. So that night, Gao Li received a request report from Daishoka and immediately gave a reply. No, you can't reveal your identity to Gao Li Parker for the time being and continue to carry out the undercover mission. How could Gao Li let go of such a useful tool man easily? Gao Li's instructions were passed down layer by layer, turning into orders from SHIELD pressing on Natasha's head. Natasha gnashed her teeth at this. Who made her an agent? Endure. Fortunately, a few days later, Natasha felt that her chance had come. According to the information Natasha got from SHIELD, thanks to the stupidity of the military, they recently had a force led by General Ross to hunt down a man named Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner was able to transform into a green giant who called himself Hulk because of an experimental accident. He was extremely powerful and had infinite combat power, but unfortunately he didn't seem to have much IQ and reason. As for Dr. Banner himself, he was a genius who had obtained multiple doctoral degrees and was also listed on the recruitment list of the Avengers plan. If Natasha hadn't been performing the contact observation mission with Gory, she would have been sent to contact Bruce Banner in a while according to the original plan. The incident happened very suddenly. Natasha, who was working overtime in the World Tree building, just heard a series of explosions not far away and received the latest news from SHIELD. The military's pursuit of Hulk got out of control. They wanted to recreate the Hulk's miracle on a former special commando named Emil Bronsky, but the experiment went wrong as expected. Emil failed to become a weapon of war for the military, but went completely berserk and turned into a monster called Abomination that wreaked havoc on the streets of New York. The explosion Natasha heard was the sound of Abomination fighting the military. Although this was a complete disaster, Natasha also keenly realized that this was definitely a great opportunity to observe Gory Parker. The World Tree Building is also located in Manhattan, New York, and the place where Abomination was destroying is not far from here. Even if it is to protect her assets, Natasha also expected that Gory would definitely take action. As Natasha judged, Gory soon received a call from Tony. Gory, Manhattan is a mess now. Do you want to come with me to save the world? Gory stood in front of the French window on the high floor and looked at the fire in the distance. What's going on over there? Tony said, I'm not sure. I'm on my way over there. From the surveillance cameras around, it seems that two muscular guys, one green and one gray, are fighting. The green one is naturally Bruce Banner, who rushed over to save the situation. When Gory heard it, he almost guessed that it might be the Hulk. Gory brewed his words for a while. With your current level of armor, don't get killed by accident when you go there. It can only be said that Gory is good at talking. Even if he tried to be as tactful as possible, Tony couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard it. Good guy. Gory underestimated this. Just wait and see me solve the enemy heroically. After saying that, Tony hung up the phone, leaving Gory speechless. Are you crazy about raising flags? Will the enemy solve it heroically by then? Forget it. Let's go over and take a look. It's a good opportunity to test the actual combat performance of the burst form and collect some data. If Gao Li was sure that he could deal with such an opponent, he would not watch people suffer from the disaster and turn a blind eye. At the disaster site, two giants fought like beasts. One of the huge monsters was muscular and strong. He stood on the street with a fierce look and a face full of anger. It was the out of control Abomination. The Hulk opposite him was also muscular like a mountain. Under his green skin flowed extremely powerful power. His huge body was like a moving mountain, and his heart was full of endless anger. The two stood opposite each other, with surging momentum. Abomination roared and attacked Hulk fiercely. Roar. He smashed Hulk with his huge fist, and the ground shook. However, Hulk was not knocked down. Instead, he waved his fists, and a violent whirlwind instantly formed. The fist wind twisted the air, and attacked Abomination like a tornado. Bang, 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 bang. The buildings on the street suffered great destruction in the battle between the two. Glass fragments flew everywhere, sharp sounds pierced the eardrums, cars were overturned, and the wreckage of reinforced concrete was scattered all over the ground. The figures of Hulk and Abomination crossed and shuttled on the street, and each collision triggered an explosive shockwave. Crack. The cracks on the street expanded, crisscrossing like snakes, as if the whole city was trembling for this battle. Hulk. Attack. Hulk's anger seemed endless, and his strength became stronger and stronger. He grabbed Abomination's arms tightly with both hands, and then threw Abomination into the distance with all his strength. Abomination screamed and crashed into a small building, and the building collapsed immediately in the violent shaking. But Abomination was not defeated. He climbed up from the ruins and rushed towards Hulk again, launching a more violent attack. This time, Hulk showed no weakness, and the two engaged in a more intense melee. Every punch and kick carried the power of destruction, causing a huge explosion, and the interlaced winds rolled up smoke and debris. Die. The Abomination roared loudly, swinging his huge fist to hit the Hulk. Hulk. Undying. Hulk roared and resisted the attack of the Abomination with amazing strength. He fought back with his huge fist and hit the chest of the Abomination, making a deafening roar. The buildings on both sides of the street shook constantly because of the confrontation between the two. Windows shattered one after another, and the wreckage fell towards the street. The battle between Hulk and the Abomination became more and more intense. They intertwined, and the collision of muscles made a strange trembling sound. The power of the Hulk seemed endless, and the flames of anger burst out from his pupils. He waved his fists and launched a series of violent attacks, and his fists hit the Abomination like a rocket. However, the Abomination was a soldier after all. He quickly dodged and fought back, and his huge fists and feet hit the Hulk's body mercilessly. Every collision between the two was like detonating explosives. The shockwave tore the air apart, and the buildings on the street collapsed one after another, rolling up huge amounts of dust and rubble. The wreckage was scattered all around, forming a ruin, with flames spreading in the ruins and black smoke billowing up. The battle had only lasted for a short time, but the streets had already changed beyond recognition. This was the scene Tony saw when he arrived. Even someone as confident as him couldn't help but feel a little frightened at this moment. Although after the Abadia incident, Tony worked tirelessly to upgrade the combat power of the Iron Man suit in order to catch up with Gory, but compared with these two monsters, it seems to be slightly inferior. Oops, I was impulsive and said too much in front of Gory. Tony touched his nose a little embarrassedly, but since he was here, he would not back down. Hey, listen up, two big guys down there. I don't know if you can understand English, but if you want to fight, go to the desert or something like that, and I'll be your opponent. Tony wanted to move the battlefield away from the city, but Hulk and Abomination didn't have much reason left. Get lost, little bug. Hulk, I don't like you, you're a troublemaker. Abomination and Hulk were both irritated by Tony and attacked him together. It can only be said that Tony is good at attracting hatred, and he has a built-in taunting skill. Tony was naturally shocked and said, "Fuck you, you don't have martial ethics." Swoosh, swoosh. Hulk and Abomination both waved their huge fists at Tony in anger. Tony dodged narrowly and used the speed and flexibility of his armor to try to find an opportunity to counterattack. Tony continuously released energy beams and missiles, launching a series of precise and powerful attacks to try to weaken their strength, but it seemed to be ineffective. This is fucking. Why are the enemies I've met recently so tough? Tony cursed inwardly while dodging punch after punch. It was an extremely thrilling experience. Even so, the power of Hulk and Abomination still made him retreat. Even if they didn't hit him head on, every punch they threw at the Iron Man suit would put heavy pressure on his armor, as if to crush Tony. It didn't take long before the battle was almost at its end. There was no way. The gap in strength between the two sides was too great. Although Tony struggled hard, his Iron Man suit inevitably began to suffer serious damage, and his energy was running out due to the continuous high output. Tony knew that he was falling into an absolute disadvantage, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Jarvis, mobilize the energy. Let's fight. Tony used the highest power of the Iron Man suit to attack Hulk. Even though Hulk was still roaring angrily, Tony's all-out attack did make him dizzy for a moment. This was Tony's chance to counterattack. Mr. Stark, the latest reinforcement of the Iron Man suit is on the way and will soon arrive at the battlefield. Hearing Jarvis report, Tony took a deep breath and launched his last move. Then use it all. Tony used the remaining energy in the armor to release a beam of extreme energy laser and went straight to the Abomination. Boom. The energy beam hit the Abomination's chest directly, causing the Abomination to roll to the ground. The huge body made the streets tremble as it rolled. Good. Tony clenched his fist excitedly, and the traces of the Iron Man suit flying over could be seen from afar in the sky. Everything was stable and going well. Just as Tony thought so, the Hulk, who had recovered from the dizziness, was standing behind Tony. Hulk. Cut. Hulk shouted and chopped Tony with his palm, making Tony fly out like a cannonball. He crashed through several walls before stopping, and the Iron Man suit was completely scrapped. At the same time, Tony, who was dizzy, was also pounding. What a close call. If it weren't for Gao Li's several stimuli, which made him desperately strengthen and upgrade the Iron Man suit, otherwise, judging from his past scientific research speed, he would have been killed using the Iron Man suit that was several generations behind. Yo, isn't this the famous super genius Tony Stark? How come he has become even worse after just a while? The roar of the engine came from the low sky, and Gao Li, who transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz, was dropped from the Victory Swallow. During this period of time, of course, he not only built the burst mode and the Skyhawk satellite, but Gao Li, who had already built the Victory Swallow once, was familiar with it. In addition, he also had wealth resources that were not inferior to those in the DC universe, and a series of TPC technologies such as the Victory Swallow had already been produced simultaneously. Tony was very upset when he heard this, and with a stern face, he got out of the scrapped Iron Man suit and changed into the latest Iron Man suit. With the enemy at hand, stop talking so much nonsense. Who did you learn this bad habit from? Gao Li looked at him steadily. Tony decisively changed the subject. We are going to fight side by side this time, Gao Li. Try using that acceleration mode you used before and see if you can deal with these two big guys. Gao Li nodded and said, okay, the green one is for you and the grey one is for me. Tony began to object reflexively. Why do I want the green one? I think the grey one is also good. But I heard that green has a bad connotation in China. Gao Li said lightly, because someone might die next, so I chose a more damnable one. Chapter 140 The shock of 60 consecutive shots. When Gory said this, Tony was stunned. It was obvious that the strength of Hulk and Abomination was visible to the naked eye, but Gory was still so confident. This statement was simply a sure win. However, considering that Gory had never boasted to him, Tony finally chose to believe him. Okay, then take care of yourself. If you can't fight, don't force yourself. Tony flew towards Hulk and continuously fired lasers and missiles to harass Hulk. Although the Iron Man suit could not match the Hulk head on, it was still possible to pull hatred and lead Hulk away. And Abomination originally wanted to chase Iron Man, but was stopped by a figure in front of him. It was Gory. Huh? Who is that? General Ross, who had reboarded a helicopter in the distance, narrowed his eyes. His previous helicopter was shot down by Abomination. Fortunately, he was saved by Hulk, otherwise he would have died long ago. As for why General Ross was clearly chasing Hulk, but Hulk still saved him. Who made General Ross's daughter Bruce Banner's girlfriend? There is no way this father-in-law should be saved or saved. It seems to be the Kamen Rider Faiz and the previous intelligence. The subordinates around him have better eyesight than General Ross. After hearing him mention this, General Ross also remembered it. Huh, is it that Gary Parker? General Ross snorted coldly. He had no good feelings towards these big capitalists and rich people who had the ability to hinder him. Originally, during the attack on Stark Tower, the military wanted to obtain the technology of Kamen Rider, but it was blocked by Tony Stark with all his strength. The entire Stark industry participated in dealing with the military, so much so that Gary Parker was considered missing at that time, but the legacy he left behind, Kamen Rider technology, the military did not get any of it. General Ross really didn't know what kind of relationship there was between Gary and Tony that allowed Tony to do such a thing for Gary. He could only think that they were like-minded. Now Gary Parker is back, but he has become the largest shareholder of the World Tree Consortium. This has made it even more difficult to deal with. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. General Ross no longer cares about the mere Kamen Rider technology. After all, there is Bruce Banner in front of him. In terms of strength, the Hulk is definitely far more powerful than the Kamen Rider. These billionaires are so rich that they have too much free time. Not only Tony Stark, but now there is Gary Parker. They all want to be heroes who save the world. General Ross looked at Gary's back and sneered. It's not that he stood on the side of hatred, but he laughed at Gary's self-importance. He could already foresee Gary's death. Gary Parker? Fury, who had been paying attention to this matter, also stood up subconsciously and immediately called Natasha. Natasha, didn't you stop Gary Parker? Natasha said. He flew away directly on a plane. There was no time to stop him. TSK, damn it. Fury frowned. If Gary Parker died here, the loss would be too great. Natasha asked puzzledly. That's not necessarily the case. Why do you think Gary Parker is bound to lose? His acceleration mode is obviously powerful, and it is absolutely obvious to all. Fury sighed. His acceleration mode is indeed invincible in speed, but after all, it only has 10 seconds. What's the use if it can't break the defense? According to the intelligence we have obtained, General Ross used almost all modern thermal weapons, except nuclear bombs during the pursuit, but caused almost no damage to Hulk. So Hulk is not only extremely strong, but also has unprecedentedly strong defense. I suspect that even a nuclear bomb may not be able to completely kill him. Natasha fell silent after hearing this, and said after a few seconds, I'll rush to the battlefield now to see if I can save him in the critical moment. As soon as the call ended, Gao Li and Abomination moved at the same time. On the way over, Gao Li had already put on the accelerator watch and switched to the accelerated mode in a flash of light. Then, start up. The Abomination who rushed over felt that Gao Li disappeared without a trace in front of his eyes. What's going on? Abomination was irritated in his heart. With his strong reaction ability, he seemed to be able to barely catch a figure moving at high speed. But whether it is speed or reaction, it takes a long time to adapt to the accelerated mode, and the most lacking thing when fighting against a speed type opponent is time. Before Abomination could think of what to do next, 15 blood-colored light cones appeared around him almost at the same time, surrounding him from all directions. This is exactly the maximum number of times Gao Li can do in the 10-second acceleration time. 15 consecutive crimson electric drills. Swoosh, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gao Li's figure appeared in the blood red light cone one by one, and 15 crimson electric drills hit Abomination at the same time. Boom. A terrifying explosion shot up into the sky, and 15 rays of destructive fire overlapped and formed a pillar of fire that seemed to connect the sky. Timeout. Gao Li reappeared, but he didn't look very happy. Judging from the feeling of the kick, I'm afraid. Reformation. The armor on Gao Li's body returned to its original shape, and the flames in the distance gradually receded. The center of the explosion was a huge pit like magma, and the Abomination was half kneeling in it, but he still didn't fall down completely. Cough. The Abomination opened his mouth and vomited foul-smelling blood. There were also bruises on his body that looked like redness and swelling, but these injuries were recovering quickly, and soon the Abomination stood up again. It's true that he is an opponent who can rival the Hulk. His endurance and defense are not to be underestimated. Gao Li raised his eyebrows, and Fury's pupils shrank. It's bad. As expected, even with the ace combat power that Gao Li showed a few days ago, it is difficult to completely defeat a monster-like and terrible opponent like the Abomination. At this moment, Fury saw Gary taking a briefcase from the motorcycle beside him. What is he going to do? General Ross frowned. Gary Parker knew that the attack was useless, but he didn't run away and wanted to continue trying. There should be a limit to overestimating one's own ability. Only Fury's face changed slightly, and he remembered the intelligence reported by Natasha some time ago. The Sky Eagle satellite launched by the World Tree Consortium seemed to be aimed at further strengthening Gary Parker's individual equipment called Kamen Rider Faiz. Although the accelerated form is already very strong, even too strong, so strong that Fury can hardly imagine how to improve it, but it seems that the answer will soon appear in front of him. The briefcase is the exclusive equipment of Kamen Rider Faiz, Phase Blaster, which is a necessary prop for Kamen Rider Faiz to transform into the final form. Gary took off the mobile phone from his waist and plugged it directly into the briefcase, and then entered the code 555. The Skyhawk satellite floating in the universe immediately sent out a transformation signal and powerful energy. The next second, Gao Li completed the transformation to phase burst mode with his whole body filled with photon blood. Standing by. Awakening. Kamen Rider Phase Burst Mode grandly debuted. This belt has the highest power, defense and destructive power among all the belts developed by the Brain Group. The defense power is increased to 3 times that of the basic form, and the power is also strengthened to twice that of the basic form. The whole body dyed red is filled with the photon blood, the source of energy of Kamen Rider Faiz. The flight component equipped on the back can also release the photon field, helping Gao Li to gallop freely in the air and have the ability to fly. Let's try it out first. Gao Li input the code 5532 and enter into the phase burst device and activated the phase cursor. Then he used the photon field floater device to rise high into the air and then descended rapidly to kick the Abomination. Strengthen the Crimson Drill. Gao Li kicked the Abomination, and the powerful photon blood vortex continued to spread out like a giant fan blade that became bigger and bigger and cut around. Although in theory, the destructive power of the enhanced Crimson Electric Drill is only 30 tons, in fact, this is only the lower limit of the starting value. The photon blood vortex that can cause a large-scale attack alone has more than this destructive power. Boom boom boom. As the Abomination and Gao Li were in a stalemate, the photon blood vortex had become extremely huge, and it was shocking even when viewed from a helicopter. Fortunately, because of the battle between Hulk and Abomination in front, the people in several nearby blocks were evacuated, which was why Gao Li could use this move with confidence. Gao Li shouted and exerted force again, and the abomination was kicked out on the spot. Boom. 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 The body of the abomination smashed several buildings in succession before barely stopping, and smelly black blood flowed out of its mouth and nose again. You are looking for death. This made the abomination even more angry, and both eyes turned blood red. Although I have become much stronger, I'm still no match for the abomination. General Ross muttered subconsciously, and fury also clenched his fists in the aerospace carrier. Is it still a little short? This vitality is too tenacious. Although Gao Li's move was very powerful, it failed to cause too much trauma to the abomination. Not to mention killing him, it couldn't even make him lose his ability to move. Only Gao Li remained calm and nodded. I probably understand. This is the degree of power. On the surface, the burst mode has lost the biggest feature of the acceleration mode, super acceleration. What supports it to surpass the acceleration form and become the final form? It is undoubtedly worthy of the name burst, the extremely terrifying burst output. Gao Li first input the code 5214 into the phase blaster, activated the photon field floater device to transform into a shoulder cannon, and sent out compressed energy light bullets to suppress the rushing abomination. Don't underestimate this cannon light bullet. The power of one of its rounds is equivalent to the total of 300 rounds of the blaster. There should be no higher output of individual equipment in the world than this. Even the abomination was forcibly curbed from charging and became unable to move. General Ross looked at the abomination, who could only stop in place and take the beating, and let out an unwilling roar, and couldn't help but secretly shocked. What kind of attack was that? It can actually produce such an effect. It will definitely crush the existing weapons of the US military. However, this is not over yet. While attacking the abomination, Gao Li input the code 103 on the blaster, and the entire briefcase suddenly transformed into photon blast mode. Explosive photon destruction cannon. This is one of the biggest killers of the explosion form. According to the records in the research and development data obtained by Gao Li, the power of each of its shots can match that of the enhanced Crimson Drill. In fact, Gao Li can understand its power as long as he recalls the battle in the movie version. With such amazing instant output power, the photon destruction cannon can fire up to 20 shots in a row. This is similar to the 15th burst of the accelerated form of the Crimson Drill, but it is an upgraded version. Not only has it changed from 15 bursts to 20 bursts, but the bursts are not from the Crimson Drill, but from the enhanced Crimson Drill. It's over, or goodbye forever, Gao Li said indifferently, and mercilessly pulled the trigger at the abomination. Boom 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 boom. A full 20 rounds of the destruction cannon bombarded the abomination at a very fast speed, causing him to let out a deafening scream. The explosion light that illuminated half of the sky also made it difficult for people to see the scene clearly. When Ross and Fury could barely look over, their faces changed drastically. The abomination, who used to be like an invulnerable absolute fortress, now kneeled in the same place without moving. His whole body was covered with blood and flesh, and there were deep wounds that could be seen on the bone. Heat continued to come out of his body, and it was unclear whether it was caused by the attack or healed at an extremely fast speed, but in any case, Gao Li would not give him another chance. Unlike the accelerated form, 20 rounds are just a single reload. Not that I can only shoot so many at most, Gao Li sneered. Input the code 103 and enter again to reload, and bombarded the abomination with another 20 rounds in the air. The whole New York City seemed to have experienced a major earthquake, and the epicenter was the shocking explosion that swallowed the abomination. When the flames gradually dissipated, Ross and Fury swallowed their saliva subconsciously. The abomination was no longer in human form, but could barely see the skeleton and rotten flesh of a creature. Gap. The broken flesh was still squirming slightly, making a sound that made people's teeth ache, and Gao Li had completed the third reload of the photon destruction cannon. Boom. Hulk and Tony were already attracted, and all they saw were the remnants of hatred. Even Hulk was shocked by this miserable scene. In his remaining intelligence, he still remembered clearly that this was a tough enemy who could fight him equally, but now he has become so miserable. In this way, it can also be done to Hulk. Thinking of this, Fear appeared in Hulk's simple mind for the first time. Hulk is just a person with low IQ and impulsive emotions. He is not a fool who only has anger. He also feels fear and fear. Chapter 141. The hammer is great. It's mine. Especially since the Abomination had once been a match for the Hulk, and they fought evenly, it was naturally easier for the Hulk to substitute himself. That grey guy became so miserable. After all, it was equivalent to taking 60 burst forms of the ultimate move, the enhanced Crimson Electric Drill, in a very short period of time, and countless compressed energy light bullets with a power equal to the total of 300 burst gunshots. The damage was off the charts, and the Abomination died without injustice. And just at this moment, Gory walked slowly with the photon destruction cannon, and met the Hulk's eyes. Huh? What? You want to try it too? Gory glared like a bully, and even through the mask, you could feel the danger of his eyes. Hulk doesn't want to. The Hulk's mind is a bit like a child. After feeling scared, his first reaction is to shrink back. So Tony stared wide-eyed in his tattered armor, watching the huge Hulk turn back into Bruce Banner, just because of Gory's threat. Fuck. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Tony was very angry. Is this wrong? Is Gory's eyes so intimidating? He was in danger before, and was almost killed by Hulk several times. Gory's previous bloody battles seemed stupid. What Tony didn't know was that Hulk, like a beast, also had a sharper instinct, and could feel Gory's momentum and attitude of thinking he could definitely kill him. To be honest, the photon destruction cannon was overheated, and overloaded after 3 consecutive reloads in a short period of time. If the Abomination is not finished, Gory will not be able to output the 4th wave of offensive for the time being. But so what? The burst form is not Gory's trump card at all. Even if the photon destruction cannon can't kill the Abomination, Gory still has the transcendent armor and the endless golden Yinglang. There is always one that can crush the Abomination. Because of this, Gory exudes an aggressive confidence and murderous aura from inside to outside. That Hulk was actually... what a joke. General Ross shook his body in great shock. Hulk was his ideal weapon of war, but he performed so shamefully in front of Gary Parker. Even Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who had always seen a lot, couldn't help but blurt out motherfuck. Originally, in his expectation, if the Avengers plan could successfully recruit Dr. Banner, then the Hulk would be the strongest force of the Avengers. Now it seems that, even if the plan goes smoothly, the position of strongest will have to change. Just thinking of this, Fury finally reacted. Is that what Natasha said in the intelligence, that Gary upgraded his individual equipment Masked Rider again? Question mark? I didn't expect it to be upgraded to such a level. I really don't know how much Gary can upgrade to if he is given some more time. This is even more exaggerated than Tony Stark. Tony, who was compared to Gary by Fury, sneezed. Damn, someone must be scolding me. Tony sniffed and looked up and down at the armor in the bursting form. Is this also the alien technology you learned? No, this is the result of my learning from one example, which has surpassed the alien technology. Gao Li said lightly, pretending to be dazzling. After all, the example was in front of Tony, and he believed that he could not yet create a single soldier equipment that could beat the Abomination into such a state. What a shit. Your photon blood is too sci-fi. How high is the upper limit of the output power? Tony murmured with his lips curled. He thought that the silver photon blood that could super accelerate 1,000 times and achieve the 15th burst of Crimson Electric Drills was already outrageous, but he didn't expect Gao Li to take out a burst mode with an even more outrageous instantaneous output power. At this time, Banner came back to his senses, looked at the surrounding scenery, and a flash of pain flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Gao Li and thanked him solemnly. Thank you for ending this disaster. Gory smiled and said, Drive Banner, if you really want to thank me, why not join the World Tree Consortium? I welcome talented researchers like you. Anyway, you have nowhere to go for the time being. Tony said dissatisfiedly, hey, are you ignoring me? Stark Industries certainly welcomes outstanding talents. Gory snorted, I'm not ignoring you, I'm just talking about the facts. After all, I'm more qualified to recruit Dr. Banner. Don't you think about it, who made Hulk turn back into Dr. Banner? Is it you? Of course not. What if Dr. Banner accidentally turns into Hulk again in the future? What should I do? If you join Stark Industries, you can't suppress Hulk at all. Only I who can suppress Hulk can guarantee the safety of Dr. Banner and the people around him at the same time. Tony opened his mouth, and he was speechless, even though he had always been sharp-tongued. Banner's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. After listening to Gory's clear analysis, this is indeed the best result. I have the ability to help you withstand the military's pursuit, and I have the financial resources to buy an independent island and build a research institute for you to use, and I have the strength to guarantee that the Hulk can be controlled. As he said, Gory stretched out his hand to Banner. So I'm your best choice. Make your own judgment, Dr. Banner. I'm very happy to join the World Tree Consortium, boss. Banner followed suit and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Gory. After successfully recruiting Dr. Banner, the World Tree Consortium and the Stark Group jointly handled the post-disaster. This made Natasha's burden even heavier, and the whole person was dizzy and sleep deprived. Natasha really suspected that she would die suddenly if this continued. I'm an agent, and I have the right to make my own decisions at critical moments. Natasha tried to convince herself in her heart. As an excellent agent, you must dare to make judgments at critical moments. After the incident with the Hulk and the Abomination, Gory has shown a clear tendency to protect the people, so it is enough to observe here. It's time to confess your identity to Gory. This time, Natasha bypassed the usual channels and went directly to Fury for instructions. Unexpectedly, Fury also supported her and planned to go with her to meet Gory. The opportunity is chosen when Fury thought for a moment, and a piece of latest intelligence caught his attention. That's it. When Gory returned to his residence in the World Tree building, he looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. Natasha and a one-eyed bald black man raised their hands with dark faces to make a French salute because they were surrounded and targeted by a large number of automated artillery. Fury originally thought that with the technology of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was enough to invade and take over the security system set up by Gory at home, and in fact it showed that it had succeeded. Who would have thought that the AI set by Gory was so smart that it knew to pretend to be hacked to lure the enemy deeper. So when he and Natasha came over, they were surrounded and could only surrender in humiliation. Natalie, I think I need an explanation. Natasha said quickly, boss, this is a misunderstanding. Actually, this is. Okay, Natasha, don't forget the purpose of our visit this time. Fury interrupted her and said, let me introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury, and I'm in charge of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Before Gory could complain about the long and ugly name, Fury took the initiative to say, of course, you can also call it SHIELD. It seems that he has been complained about it. Gory smiled slightly when he heard it, and Nick Fury finally couldn't help it. I'm afraid Fury doesn't know that the talent he wants to recruit is, in a sense, his real boss. Okay, let's talk about SHIELD. Gory snapped his fingers, and all the automatic defense artillery retracted, making Natasha and Fury subconsciously relieved. In the following half an hour, Fury introduced the functions and existence of SHIELD in detail, and sincerely invited Gory to join the Avengers. Gory agreed surprisingly readily. Anyway, for Gory, it was just me joining myself, so it didn't really make much difference whether I joined or not. This was beyond Fury's expectation. It was so simple. Originally, he expected Tony Stark to be the technical supporter of the Avengers, but the problem was that Tony had never been seriously injured, so there was no risk of shrapnel in his chest or poisoning. Fury had no means to control him at all. As for Howard Stark's relics, judging from the father-son relationship Tony showed, it was probably not very tempting to him. Fury was having a headache about it. Therefore, Gory, who was probably better than Tony, agreed to join, which was a complete surprise for Fury. However, the position that Gory agreed to was the consultant of the Avengers. In short, I work when I want to work, and no one can command me when I don't want to work. Although given that S.H.I.E.L.D. is basically a big shocker, it is unlikely that Gory will give orders that he is unwilling to give, but even if it is just in name, Gory does not want to be Fury's subordinate. Considering that Gory has a lot of advanced technology and knowledge, and a genius mind that is no less than Tony's, he is not just a simple fighter. It is indeed the most suitable position for a consultant, so Fury also agreed. In return for Gory, S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for solving all kinds of troubles for Gory in one stop. For example, there is no need for Gory to deal with the military for Dr. Banner. Fury will find a way to solve it. After discussing the cooperation between the two parties, Fury made his first request. Recently, a strange thing happened in New Mexico. Someone saw a hammer falling from the sky, but no one could move the hammer, no matter how hard they tried. This is very unreasonable. S.H.I.E.L.D. also sent people to test it. No matter how large the equipment is, it can't move it at all. And according to the test, this hammer always emits an amazing electromagnetic field. I hope you can study it as a consultant. Gory proved with Kamen Rider that his scientific research ability is unparalleled in the world. He can make such unscientific individual equipment that goes against common sense. He must be the most suitable to study unscientific things that also go against common sense. Wow. Gao Li understood after hearing this. This is probably the legendary Thor's hammer Mjolnir, right? Commonly known as the Meow Hammer. Okay, let's go now. You have successfully aroused my curiosity. Gao Li's words were not an excuse. He was really very curious about this mythical creation. It is said that this Thor's hammer is made of neutron star matter, but it does not show the quality of neutron star matter at all. How is this done? And Mjolnir also hosts the power of Thor. What kind of energy is that? How is the qualification of those who are judged to be qualified calculated? And those who do not meet the qualifications will not be able to lift Thor's hammer. Is this characteristic due to the inability to lift neutron star matter? If you have the power to lift neutron star matter of this size, can you ignore the restrictions and lift Mjolnir directly? Too many unknowns aroused Gao Li's curiosity. Just like night magic, Asgard's mythical civilization is, after all, an alien civilization that uses a special technology, so it is possible for Gao Li to study it clearly so soon. Fury and Natasha were very surprised. Gory seemed to be more enthusiastic than them. But enthusiasm is a good thing. What they fear most is passiveness. It seems that Gory's character is indeed much better than Tony's. The three of them took the Quinjet and soon arrived in New Mexico. Outside the landing point of Thor's hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D. has built a temporary base with 3 layers inside and outside. It's raining. It seems that the weather is not good. Gory entered the temporary base with an umbrella. A kind-looking bald man received him and introduced the current situation to Gory. Good evening, Mr. Parker. Seeing you come with the director and Natasha, I guess you have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and become my new colleague? I feel very honored and welcome. Coulson has a friendly temperament and speaks politely and gently, which makes people feel good. It's a pity that Gory didn't buy his tricks. At this time, Gory's whole mind was on Thor's hammer. Don't talk about these things. Where's the hammer? Let me check it out. Coulson pondered and said, if you need it, I can take you to see the hammer now, but there was an unexpected accident just now. I think it would be better for you to go there later. What accident? Gao Li was stunned. Coulson said, not long ago, a blonde muscular man whose identity could not be found broke into the temporary base. Although his physical fitness is not much better than that of ordinary people, he is unexpectedly experienced and powerful in combat. Up to now, he has knocked down many well-trained agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is getting closer and closer to the hammer. I suggest that we wait and see whether the hammer and him have. Damn it, dare to touch my hammer? Gao Li screamed and walked inside in a hurry, leaving Coulson in a daze. When did it become your hammer? P.S. Please post more. Children love to watch, by the way. Please ask for some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Children love to eat. Chapter 142. New Thunder God Gory. Gao Li quickly entered the core area of the temporary base, full of expectations. There was a big pit there that looked like a meteorite had landed, and the scene in the pit instantly attracted Gao Li's attention. There was a hammer there, and it was not an ordinary hammer. It was undoubtedly the legendary Thor's hammer Mjolnir. After all, Gao Li didn't even need to get close to see it. He could see that the hammer seemed to emit a faint light, as if it had its own life. This is not an ordinary weapon, but a divine weapon among divine weapons. Soon, his attention was attracted by another scene. Not far away, a blonde giant staggered towards Thor's hammer. When he came in front of Thor's hammer, he tried his best to pull up the hammer. The blonde giant raised his head and roared hard, but no matter how hard he tried, the hammer didn't seem to move at all. Gao Li observed all this quietly. He knew that this blonde giant must be an extraordinary person, and he looked very familiar. It seems it's the Thor I saw in posters and some videos before. Gory fell into deep thought. Did Thor seem to have lost his power? Gory was thinking, while Thor continued to struggle to pull up his hammer. No. Gao Li, why don't you respond to me? Thor felt more and more unbelievable. He tried his best to pull up Gao Li, but there was no sign of success. The rain poured down, wetting the pit, and also brought a gloomy feeling to Thor. Father, why did you do this to me? Thor's anger and disappointment were magnified by the rain, and his expression gradually solidified, like a statue shrouded in darkness. Okay, the show is over. Stay away from my hammer. Gory walked over with an umbrella, and Thor looked sideways when he heard it. Midgard, who are you? Why are you speaking rudely here, saying that Mjolnir is yours? Gory laughed and said, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's name? Also, Earth is my home, and the hammer fell into my home, so it naturally belongs to me. Thor, what kind of perverse logic is this? Thor roared, I warn you, Midgard, Mjolnir is my weapon, and mortals like you are not qualified to touch it. Gory tilted his head and said, then I have to ask you a question. What makes you say that the hammer is yours? Call it, and do you think it will respond? Thor was stunned when he heard this. If it was in the past, he could naturally summon Mjolnir at will, but now, let alone let Mjolnir respond to him, he can't even lift Mjolnir. Gory shrugged, so you see, this hammer is not yours either, and you have no evidence to prove it. Gory touched Thor's sore spot. Thinking back to his own experience, Thor was filled with grief and anger. You will pay the price for your arrogance, Midgard. I have killed more than you on the way here. Thor turned his grief and anger into strength. He always moved his body before his brain, and he would choose to take action if he couldn't win the argument with his mouth. Thor roared and pounced from the air, which shocked Coulson in the distance. Go and protect the commander, he shouted to the agents around him. As a consultant, Gory had a high status in S.H.I.E.L.D. and had the most precious wisdom. He must not lose it here. However, no matter what agent's protection, it could not be faster than Gory's own counterattack, including Hawkeye, who was always aiming at this place. Gory sneered, and with a quick punch, he hit Thor's stomach, sending him flying back. Hungry, Thor felt that his internal organs were about to move, and he curled up on the ground in pain, and couldn't move at all. This Midgard has great strength. It is no less than any warrior in Asgard. Who are you? Are you also a warrior from Midgard? Thor asked, trying to hold back the pain. He felt that with the strength that Gory showed in such a hurry, he must be a powerful warrior who was famous in Midgard. Midgard was the name of Earth in Asgard. Thor was right. Gory was indeed somewhat famous on Earth, but unfortunately not to the extent he thought. Coulson, Natasha and Fury, who were secretly observing this place, were all shocked. They never expected that Gory would be so skilled. Gory's martial arts are so good. Where did you learn it? Fury frowned. He actually had no information about Gory in this area in the past. Unlike Thor, who was under attack head on, they could not directly perceive how much Gory's strength was beyond ordinary people. Even so, it was amazing. You know, Thor had just defeated many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, but was punched by Gory and couldn't get up. Even if it hit the vital point, the effect was too good, right? Gory ignored Thor, but walked forward, took a deep breath, grasped Mjolnir's handle, and tried to pull it up with all his strength. Thor looked at this scene, and laughed mockingly on the ground. Even if you are very powerful, you are still an overconfident person. Father has already said that only qualified people can lift Mjolnir. Gory still ignored Thor, but as Thor said, Thor's hammer did not move at all. Gory couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even someone as wise, knowledgeable, romantic, and handsome as him couldn't do it. Thor's hammer was really blind. Let's make an assumption first. It is the power of magic or divine arts that produced this effect. This is more in line with the idea of Asgard's mythical civilization. Then, Gory inputted the endless golden magic power, and the effect of the endless golden magic power on the disintegration of spells began to take effect. Mjolnir began to tremble slightly, and lines appeared on it, as if it was fighting against Gory invisibly. Boom boom boom. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and thunder began to roar in the sky. Get up. As Gory exerted his strength, Mjolnir gradually broke free from the earth under Thor's incredulous gaze. How is this possible? Thor seemed to have forgotten the severe pain in an instant, and his face was full of disbelief. Impossible. I don't believe it. However, no matter how much Thor didn't want to believe it, the reality was that Gory had lifted Mjolnir. However, Gory soon put down Thor's hammer again, and shook his hands, as if he was moving his shoulders. If I use the endless golden magic directly, the effect is indeed much worse than after the transformation. I can only barely disintegrate part of the effect. Gory pondered secretly. The restriction magic set by Odin could not fully exert its effect, because part of it was disintegrated, so it could be forcibly lifted by Gory. However, the disintegration was only a small part of it. Odin's magic was constantly fighting against Gory fiercely, and it would automatically fill it up again. It was the first time that Gory had seen such a spell that could continuously repair itself, which made Odin's magic work and not work at the same time. In reality, although Mjolnir could be lifted by Gory, it was very heavy and could not be lifted high at all, let alone used as a weapon. It's really interesting. The magic of a god king really can't be underestimated. It's worth studying. Gory smiled slightly and left with an umbrella. Only Thor was left staring at Mjolnir in a daze. He was unable to come back to his senses, and was then thrown down by the shield agents who rushed over. Coulson was in charge of interrogating Thor next, and Gory stayed in a local 5-star hotel to rest for a while. As for the information about Thor, someone would naturally present it to him later, and Gory didn't need to think about it at all. The next day, Gory ate breakfast while looking at the information he had collected. Thor Odinson, who claims to be the god of thunder in Norse mythology, was exiled from Asgard to Midgard by his father Odin, and deprived of his divine power. It seems that he can't lift Mjolnir, but Gory, a Midgard man, can lift it. This is a big blow to Thor. He began to give up on himself, and doubted whether he was qualified. Of course, it would be easy for the interrogation experts of S.H.I.E.L.D. to get a lot of information out of him. After that, S.H.I.E.L.D. released Thor, of course, with the purpose of using Thor as bait to fish and see if they could catch any big fish. Of course, they didn't catch any big fish, but they caught 4 small fish. Not long after, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who were secretly following him saw 4 guys dressed like actors coming to Thor. It was obvious that they knew Thor. After seeing them, Thor smiled for the first time, as if he had seen his family reunited after a long absence. They were Thor's friends, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard. They came to see Thor for urgent matters. Not long after the 5 of them met and talked, the agents in the dark saw Thor first showing an expression of disbelief, then frustration and anger. Thor, we came to you to take you back to Asgard. You must go back now. Thor said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I don't know if I can still go back to Asgard. Not only did I anger my father, but I also caused my father to lose his life because of me, and I also broke the peace between Jotunheim and Asgard. During the time when I was imprisoned by the Midgard people, Loki told me that I was not qualified to return to Asgard, and I deserved to be exiled by my father as a sinner. Thor, Loki lied to you. Sif interrupted, the father was not killed by you, he just fell into a deep sleep, into the Odin sleep. You, what did you say? Thor was stunned, and then felt a little confused. How could Loki lie to me? He is my brother. Sif snorted coldly, he is not just lying to you. While His Majesty Odin was in a deep sleep, he took the opportunity to obtain the father's eternal spear, and then acted as the throne of Asgard. Besides, there has never been any war between us and Jotunheim. I don't know what nonsense Loki made up to deceive you. Thor was shocked. He felt that he had suffered another mental shock that was no less severe than the one he had suffered since seeing Mjolnir being lifted up by Gory. In short, you must hurry back to Asgard to stop Loki. Only you can do it, Thor. Thor became even more depressed when he heard this. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sorry friends, I'm afraid I can't do this. Now I have lost the power of the god of thunder, and I can't even lift Mjolnir. I don't meet the qualifications recognized by my father. Then, what should we do? The three Asgardian warriors and Sif were all dumbfounded when they heard this. At this time, Thor seemed to have thought of something and said, but it is very likely that someone has inherited the power of the god of thunder. I met a man from Midgard. He lifted Mjolnir in front of me, so he is the qualified person. You can ask him for help. Huh. There are mortals here in Midgard who can lift Mjolnir. The four were shocked when they heard this. In their common sense, Midgard has always been a gathering place for mortals. There may be some heroes, but they are far inferior to the gods in Asgard. Even if what Thor said is true, wouldn't it be too ridiculous to find a mortal to save Asgard? The bearded man among the three warriors asked hesitantly, and Sif rolled his eyes at him. Asgard has become what it is now. Is there still room to consider this? Thor, do you know where that Midgard man is? Thor smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I don't know. I don't even know his name. Sif was about to ask something else, but suddenly her face changed drastically. Not only her, but almost all the Asgardians present changed their faces drastically because they felt a familiar and terrifying breath approaching here at a very fast speed. This feeling. Could it be? Sif looked over in disbelief, and soon a huge moving humanoid armor landed in the shocked eyes of everyone. The armor was about 2 meters tall, silver white, with flames burning in the gaps, and many spikes. It's really the destroyer. Thor's pupils also trembled. Why is it here? Isn't my father in a deep sleep? If Thor remembered correctly, the destroyer should be Odin's armor. Although Odin no longer used the destroyer in his later years, the destroyer with automatic functions is still Asgard's powerful defense and combat force. Sif cursed. Idiot. It's obvious that Loki called him here. He wants to kill people. He wants to kill us in the courtyard. Loki, does he really want to kill me? Thor was stunned, his eyes full of misery and sadness. Until this moment, he deeply realized that his brother seemed to have really betrayed him. Go away, you can't be a match for the destroyer, and Loki's target should only be me. There is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Sif said anxiously, don't give up so quickly, Thor. Yes. By the way, although we may not be able to defeat the destroyer, as long as the person in Midgard who can lift Mjolnir is here, there is still hope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Is he the strongest warrior in the courtyard? Gory, the mortal who raised Thor's hammer as mentioned by Thor and Sif, was answering the phone in the presidential suite at this time. Mr. Parker, we urgently need your help. A humanoid armor appeared in the town not long ago and has caused huge losses. If it continues like this, I'm afraid. Gory frowned slightly. I'm not a thug of SHIELD. You are an agency that deals with supernatural forces. Don't you have any talents who can fight against supernatural forces? Carlson said awkwardly. Yes, we do, but they can't deal with two strong ones. In fact, we have already sent them out. It is because of their delay that the armor did not cause too many casualties. But it has reached the limit. If it continues like this, the damage will be immeasurable. The strongest force we have here is you, please, Mr. Parker. Gory sighed, but he didn't reject it. After all, the powerful humanoid armor sounds quite interesting and worth catching back for a search. I understand. Wait a moment. Gao Li stretched out his hand and a red beetle flew from the window and fell into his hand. If we need to travel quickly, what can be more suitable than Kamen Rider Kabuto who can be upgraded? Although Kamen Rider Faiz's acceleration mode has the same speed, it can't maintain it for long enough, so it is only suitable for short distance combat. Long time no see. Transform. Gao Li inserted Kabuto's insect instrument into his belt and gently raised the insect horn. Cast off. Change beetle. As the armor of the mask mode fell off, the red Kamen Rider Kabuto appeared in the presidential suite. The situation was critical, and every second counted. Gao Li didn't waste time. He first picked up his suitcase and then directly slapped the side buckle. Clock up. With a whoosh, Gao Li directly accelerated and disappeared on the spot. In the town, Carlson, who was watching from the temporary command post in the distance, sighed and looked worried. At the end of his vision, the war was already going on, and the streets were in ruins. Sif and the three warriors of Asgard worked together to delay the destroyer. In addition, Hawkeye and Natasha, who belonged to SHIELD, also joined the battle. They could barely be considered superheroes, and their strength was not inferior to that of Sif and the three warriors of Asgard. As for Thor, he certainly didn't just stand there and watch. Even though he had lost his divine power, Thor was still much stronger than ordinary human agents, and could barely catch up with the fighting power of Natasha and Hawkeye. He was also a good player with good ability. With the full efforts of these 7 people, they could barely fight the destroyer. Yes, it was just barely. The situation was really too one-sided. Even if the 7 of them tried their best, even if they used all their strength, they were still at an absolute disadvantage in the face of the destroyer. The destroyer in reality is definitely not the fragile one in the movie that was smashed apart by Thor's hammer. If it only had that much power, the destroyer could not be Odin's armor, let alone the security measure of Asgard. Any enemy with a little strength can withstand the blow of Thor's hammer, and the weak chicken and fish that can't even take Thor's flat attack have no ability to invade Asgard. So the destroyer armor in front of everyone is obviously not included. Its huge body stepped on the street, making a deafening noise and causing the ground to tremble. Sif held the sword tightly in her hand. She was sweating and panting, but her eyes revealed determination and courage. The three warriors of Asgard stood beside her, holding their own weapons, but there was a damage gap on the way to fighting the destroyer. Natasha and Hawkeye quietly hid in a nearby building, looking for the best time to attack. But the destroyer's armor made a deafening sound and launched a fierce attack on Sif and the three warriors of Asgard. The huge fist smashed towards them like a cannonball. Sif quickly dodged, but was still knocked back dozens of meters by the huge impact. Sif. While shouting in worry, the three warriors of Asgard used their own special skills to hit the destroyer fiercely. However, the destroyer would not give in easily. It launched a powerful energy shock and smashed the three warriors of Asgard into pieces. This won't work. There is no chance of winning. Seeing this, Sif gritted her teeth, but still rushed towards the destroyer resolutely, and the sword blade slashed at the destroyer's joints with endless power. Dang. A fierce collision sounded. The destroyer's defense was extremely solid, and Sif's attack only left a slight mark on its surface. On the contrary, the destroyer responded to Sif's challenge and hit her hard with his huge fist. Hungry, Sif was hit and flew backwards, hitting a building, causing even greater damage. Natasha, Hawkeye and Thor rushed out immediately upon seeing this, and launched a fierce attack on the destroyer. Natasha deftly shuttled between the destroyer's legs and shot quickly with a gun. Hawkeye used precise archery to aim at the destroyer's vital parts, and kept shooting arrows. Thor did not have a weapon at hand for the time being, so he picked up the iron rod on the ground and hit the destroyer madly. This scene made Loki, who was controlling the destroyer behind the scenes, full of questions. If there is a day when you feel that you are too stupid, please do not forget that Thor once tried to damage the artifact armor with ordinary iron. Sure enough, the destroyer gave them a ruthless counterattack. It swung a huge iron fist and knocked Natasha, Hawkeye and Thor out, making them fall heavily on the street. By now, the buildings on the surrounding streets have been almost completely destroyed, with smoke and dust everywhere, and debris scattered all over the ground. Even though he had lost the power of Thor, Thor still had a good body. He stood up with difficulty, looked at the huge figure of the destroyer's armor, and decided to rush over to fight again. Sif gritted her teeth and looked at Thor charging. She also felt her body full of strength. She swung her sword with a cold light and rushed towards the destroyer. Bang! The destroyer stepped on his feet and pounced on Sif, his fist hitting her like a cannonball. Sif quickly dodged. Her sword slashed through the air. The sound of breaking wind rang in her ears, and she stabbed the destroyer's leg, trying to weaken its ability to move. However, the destroyer's armor was indestructible, and the blade only left a slight scratch on its surface. It's too hard. There's no way to break through it. At this moment, the three warriors of Asgard gathered again, and launched a joint attack. They cooperated tacitly, and launched a powerful offensive to knock down this ruthless enemy. Unfortunately, just like Sif, they all returned in vain. The indestructible destroyer was not afraid of these attacks. It fought back with its huge fist and the transformed hammer, beating the warriors back. Boom. 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 The buildings on the street collapsed one after another, and dust flew, forming a chaotic battlefield. Natasha and Hawkeye had to rush to the front line immediately to provide support for Sif and the three warriors of Asgard. Natasha deftly shuttled between the sides of the destroyer, using her agility to dodge attacks, and tried to find the destroyer's weaknesses with precise shooting. Hawkeye accurately aimed at the target and shot arrows at the key parts of the destroyer like meteors. These were destined to be useless. The destroyer was not so easy to defeat, and it would only lead to it launching a more fierce counterattack. The destroyer shot a thick laser from its face, forcing Natasha and Hawkeye to run around. With a boom explosion, they were all blown away and fell in a mess in a pile of ruins. Sif gathered all her strength and released a dazzling light just to break through the destroyer's defense. Her sword blade ignited with blazing flames, and the sword light cut through the air like a meteor. "Break it for me." Sif rushed straight towards the destroyer, and the sound of the sword and armor colliding resounded throughout the town. Facing Sif's desperate attack, the destroyer's armor also made a buzzing sound, but then it turned into an axe flashing with cold light in his hand, and chopped towards Sif. Sif hurriedly dodged, but unexpectedly the axe blade brushed her shoulder and cut a bloody wound. "Don't hurt Sif." The three warriors of Asgard controlled their artifacts and tried to stop the destroyer's advance. The destroyer swung his giant iron fist again, knocking the three warriors to the ground. Natasha and Hawkeye did not have such good physical fitness as them, and they were already bleeding from their heads. They could only hide on the building nearby, aiming at the joints of the destroyer, hoping to defeat it from the weak parts. But the protective layer on the destroyer was too strong. Hawkeye's arrows and Natasha's bullets were insignificant to it, as if they were just tickling. "Mom, help. God, please bless us." The battle over there was extremely tragic, and the residents of the town were forced to hide in the ruins and corners. Their eyes were full of fear, and they just wanted to find a glimmer of hope in this terror. However, the footsteps of the destroyer did not stop, as if every step was stepping heavily on their hearts. Damn. Loki, why did you do this to me?" Thor looked at the miserable state of his companions, and endless anger and determination surged in his heart. He stood up again, looking at the destroyer with a firm gaze. Everything started because of him, so let him end it. "Loki, I know you can hear it. Don't you just want to kill me? I'm here. Kill me and leave. Don't hurt the mortals here anymore." Thor limped to the front of the destroyer, and Coulson also received an urgent urging from Fury. "Has Gary Parker not arrived yet? This Thor Odinson is very likely to be the real Thor. It would be the best if we can get him. We must not let him be killed." Coulson said helplessly, "I have contacted him half a minute ago, and Mr. Parker also promised to come. But the battle situation is too fast and too urgent. 30 seconds is not enough time to get off the elevator." As soon as Coulson finished speaking, Gary's questioning voice came from outside the door of the temporary command center. "What's the situation?" At the same time as Gary ended the time-up transformation, he also lifted the transformation of Kamen Rider Kabuto, which shocked everyone present and Coulson. "Wait, it's here already? Too fast, isn't it? Question mark? Do you have skills like teleportation?" But now there is no time to pursue these questions. Coulson hurriedly said, "It's too late. Please act quickly." Gary nodded, no longer talking, but neatly took out the phase driver and phase blaster from the briefcase. On the way here yesterday, because he didn't know if there might be a fight, Gao Li drank a bottle of transformation one shot in advance, which is still valid. Transform. Standing by. Awakening. In the red light of dashing, Gao Li directly transformed into Kamen Rider Faiz burst form. On the other side, after a slight pause, the destroyer unfolded his visor and began to condense a terrifying destructive light from it to Thor. "Thor, no." The wounded Sif and the three warriors of Asgard shouted in despair. At this critical moment, several light bullets shot through the air and directly knocked the destroyer out. Sure. The destroyer's head tilted, and the laser shot directly off, cutting the clouds in the sky in half. "Who is it?" Loki in Asgard was shocked and stood up suddenly. Sif and the three warriors of Asgard were also surprised. They all looked towards the source of the attack and saw a masked armored man walking slowly with great momentum. Is it a warrior from Midgard? The four of them were a little puzzled. They had seen the warriors from Midgard before, namely Natasha and Hawkeye. Although their strength was indeed very good, one more was just a drop in the bucket in the face of the destroyer. It was of no help at all. Hawkeye and Natasha breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the newcomer. Great Gory Parker finally took action, so the problem should not be a big deal. It's a pity that he can catch up. He deserves to develop such an exaggerated individual equipment of 50 times supersonic speed. Hearing the words of the two, Thor felt even more surprised. Is the newly arrived Midgard warrior so powerful? If you ask me, you should quickly call the guy who lifted Mjolnir yesterday. Hawkeye and Natasha looked at each other, and they could see that each other had a smile on their faces. Then there's no need to shout. The man from yesterday was him. Thor was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, is it him? What about Mjolnir? If he doesn't bring Mjolnir with him, how can he beat the destroyer? Although the two had fought around yesterday, Thor admitted that Gory was incredibly powerful, but he was still far behind him in the past, and it was even more impossible for him to be the opponent of the destroyer. Well, because it's not necessary, Natasha was too lazy to explain. You'll know when you continue to watch. Although the people in the Asgard were curious, they still felt a little disdainful when they heard it. No matter how powerful the weapons of mortals were, how could they be better than the artifact Mjolnir? At this time, Gory had already clicked the charge button, and a terrifying red light flashed on his fist. He jumped up and smashed towards the destroyer frantically. Blaster grand impact explosion huge impact. Chapter 144. As long as I don't nod, none of you can go back today. This move is the final enhanced version of Gran Impact. Its enhancement lies in that the original one-shot special move has become a continuous punch that can be used on multiple enemies, and each punch has a destructive power comparable to a special move. This is why before Gao Li developed the burst form, he praised the burst form for its explosive output. Under Gao Li's extremely terrifying continuous punches, the entire destroyer armor was actually hit and floated into the air. And every punch that hit the surface of the destroyer can make a low sound like a heavy artillery roar, accompanied by a dazzling and terrifying red light. With Gao Li's heavy blow, the destroyer fell to the ground like a piece of scrap copper and iron, and its surface was covered with pits and small pits. Seeing this scene, several people in the Asgard swallowed their saliva subconsciously. They asked themselves, if they were in the position of the destroyer, could they take such a powerful combo? I'm afraid it's not possible. Only Gory, who was the attacker, frowned. Judging from the feel, it seems that it's not very good. Since Gory wanted to keep the integrity of the destroyer as much as possible for future research, he did not use artillery fire, but chose close combat. But close combat was effective at first glance. If you look closely, you will find that the holes on the surface of the destroyer are abounding and repairing one by one, and the whole armor is slowly moving again. There's no other way. It seems that we have to use a little more violent means. Taking advantage of the gap, when the destroyer was self-repairing, Gory also adjusted the phase blaster to the photon crushing sword mode. A huge photon blood blade stretched out from it. The destructive power of the lightsaber in the burst mode is 1.5 times that of the phase blade, which is also a sword type weapon in the normal state. It can easily split a train in two. When the power is adjusted to the maximum, the photon crushing sword can directly reach the destructive power of 15 times that of Phase's blade. Under such power, even aircraft carriers can be easily cut and chopped by the photon crushing sword. The attack output is truly higher than that of modern armies. I heard that you are very tough. Let's try how tough you are. Gao Li activated the photon field floater device to fly to the mid-air and then descended rapidly to slash the enemy. Swish. The people around could only see a flash of red light, as if the whole world was cut apart, and the center point was the destroyer. This is far from over. With the ability to fly at high speed, Gao Li flew the destroyer into the air and cut around him repeatedly. In the eyes of the onlookers, they could only see more and more red lines of cutting like residual vision surrounding the destroyer, and in the blink of an eye, he was cut into pieces. This Is this the artifact of Uratrium? Thor had been stunned for a long time and finally understood what Natasha meant. Judging from this fighting power, it is indeed completely possible without Mjolnir. When did the people of Midgard possess such a powerful artifact? Did they also ask the dwarves to refine it? No, it's just technology. Gori descended from the sky and stopped beside him and said lightly. Before Thor could reply, a ding-dong sound was heard in the distance, and the destroyer, which was chopped into many pieces, fell to the ground powerlessly. Each of these swords had the power of photon shattering to slash an aircraft carrier, which was not so easy to take, not to mention that Gori hit so many times in succession. It was not until the photon shattering sword mode had overload and overheating problems that Gori barely stopped. The results of the battle were also extremely brilliant. The destroyer, who had beaten everyone so hard before, was cut into 17 pieces without even the slightest resistance. How can there be such a strong mortal? Loki, who was far away in Asgard, was shocked again. He never expected that things would develop like this. Can a mere mortal reach, or even surpass the power of the gods with only technology? It seemed that the brothers had a telepathic connection. At this time, Thor on Earth also immediately thought of Loki. It's not the end, just to get rid of the destroyer. My brother Loki's conspiracy is still going on. We must return to Asgard to stop him. Warrior of Midgard, if you have this great power, you may be able to stop Loki. Please help us. Although there were many deviations in the process, the arrogant and brainless Thor finally grew up as Odin hoped. However, as soon as Thor finished speaking, he saw the driver on Gori's waist turned into ashes and fell, and the whole person's transformation was directly lifted. What is? Thor's eyes widened, and Gori shrugged indifferently. Don't mind, it's a disposable item. For Gori's current financial resources, and technology, making the phase system is no longer as difficult as it was at the beginning. He casually made dozens of them for backup without any regrets. But this still made Thor's face fall. What should I do? If I still have the strength? As he said this, Thor subconsciously grabbed the void and suddenly said HMM. There was a sharp whistle in the distance, and a small shadow was cutting through the sky and flying towards Thor at a high speed. Mjolnir. Thor showed a look of surprise, and the next second he grabbed the handle of the hammer as naturally as breathing, but there was still doubt in his eyes. Why did you respond to me suddenly? No, I didn't even call you. It seemed very simple. Seeing this, Gao Li narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but have an outrageous guess in his heart. In order to confirm this idea, Gao Li tried to reach out to Mjolnir, and Mjolnir suddenly shook by himself. Gao Li. Damn, it's really like that. Why did Mjolnir return to Thor's hand so easily? There is only one answer, that is, Mjolnir is scared. Artifacts of this level like Mjolnir have very simple intelligence, and when fighting with their masters, they can achieve the effect of being in tune with each other. So when Gori used his endless golden magic to break Odin's magic and forcibly lift Mjolnir up, it was like forcing Mjolnir down. Seeing that Thor finally barely met the qualification limit set by Odin, Mjolnir quickly found a chance to go back to Thor in order to avoid complications. Is this what they call getting your body, but not your heart? Gori felt strange. Why did he become like a yellow-haired character while Thor was the victim? But the victim himself didn't think too much about it and was already in the joy of regaining what he had lost. Great, Mjolnir, we can fight side by side again. He even kissed Mjolnir and then remembered the important things at the moment under Siskoff. By the way, we have to hurry back to Asgard to stop Loki without delay. Take me with you. I'm curious about what Asgard looks like. Gori said. Wait. Natasha said quickly. Gori, you are a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. You can't make mistakes. Don't go to unknown places rashly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Gori raised his hand to stop Natasha from saying what she wanted to say next. Natasha was a little helpless. If Gori insisted on doing something, it seemed that she really had no means to stop him. Take you? Thor frowned, a little hesitant. I'm not looking down on you. You should be considered a very powerful warrior in Midgard, but now you are not needed to use Mjolnir, and you have lost your armor, so it will be of no help to you in Asgard. Sif also raised her eyebrows and said, Thor is right. I'm very grateful for your help, but you can't interfere in what happens next, and there is no precedent for bringing mortals to Asgard. Oh. Gory tilted his head. So you mean that you don't want me to take a ride no matter what? Thor, Sif and the three warriors of Asgard looked at each other and nodded. Yes, mortals are not allowed to enter Asgard according to regulations. Gory asked again, then can't we take it as a reward for me saving your lives just now? No, Thor shook his head. After I resolve this matter, I will come back to thank you, but I really can't do that now. Gory waved his hand and said, then you can go, but I bet you can't leave. As long as I don't nod in agreement, none of you can go back to Asgard today. What do you mean? Sif frowned, almost thinking that Gory was going to take action, or call other mortals to surround them. However, after they secretly tensed their muscles, they found that Gory was just standing not far away, and did nothing extra. Thor was also a little confused, so he could only raise Thor's hammer and shout, Heimdall, let the rainbow bridge pick us up. A colorful beam of light instantly shot down from the sky, covering Thor, Sif and the other 5 people. Then, as their feet left the ground and were about to rise into the air, the colorful beam of light suddenly flashed a few times and disappeared as if it could not support itself. What's going on? What happened? Sif, Thor and the others landed again, and everyone was stunned. In their long lives, they were teleported by the rainbow bridge countless times, but none of them had a situation like the one just now. Why did the rainbow bridge fail? Is it a malfunction? I've already said that, if I don't agree, none of you can go back to Asgard today. Gory's cold laughter broke their shock, and they all looked at him in doubt. Did you do something? What trick did you use? Impossible. He's just a mortal. How could a mortal in the atrium have an impact on the rainbow bridge? Although the facts seemed to be just as Gory said, several people still didn't dare to believe it, and didn't want to believe it. It was too outrageous. In fact, the sentence just now was just a guess made by Gory through his experience of forcibly lifting Mjolnir. Just like the Odin magic in Mjolnir, the rainbow bridge is essentially a product of the Asgard magic system, so the endless golden magic can have a certain effect on it. Although it is not to the extent of erasing it, as soon as it is touched, it is enough to prevent it from producing the desired effect completely, just like Mjolnir. Just after Gory finished speaking, he secretly extended the endless golden magic from the soles of his feet and spread it all over the surrounding land. Once the rainbow bridge falls, it will come into contact with the endless golden magic, and eventually become ineffective under its influence. Unlike Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard, Thor, who witnessed Gory lifting Mjolnir with his own eyes, thought more and his expression was a little uncertain. Maybe, it really has something to do with this Midgard warrior called Gory. After all, Thor has seen too many differences between him and the other Midgard people. Thinking of this, Thor gritted his teeth. Time is urgent now. There is no time to get entangled in those details. In this case, then Gory, come over. Let's go to Asgard together. Thor? Sif and the 3 warriors looked at Thor in surprise, but Thor was the most senior among the few, so they had to listen to Thor's decision in the end. Mr. Parker, you really don't think about the safety issue more. This is probably not appropriate, right? Natasha and Hawkeye stood up and tried to stop them, but Gory waved his hand. Tell Fury for me, see you later. After that, Thor raised Thor's hammer and shouted, Heimdall, Rainbow Bridge. But nothing happened. Several people at the scene stared at each other for a while, and the scene was very awkward. Gory, you're here, aren't you? Don't block the rainbow bridge. Thor coughed. It's not that I didn't. Gory spread his hands. It's obviously Asgard that didn't activate the rainbow bridge. Don't accuse others. Thor thought so too. Just now, the rainbow bridge was activated but inexplicably failed. This can be said to be related to Gory. Now that the rainbow bridge has not come at all, it can't be blamed on Gory. Sif frowned and said, could it be that something went wrong with Heimdall? It seems that the current situation in Asgard is even worse than imagined. The situation was indeed as Sif guessed. Heimdall, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, was awakened by Thor, who shouted Bifrost many times. He struggled to open his eyes from his coma. Why is this happening just now? They couldn't come back. Heimdall restarted the Bifrost weekly and finally fell down unable to support it. Boom. After Thor shouted a little dry, the Bifrost finally descended again, this time covering Gory and teleporting them away. Only Natasha and Hawkeye were left looking at each other in silence. The super genius of the Earth went to the alien planet just like that. They felt that they would only be scolded by Fury when they returned. P.S. Thank you Phoenix Rainmaster for the 100-point reward. Chapter 145 Who is the number one mage in the 9 realms? After arriving in Asgard, Thor saw Heimdall lying on the ground at first sight. Heimdall, what happened to you? Thor ran to check the situation in shock. Fortunately, Heimdall was not dead yet. He could only frown and said to Sif and others, "You send Heimdall to treatment. I will go to find Loki." But Sif hesitated. "We only need one person, and the others will follow you, so the chances of winning will be greater, right?" Thor shook his head and said, "If Loki really masters his father's eternal spear as you said, then he is much more dangerous than the destroyer. You will only get in the way if you go, and I will need to spend more time to protect you. On the contrary, if Loki fails to master the eternal spear, then he is definitely not my opponent, and it will be useless for you to go, so it is better for you to leave first anyway." Okay. Sif and the 3 warriors nodded. It was indeed the truth. Although they are Asgardians with much stronger physique than Earthlings, they are still far from the royal family like Thor, and the two sides are at a completely different level. As for Gory, Thor felt it was a bit difficult to speak. Gory said that he followed because he was curious about Asgard, so now in a sense, he has achieved his goal. Although he has only seen the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, Thor can't find a tour guide to take Gory to travel around Asgard at this critical moment, right? And if he gave Gory a tougher order. First of all, Gory was indebted to him, and secondly, Gory had a strange ability that seemed to affect the Rainbow Bridge, which made Thor very unsure. Fortunately, Gory didn't bother him and smiled. "I'll stay here. I'm quite curious about the principle of the Rainbow Bridge. This is a good opportunity to observe it." Thor nodded. "Okay, you stay here. I'll be back soon." Thor didn't think there was anything wrong with Gory's decision. The Rainbow Bridge is Asgard's top technology. He would never believe that a Midgard person could figure out anything by looking at it for a while. After Thor flew away, Gory happily began to explore the Rainbow Bridge. This Rainbow Bridge device is quite peculiar. It can be used as a means of transmission and can reach any corner of the universe. At a critical moment, it can be transformed into a weapon, and its power limit is suspected to be able to explode stars. According to Gao Li's further research, the Rainbow Bridge is very much like an imitation of a certain prototype technology. It may have become so huge to compensate for the problem of insufficient key material levels. Its prototype should be a more miniaturized feeling, but it is not without advantages after being huge. It has more space to store energy and increase power. I'm afraid that this is a reason why it can be transformed into a star-blasting weapon. As for Thor, he said that he would go and come back, but it is probably impossible to achieve it. Thor came to Loki with Thor's hammer in a threatening manner, but he didn't expect that he was blasted away by Loki with the Eternal God Spear because of his negligence. Thor has returned. I'm afraid that the previous blow will not kill him. My mother is here too. No, we can't delay any longer. Loki thought of this and hurried to the Rainbow Bridge Hall at the fastest speed. He wanted to continue to implement his plan, using the Rainbow Bridge as a weapon to blow up Jotunheim and completely exterminate the frost giants. Only in this way could Loki truly prove himself. However, just as Loki pushed open the main door of the Rainbow Bridge Hall, he saw a mortal in the atrium circling around the activation device of the Rainbow Bridge to observe. Who is that? Loki frowned. Why would a mortal be here? Needless to say, it must be brought back by Thor and his men. But why did they bring a mortal back? Does it make sense other than to have an extra burden? When Loki was controlling the destroyer before, Gao Li was in the state of transforming into a Kamen Rider, so Loki did not see Gao Li's face. When Gao Li's transformation was lifted, the destroyer had already been chopped to pieces by him, and Loki naturally could not see Gao Li through the destroyer. Thinking of this, Loki said proudly, "Mortal, get out of there." Gao Li looked in the direction of the voice and touched his chin. You look familiar. Let me recall. It seems that you are the one. I'm Loki, the god of trickery. Loki snorted coldly, knowing my noble identity. You should kneel down and beg for mercy instead of standing there and making rude comments. Gory raised his chin. Who are you teasing? Get down here. It can only be said that he was simply foul-mouthed, and it was an extreme enjoyment. Being scolded by a mere mortal like this, Loki was instantly furious. Haha. Very good. It seems that before destroying Jotunheim, I have to judge a mortal first. Loki walked over with a sneer and stretched out his hand to grab Gore's neck. In the original history, he also wanted to grab the neck when he was angry with Tony. It might be his personal hobby. It's a pity that it doesn't work with Gory. With a snap, Loki's hand was pinched by Gory halfway through. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Gao Li narrowed his eyes. Is this considered self-defense? You. Loki's eyes widened, and he tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't pull his wrist back. This mortal has great strength. Gao Li also felt Loki's strength. With Loki's physical fitness, that could barely fight Thor for a while and once suppressed Captain America, he could probably match the transitional enhanced form of the General Kamen Rider. Then I'll add some more ingredients, and it will be stable. The magic light on Gao Li's hand lit up. He didn't use any night magic on purpose, but simply used magic to amplify himself. Then he punched Loki in the face. Ouch. Loki screamed in pain, and the whole person flew out in a spin, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. When he was lying on the ground, Loki was still in a dream, feeling very incredible. What just happened? Exclamation mark. He was actually knocked down by a mere mortal. Are you kidding? Question mark. Ha 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 ha. Loki laughed in anger and climbed up from the ground with his fists clenched. If I'm not mistaken, that light just now should be some kind of magic, right? Are you the wizard of the atrium? How interesting. You have mastered some magical power, so you think you have the ability to challenge me, the #1 wizard in the 9 realms? At this point, Loki roared in anger. I tell you, mortal, you have very bad luck and picked the wrong opponent. The #1 wizard in the 9 realms? Gao Li looked strange when he heard this. The Ancient One would be the first to stand up and disagree with this title, right? It can't be that you gave yourself a name for a middle school student. How old are you? Loki's expression froze, and the anger in his heart was about to burst out of his eyes. This mortal is still humiliating me. He is courting death. Although Thor may arrive at any time, Loki still decided to use the power of magic to teach this mortal in front of him the most profound lesson. Feel the value of this title with the pain of your body. Loki waved his hand, and a dense crowd of people immediately appeared in the palace. There were dozens of locusts surrounding Gao Li. Gao Li just sighed when he saw this. Loki's words just now could have been said to him in reverse. You are a wizard. Why don't you find someone else to be your opponent? Why did you find me, the absolute enemy of wizards? But Gao Li simply clenched his fist, and the endless golden Yinglang ring flashed on his finger, and the violent magic power swept around. In just a moment of contact, all the magic used by Loki disappeared, as if erased by an eraser. What? Loki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was also knocked to the ground by the endless golden magic. At this moment, he even felt that the magic power in his body was about to stagnate and was completely out of order. This was a weird experience he had never had before. Who is this mortal wizard? Exclamation mark. Damn it, I was too arrogant. We must kill him before Thor arrives. With little time left, Loki temporarily put aside his pride as a god facing mortals, stretched out his hand, and the eternal spear emerged in the void. It is your honor to die under the eternal spear. Loki pushed the eternal spear forward, and it immediately erupted with amazing energy lasers. He just killed the king of frost giants with this trick. Connect, please. Facing this terrifying attack, Gao Li just turned his palm lightly, and the connecting magic circle was blocked in front of him. The huge magic circle directly swallowed the energy laser, and the other end of the connecting magic circle was right next to Loki. Not good. Loki felt his hair stand on end, and he only had time to raise the eternal spear, to block it in a hurry, and then the whole person was blown away in the explosion. Fortunately, the Eternal Spear had excellent defense against its own attacks. Loki simply spit out a mouthful of blood and climbed up, but his eyes were already full of anger. "Mortal. You humiliated the gods. I want you dead. Don't say the same thing so many times. It's annoying." Gory stretched out his hand and aimed at Loki. A terrifying sense of crisis immediately gripped Loki's heart, making him feel that he would be killed in the next second. Fortunately, after the destroyer was defeated, Loki anticipated that Thor would come back, so he went to the underground palace treasury in advance to get another treasure for self-defense. As soon as Gory's magic attack was launched, an extremely cold wave broke out from Loki's arms, freezing the attack in the middle. Gory was stunned and saw Loki take out a small box from his arms. That was the treasure of the Frost Giants, the ancient winter coffin. Loki's true identity is not a member of the Asgardian Protoss, but the royal bloodline of the Frost Giants. So when he held the Eternal Spear, he could not exert the power of this artifact. Instead, he could use the royal blood of the Frost Giant to drive the ancient winter coffin, which could burst out with extremely powerful power. It seems a little tricky. Gao Li snapped his fingers, and several magic circles appeared out of thin air. With Gao Li's current attainments in night magic, combined with the experience feedback of almost the entire magic world in the DC universe in the past year, he basically did not need to use the driver when casting magic. He really achieved the magic following his heart, and immediately summoned high temperature magic such as magma and fire to compete with it. The hall immediately turned into a world of ice and fire, with extreme high temperature and extreme low temperature corroding and confronting each other, and even the high temperature side was gradually gaining the upper hand. How is this possible? Loki's eyes finally had a sense of panic, and he couldn't believe this situation. As a royal family of the Frost Giants and a user of the ancient winter coffin, he could clearly feel that he had exerted almost 100% of the power of the ancient winter coffin. You have to know that the ancient winter coffin contains the Fimbulwinter, which is said to contain the rage of thousands of deadly winters. And facing himself holding such a divine weapon, that mortal can resist the ancient winter coffin by just casting magic by himself, and can even be said to be suppressing the ancient winter coffin. ? What a joke. What kind of magic is that? It's too outrageous. In fact, although the ancient winter coffin contains the rage of thousands of deadly winters, it describes the total energy of the ancient winter coffin, not the output capacity per unit time. In addition, no matter how magical the ancient winter coffin is, it is always a treasure belonging to the gods and demons, and will be restrained to a certain extent by the endless golden magic. Adding the two together will lead to the current situation. No, I will lose if I continue like this. Loki has already had cold sweat on his back. Although the title of the first magician of the 9 realms is his self-boasting, if Loki didn't have any material, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Therefore, Loki's magic attainments are still very strong. That's why he felt even more desperate after watching Gao Li's spells for a while. From the perspective of a mage, even if you don't understand what magic Gao Li is using, you can intuitively feel the subtlety of it. At this moment, Loki felt that the person in front of him was not a mortal in the courtyard, but a god of magic. It shouldn't be like this. I'm a god. No matter how profound the opponent's magic skills are, I can't lose to a mortal. Loki gritted his teeth, and he became ruthless in his heart, and did something that the Frost Giants would never do. He directly blew up the ancient winter coffin. The ancient winter coffin is the sacred object of the Frost Giants, so no Frost Giant has ever dared to do this since ancient times. Not to mention blasting the ancient winter coffin. In order to protect the ancient winter coffin, the Frost Giants even sacrifice their lives. But Loki is different. He never regards himself as a Frost Giant. Instead, he is ashamed of it. He also wants to completely eliminate the Frost Giants. What sacred objects are farts to him? Therefore, Loki used the ancient winter coffin as a disposable grenade, and released all the power in the ancient winter coffin by self-detonation. The fury of thousands of deadly winters. Boom. In an instant, the astonishing cold spread towards Gao Li, and everything was completely frozen. Even the particles almost stopped moving. This time, Gao Li was really shocked. Although he didn't know whether the cold air had reached absolute zero, his intuition told him that this was a temperature enough to break the defense of the shining form. Chapter 146 Gory vs. Odin. At this moment, this place has become the coldest place in the universe. Ice spread all over the place in the blink of an eye, and Loki also smiled triumphantly. As the blood of the royal family of the Frost Giants, he should be able to thrive in the low temperature environment and gain a stronger combat power. But even if the target of the ancient winter coffin was not him, just standing in the distance made Loki feel extremely cold. You can imagine how terrible the position of Gory, as a severely affected area, is. Sure enough, there was no movement from Gory for a while, and Loki was relieved. His strength is still remarkable, but he is just a mortal after all. Humph. He muttered to himself, as if to save his dignity, and strode towards the Rainbow Bridge activation device. Now there is finally no one in the way. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the ice, and the ice splashed out like gravel. Loki was also directly overturned several times by this impact, with a horrified look in his eyes. What's going on? What happened? A dragon covered in golden light broke through the cold winter and soared high in the sky, while Gao Li stretched his hand to his waist without any damage below. Transform. The magnificent incantation resounded in the hall. At this time, the top of the Rainbow Bridge Palace had been blown up, and it could not stop the amazing magic light column from rising into the sky. What is that? Thor, who was flying on the way, looked at the magic light column in the distance in horror. He was originally fearless, but at this moment, he felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was not Thor's subjective fear, but an instinct as a creature, a trembling feeling that spontaneously formed when he found that he could never fight against the superior. Loki, who was the first to bear the brunt of it, was in a worse situation. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped for a moment. When Loki came to his senses, he felt unprecedented shame. He, the son of Odin, was actually afraid of a mortal in the atrium. Question mark? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have to praise you. You are so weak that I was surprised that you use this power. Gao Li said lightly, and now he has transformed into the Kamen Rider Wizard Infinite Golden Yin-Yang style that looks like both diamond and gold. So let me borrow a sentence you said before. It is your honor to die in my hands like a scum like you. What did you say? Loki's body trembled, his face furious. This is no longer arrogance, but arrogance that completely disdains him like dust. Coupled with Gao Li's blows and humiliations to him in the past, it can be said that new and old hatred surged up together. You will regret it. I have decided. Before destroying Jotunheim, I will destroy Midgard and let you live in regret for the rest of your life. This is a judgment from God. Gory was amused by his words and sneered. Is your brain dizzy because of the impact just now? What right do you have to dare to speak like this? Your judgment only makes me feel ridiculous. Especially such arrogant remarks come from the mouth of an ant that I will kill at will. After saying that, Gory simply raised his finger and pointed at Loki as if he was crushing an ant. Loki subconsciously wanted to resist or dodge, but found that his body had subconsciously stiffened like a small animal facing a natural enemy. His body succumbed before his spirit. What? Loki's pupils shrank, and he could only watch his life coming to an end. Spare his life. With a bang, a golden light flashed over as if it had crossed time and space, snatched the eternal spear from Loki's hand, and blocked it in front of Gory. It was Odin, the father of the gods, who quickly woke up from his deep sleep. Gory snorted coldly, I won't stay. His finger continued to point out. It looked like just a single finger, but Odin, who was facing him head on, felt a huge force bursting out head on. Bang. In the bursting light, Odin retreated at a high speed, even directly bumping into Loki, stepping on him like a meat pad. Father. Loki was shocked and in pain. The impact from Odin broke several bones, and a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. Shut up now, you rebellious son. Odin glared at him, and stared at Gory, as if he was facing a great enemy. This breath, this power. The man in front of him was not a mortal at all, and he was definitely a top existence like God. And he was not an ordinary god. Respected sir, please listen to me, Odin said loudly. I'm sorry that my child has committed such a heinous crime. Please allow me to apologize to you on his behalf. Loki's eyes widened when he heard this on the ground, and he struggled to get up and speak. Father, you are the honorable lord of the 9 realms, the god king of Asgard. Why do you have to be so humble to others? Exclamation mark. However, before he could shout out, Odin secretly exerted force on his feet, which made Loki's breath choke, and he shut his mouth obediently. At this moment, Odin was also in a dilemma. Who would have thought that the enemy that Loki provoked was so terrifying? With this extremely powerful force, even if he was in his prime, he was not sure of winning, but the possibility of losing was even greater. I didn't come here to ask for punishment. I even saved your other son Thor. Gory narrowed his eyes, but you said it was a heinous crime, and you just want to cover it up with a short apology. Isn't it too arrogant? Such behavior, I can't feel the slightest sincerity. Although you call me your honorable sir, your actual actions are so disrespectful to me. Odin took a deep breath and said, I don't mean to excuse Loki, and I'm very grateful for your help to Thor. Loki actually tried to destroy an entire civilized race and its planet, which is unforgivable. However, Jotunheim is under the rule of Asgard, and Loki is also the prince of Asgard. He should be handed over to Asgard for disposal. Your move to wipe out Loki is a bit over the line. As the father of the gods who conquered the 9 realms, Odin is not without temper. It is impossible for him to be soft all the time. At the end of the speech, he has become very tough. The meaning is very simple. Loki's life, Odin will save it. Gory naturally heard the hidden meaning, and the magic power on his body surged. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. To be honest, I just heard from him that Loki wants to destroy Jotunheim not long ago. So, for me, his biggest mistake is that he just threatened to destroy Midgard. Just for this intention, he deserves death. I won't let anyone who tries to destroy the earth go unchecked. If it's just talking nonsense to a madman, it's none of Gory's business. The problem is that, if Loki uses the power of Asgard, he really has the ability to blow up the earth. So Gory certainly doesn't want a bastard who may aim at the earth with a star destroyer at any time to live, because there are still many people on the earth that he cares about. This time Odin was silent for a moment. Odin was also troubled by this stupid statement of destroying the other party's hometown. No matter what, he is definitely the one who is in the wrong. Especially since Gory was so powerful, Odin could no longer use the excuse that Midgard is also under the rule of Asgard. Otherwise, the other side would respond with okay, then let's see who is more qualified and powerful to rule Midgard and go to war with Asgard, which would undoubtedly make the situation worse. After thinking for a few seconds, Odin could only bite the bullet and turn to Loki. Loki, look at what good things you have seen. How much trouble you have brought to Asgard. I can no longer forgive you. In the name of the father of the gods, you will be expelled from this world immediately. What? Loki was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to beg for mercy, he saw Odin's footstep again, kicking him out of the space where Asgard was, as if he had broken time and space. Arsehole. Gory discovered Odin's intention at the first time, and had already tried to stop him, but while Odin kicked Loki, his hands were not idle either. He used all his strength to activate the Eternal Spear to fight against Gory. Boom. The extremely terrifying wave spread throughout the venue, and even the sky was hanging down, as if it was about to be crushed by the confrontation between the two gods of gods. Odin also had a cold sweat on his back, because the power of the Eternal Spear was at a disadvantage after just one encounter, and was pushed back further and further by Gory's endless golden magic, and was squeezed into a corner in the blink of an eye. So strong. Even stronger than expected. It's a pity that Gory's disintegration of Odin's power was not comprehensive, because magic was not the main component of Odin's power. Gory felt this when he forcibly cracked Mjolnir. Therefore, it would take some time to defeat the Eternal Spear. Just this little time allowed Odin to successfully send Loki away. Father. At this time, Thor was about to arrive, and Odin was distracted by the shouting. The power constructed by the Eternal Spear finally collapsed, blowing Odin away on the spot. No. Thor ordered the sight. Gory, what are you doing? As a famous reckless man in Asgard, Thor's body often moves before his mind when he is furious, and he attacks Gory without thinking. No, Thor. Odin, who was not seriously injured, said in surprise, you are no match for him. And the most important thing is, don't make things worse. There is almost no hope of reconciliation now. As expected, Thor, who has regained the power of the god of thunder, may seem invincible to most people in the 9 realms, but for Gori, he is just a little more difficult than other enemies. Thor, this is not the first time you have taken the initiative to attack me. My tolerance has a limit. Gori waved his hand, and a full 10 layers of magic circles were instantly superimposed in front of him, all of which were magic such as thunder and magnification. The next moment, a lightning column several people high roared out and illuminated Thor's face. Thunder? Don't you know I'm the god of thunder? Thor shouted confidently and was completely submerged by the pillar of lightning the next second. When the light faded, Thor fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his mouth and his body charred. He didn't even have time to scream. Oh, such a weak god of thunder. Gori smiled lightly. It was the funniest farce in the world that the god of thunder was killed instantly by thunder. But if it happened to a supreme being from another world, it would not be surprising. This is a real miracle of great strength. Thor. Odin saw at a glance that Thor was still alive and not in danger of life, but his chest was still heaving up and down with anger, staring at Gori. Odin is not a soft persimmon. He is the god king of Asgard and has the pride and dignity of being the father of the gods. Sir Gori, if you want to fight, then go ahead. Odin said word by word. I just hope you will do it for my sake and not involve Asgard. Let's change the battlefield. Gori looked up and said, give you face? Do you think you have eaten the face fruit? On the contrary, it is you, whether it is Loki, Thor, or you, who have made provocative moves again and again. What have I done to make you dare to offend me like this? Then I will fight in Asgard today, turn Asgard upside down, and let you taste what tragedy will happen when your son's plan succeeds. Odin's pupils shrank when he heard this. Judging from the strength shown by Gori, if he really insisted on starting a war here, even Odin would not be able to force him to leave. And because Gori's power is so strong, once both sides start fighting with all their strength, Asgard may really be destroyed by the residual power. When he was secretly shocked and at a loss, Odin heard Gori's indifferent turn. Having said that, I'm not a lowly person like Loki who is as filthy as a frog's piss. I can't do such a thing as destroying other people's homes and exterminating their races, so I'll allow it. Thank me, Odin. Odin opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although the result is good, why are you panting so hard? Are you testing the old man's heart and lung function? Exclamation mark. But Gao Li's agreement really made Odin breathe a sigh of relief. He dared not say any accusations, otherwise what would he do if Gao Li suddenly changed his mind? Therefore, Odin could only grit his teeth and swallow it into his stomach, forcing Gao Li to intimidate him. That's good, let's go. Odin stabbed the eternal spear and the space around him, and Gao Li immediately changed in time and space, and there were also some colorful patterns. In an instant, they arrived at a desolate valley. This is an uninhabited planet in the universe. You can do it with confidence. Gao Li closed his eyes and felt it for a while and smiled coldly. It's a good place. It seems that this is the cemetery you have chosen for yourself. Odin snorted coldly and seemed to have regained the unstoppable momentum of the conquest of the 9 realms. He pointed at Gao Li with the eternal spear. The outcome is still unknown. This may be your eternal resting place. The scene suddenly became tense and the battle was about to break out. Gao Li's interest also reached its peak. Gao Li actually wanted to fight this battle because he was very curious and planned to experience for himself how the God King Odin in this world was different from the Supreme Odin in the DC world. Chapter 147 The Shock Demons. In the vast wilderness of an uninhabited planet, Gori and Odin stood opposite each other, and the tense atmosphere foreshadowed that a fierce battle was about to unfold here. In the vast space of the sky, dark clouds and thunder and lightning seemed to indicate that the feast of fighting was about to begin. Countless stars twinkled in the starry sky, adding a layer of mysterious brilliance to this great duel. Odin tightly grasped the eternal spear in his hand, his white hair fluttering in the wind, and the tip of the spear emitting a dazzling brilliance. The power of Odin surged in his body, giving Odin extremely powerful strength and speed. It doesn't look like the Celestials, so where does such a huge power come from? It seems that it can't be measured by past experience. Odin stared at Gori while calculating in his mind, with a blazing flame in his eyes. Gori held a brilliant sword and axe, and his body was filled with endless golden magic, as if he was the incarnation of the universe. I wonder what Odin's strength is. Is he at the same level as Ancient One? He should be stronger, right? Besides, Ancient One is completely restrained by me, but Odin is not. Gao Li also guessed secretly, swinging the brilliant sword axe in the air, and the top of the brilliant sword axe burst into brilliant light. Gao Li, who has reached the highest level, is about to cast magic that can restore the scale of cosmic phenomena without any problem. The two strong men stood face to face, and the air around them seemed to become tense, because of their existence. After all, the energy fluctuations emanating from the two of them were slightly tearing the surrounding space, forming weak cracks. Boom. Suddenly, Odin took a big step forward, and his figure disappeared on the spot, leaving only a residual image. This means that Odin's speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to be captured by the naked eye. In an instant, he has come to Gao Li's side, and the eternal spear in his hand pierces Gao Li's chest. However, Gao Li was prepared. He quickly raised the magician's ring that condensed out of thin air in his hand and released a powerful golden energy barrier. With a swish, Odin's divine spear pierced the barrier, but was blocked by the endless golden magic and could not approach Gao Li's body. Gao Li took the opportunity to counterattack. He lightly swung the brilliant sword and axe, and a huge energy wave was released instantly, heading straight for Odin. Boom. This is the characteristics of Gao Li's endless golden yin-yang style. While attacking, he can also disintegrate Odin's magic. The energy wave swept over like a blazing beam. Odin responded calmly, and the eternal divine spear in his hand turned into a lightning bolt to meet Gao Li's energy wave. The lightning and energy wave collided, bursting into a dazzling glow, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Bang! The power of the two intertwined in the air, forming a spectacular picture. I won't lose if it comes to close combat. Gao Li raised the brilliant sword and axe, and his figure flashed, and he had already come in front of Odin. The sword flashed, but Odin was nowhere to be seen. With a boom, dark clouds surged above Gao Li's head, and Odin turned into dark clouds and rolling thunder, covering Gao Li. Gao Li smiled slightly, and the golden halo in his hand rushed outward, instantly dissolving the divine power in the dark clouds and thunder. HMPH. Odin appeared instantly, and the eternal spear fired a blazing laser, and the power seemed unstoppable. The brilliant sword axe also turned into a sword light in Gao Li's hand, and struck Odin like lightning. The two powerful forces fought in the air, bursting with brilliant brilliance. The two gods fought back and forth, and the rumbling sound of war rang out in the wilderness of the planet. Suddenly, a flash of light shot out from Odin's hand, and Gao Li switched to axe mode to smash it away, only to see clearly that it was the eternal spear thrown over. The next moment, the divine spear returned to Odin's hand automatically, and was thrown by him again. And this time, Gao Li's mind moved, and he felt that he was locked in the dark, and immediately put the endless golden yin-yang ring on the driver on his waist. Swoosh. This is Gora's signature time flow acceleration. His body moves back and forth, temporarily avoiding the fatal blow. But this is not over yet. Speed, please. X10 Gori, on the basis of manipulating the flow of time, superimposed 10 layers of speed magic, and his body accelerated like a bright meteor. The speed advantage gave him the conditions to suppress Odin. So fast, Odin's pupils shrank. His dynamic vision was already difficult to capture Gori's figure, but as the king of the gods, he was not to be outdone. Odin's power was fully running, and his momentum was rising. Although Odin looked old at this moment, the characteristic of the Asgard gods is that the power and age are proportional. At this moment in Asgard, Odin is the oldest god, so he also has the strongest power. Because his power is so huge, he has to enter Odin's sleep every once in a while to adjust it. That's right. He will fall asleep not because Odin is weak, but because Odin is too strong. This time, Odin's sleep was interrupted, so Odin was unable to properly sort out the divine power that was about to overflow in his body, but this was just right. The turbulent divine power increased Odin's combat power. The divine power that was originally boiling too much could just be squandered by fighting against a strong enemy. Almost in the blink of an eye, Odin's body was like a gust of wind, and with the help of Odin's power, he shuttled through the gap between time and space. His flashing figure also made Gao Li's attack lose direction. It's not just to increase speed, but like my magic, it directly affects time and space. No wonder the effect is so good. But Gao Li analyzed Odin's magic calmly in the face of danger, with a faint sneer on his lips. The time flow acceleration I used just now was calculated, based on the limit standard of the past endless style. Since I devoured Gabriel's power, I haven't tried the limit of this new form of time flow acceleration. Gao Li adjusted the time flow again, accelerating his body beyond the past limit, and pushing the speed to the extreme. With the help of the brilliant sword axe, his attack came towards Odin like a storm, and this time Odin was really surprised. What kind of extreme speed is this? Question mark? The distortion of time is no less than that of a super large black hole. Although Odin reacted quickly, Gore's attack still caused him a lot of trouble. After a while, several wounds appeared on his body. The battle also entered a white-hot stage. Odin and Gore fought back and forth, performing various powerful magic and divine arts. Odin's power allowed him to modify reality, create life, and repair objects to a certain extent, while Gore's endless golden magic allowed him to even reproduce cosmic phenomena, suppress Odin with extremely large-scale magic, and achieve force over skill. Oh no, I didn't expect that I would have such a hard time fighting when my divine power was running wild. Odin felt the huge pressure brought by Gore, and the injuries caused by continuous fighting became more and more. Although they were only minor injuries, Gore was unscathed. Odin had to use the power of Odin with all his strength again. His body gradually emitted a dazzling light, and an incomparable amount of energy emerged. The power of Odin was like an invisible net, which firmly trapped Gore's attack, and made his speed no longer effective. Forcibly fixed the time and space of this area! Exclamation mark. Gore immediately saw through the principle behind it. What a good trick. Asgard's technology is indeed powerful enough. Faced with the obstruction of Odin's power, Gore chose to deal with it. He swung the brilliant sword axe violently, and a dazzling golden light split the shackles of Odin's power and shook Odin away, still forcibly breaking the trick with force. Gore's offensive was launched again. He used the endless golden magic to cast cosmic magic, showing thousands of strange cosmic scenes on the uninhabited planet. However, Odin's power can also burst out the ability to control the universe. Odin waved his hand to create a dimensional channel, teleporting himself behind Gore to avoid the attack, and at the same time, the eternal spear went straight to Gore's back. Clang! The brilliant sword axe swung away the attack at the critical moment. Their offense and defense alternated, and every collision released a magnificent energy fluctuation. The space shook, the land collapsed, they shuttled back and forth on the planet, and cast all kinds of jaw-dropping abilities, making the entire planet immersed in the battle of the two gods. Boom 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 boom. The ground of the uninhabited planet trembled, the mountains collapsed, and flames and lightning filled the entire battlefield. Odin's magic spear pierced the air, making a sharp whistle, and Gore's brilliant sword axe released a dazzling golden light, even illuminating the entire sky. Hoo ha. Every duel between them triggered a strong energy fluctuation, and the surrounding scenery continued to collapse and reshape in this extraordinary battle. In the previous fight, Gore and Odin used various means to distort and manipulate time and space. The amazing power quickly alarmed the dimensional demons from all sides at the level of time and space. No dimensional demon can ignore that level of terrifying power. Who is fighting? A battle of this level has not happened for a long time. The dimensional demons quickly cast their eyes over, their sights transcending time and space, and staring directly at this uninhabited planet. As a result, when they saw it, all the demons were shocked, and their eyes widened. It was actually Odin. As the father and king of the gods, Odin, with the experience of his father and his 2 generations of fighting in the 9 realms, has already made a great reputation. At least, everyone in the world of gods and demons knows the name and power of the Asgard God King. Odin is obviously old, but he has not weakened too much. On the contrary, the richness of his divine power has become even stronger. The more the dimensional demons looked at him, the more shocked they were. Perhaps Odin's body has aged in other aspects. such as endurance, persistence, and health, but only his divine power is increasing with age, which is even better than the young Odin in his prime in the past. Who is the person fighting with Odin? It seems that he has suppressed Odin. When did such a strong man appear in the universe? Question mark. All the demons were surprised and confused, and the battle was at its most intense moment. Odin launched the most powerful attack. He condensed all the power of Odin in his body, and released an extremely huge beam of energy, which was like a destructive lightning, that split the sky, and went straight to Gori. High touch. Gori felt the threat from Odin, and decided to launch a counterattack with all his strength. Shining Strike. Gori condensed endless golden magic power on the brilliant sword axe, which gradually expanded into a huge golden energy sword axe, emitting a hot breath. Then Gori used all his strength to chop the brilliant sword axe towards Odin. Boom. The attacks of both met in midair, and a fierce collision occurred. The horrific explosion brought out a strong light, rising from the depths of the uninhabited planet, illuminating the entire battlefield. The shock wave of the explosion even swept to the distance, turning the surrounding mountains and rivers into nothingness. When the dust settled, Odin half knelt on the ground with the eternal spear, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. He is worthy of being the strong man who wiped out the Ancient One. His combat power is even more powerful than what the Ancient One said. The Ancient One really misled me. Gao Li was stunned and temporarily stopped the attack at hand. Huh. You know my deeds? Odin nodded. Yes. After all, the Supreme Sorcerer would not even neglect me, but he disappeared from then on. How could I not pay attention to such a big event? Gori narrowed his eyes, thoughts running through his mind. Before Ancient One died, he was being hunted by me on the timeline, and he also erased his own memory. He definitely would not have mentioned me in the past chats. Judging from the time point, he has only disappeared within the past year. Thinking of this, Gori immediately came to a conclusion. No, that's not right. You didn't pay attention to this matter after Ancient One disappeared, but during World War II, Ancient One saw you before his death. That was probably the experience that Ancient One covered up with the Eye of Agamotto. Odin was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. I just wanted to attract your attention and delay time a little, but I didn't expect to completely leak my own information. Attract my attention? Delay time. Gori reacted instantly and kept raising his hand to attack, but it was a pity that Odin's goal had been achieved. Under the guidance of Odin's power, the destroyer armor has crossed the space, arrived on Odin's body, and assembled piece by piece on his body surface. That suit of armor is not broken. This was slightly beyond Gori's expectations, but it was no wonder, mainly because of the lack of intelligence. The destroyer armor was the armored in war. When he was in battle in the past, Thor had never mentioned this information to Gori, and Gori, who didn't know much about Marvel in his previous life, naturally didn't know about this more detailed setting. If Gori had known about it in advance, he would definitely not have looked down on the destroyer armor. At least he wouldn't have thought that the destroyer armor could be completely destroyed and damaged by the burst mode alone. But unfortunately, because it was controlled by Loki, who was completely unqualified, and not even from the Asgardian Protoss, the automatic mode of the destroyer armor could only exert a little bit of power, which seriously misled Gori's judgment. And now the fully armed Odin standing in front of Gori is the real Odin in his prime. Chapter 148 Endless Doctrine, Killing the Father of the Gods. Now the outcome is unpredictable. Although Gao Li had been suppressing Odin and beating him up, he actually didn't make good use of his own advantages. Since Odin and the Marvel world did not participate in the plan to steal and occupy magic power like Odin in the DC world, the magic content in Odin's power in the Marvel world is much less than that of the group of God Kings and Supremes in the DC world. Even the endless gold magic that Odin left on the weapon could not be completely disintegrated, let alone Odin himself performing it on the spot. Of course, compared with the endless gold magic released by Gao Li's bare hands, the magic breaking effect after the transformation has also been amplified, which is equivalent to both sides being improved and offsetting each other. Therefore, the original biggest feature of the endless gold magic can only be reduced to an auxiliary effect in this battle, rather than a decisive factor. At the same time, Gao Li and Odin's conversation also completely shocked the dimensional demon, Ancient One. That bastard Supreme Sorcerer. Did he kill him? Ancient One died because of him? Because of Ancient One's various debts and beating up creditors, his reputation among the dimensional demons has become bad. But Ancient One is also the guardian of the earth, blocking a large number of dimensional demons, so that even if the dimensional demons hate Ancient One, they can't do anything to him. The reason is that Ancient One is strong enough. Strength is the right to speak, and the strong can bully dimensional demons like Ancient One. So what spreads along with Ancient One's notoriety is his powerful strength. Especially recently, there seems to be a rumor that the earth is not without a new guardian, and it was the new guardian who killed Ancient One with a strength that is even greater than Ancient One. This makes the dimensional demons feel too happy, but also more headache. For the time being, no dimensional demon is so stubborn that he wants to use his own life to test whether the rumor is true or not. But now there is no need to try. The facts are in front of us. With Ancient One as a stepping stone, the previous rumors alone can make the dimensional demons realize how powerful the new guardian is, and the reality they see now is even more ironclad. The new guardian of the earth is not only extremely powerful, but also much stronger than the demons imagined. Especially those dimensional demons who surrounded and killed Ancient One. All of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they believed what Ancient One said before he died, and did not go to Earth to die. It turns out that he is the existence that Ancient One once talked about. It's so powerful that he can suppress Odin. It's terrible. Although there is no supreme sorcerer for the time being, the new guardian is more troublesome than any supreme sorcerer. Under the gaze of the dimensional demons, Odin, who has already gathered all the artifacts and become an offensive and defensive one, suddenly became heroic and pointed the spear of eternity at Gao Li through the air. Come on, let's fight again. Otherwise, the demons will underestimate the power of Asgard. Odin's confidence is not groundless. The destroyer armor is a divine weapon made by him to fight against the gods. It is not just a simple armor. Once the destroyer armor is integrated with Odin, the power it exerts is completely incomparable to the automatic mode when Loki controls it, which greatly increases Odin's combat power. There was a suffocating and tense atmosphere in the air. Gao Li held the brilliant sword and axe and looked at Odin with interest. It seems that my appreciation of the destroyer on Earth was not complete enough. Let me try your real power. The next second, Gao Li moved. It's just a frozen space and time. Break it for me. Gao Li once again forced his strength to break the blockade of Odin's power, and then adjusted the time flow non-stop, making himself fast, almost like a ray of light shuttling across the battlefield. It's just like the Marvel version of Golden Flash. The brilliant sword and axe in Gore's hand were also raised high by him, and violent energy emerged. The light was extremely dazzling. Then, Gore launched a powerful slash, and the sword and axe turned into a huge energy beam and slashed towards Odin fiercely. But Odin showed his extraordinary strength and speed, and the light of Odin's power flashed on his body to forcibly resist the slash. He was not just simply taking a beating. The eternal spear in his hand was already preparing to counterattack, and the tip of the spear full of mysterious energy emitted a dazzling brilliance. It's not enough. For some reason, his barrier can greatly weaken the attack that disintegrates Odin's power. It needs to be stronger. Odin thought secretly and continued to increase the power. The method he used was to use another well-known power system in Asgard technology, rune magic, to strengthen Odin's power and inject it into the eternal spear so that its power reached its peak. Then, Odin aimed at Gore's direction and threw it hard. With a whoosh, the eternal spear turned into a laser that split the sky and flew towards Gore with a whistle. Gore also saw Odin's power accumulation, so he did not take the eternal spear head on, but used his speed to dodge flexibly. But the feeling of being locked up rose again, and the eternal spear turned and tracked in the air. Facing the relentless pursuit of the eternal spear, Gore wielded the brilliant sword and axe, releasing a series of blazing light, using quantity to offset quality. Boom. The light collided with the laser, making a deafening sound, and the surrounding ground was shattered. After offsetting the offensive, Gore did not stop, and more slashes continued to fly out, densely flooding the space in front of him. Odin did not retreat, and once again gathered the power of Odin, and a powerful energy revolved around him. In the name of the father of the gods, there should be a continuous mountain range as high as the clouds here. This was him using the power of Odin to modify reality, creating a giant physical barrier that exceeded the size of the Himalayas. The barrier also blocked all of Gory's attacks when it collapsed under the force. Since throwing doesn't work, change the way to attack. Odin held the eternal spear that automatically returned, and his body burst out with unparalleled power. He began to use the power of Odin to make his body grow rapidly, and his muscles looked bulging. He charged at Gao Li with fury. At the same time, Odin also released energy emission magic, spraying a powerful beam of destruction at Gao Li, directly attacking with two prongs. I almost forgot that Berserker also came from you. Gao Li quickly dodged Odin's swift attacks. Do you think that you can definitely hit me if you cooperate with long range and close range attacks? I will personally shatter this naive fantasy. You are not the only one who can show off your skills. Gao Li laughed loudly and spread the ability to adjust the flow of time outward, covering Odin on the spot. What? Odin was startled and could clearly feel that his offensive became slow and sluggish. No, it should be said that his own speed has not changed, but it seems abnormally slow to the outside world. So his manipulation and distortion of time is not limited to himself. Compared with the previous performance of only being able to control his own time flow, the degree of trouble is far different. It is true that when in the endless style, Gao Li can only adjust his own time flow speed. So in the past, when he wanted to slow down the deterioration of Rocket's injury, he had to let Rocket transform first. However, at this time, Gao Li is no longer just the endless style, but has upgraded to the endless golden Yinglang style, so the standard ability will definitely be improved as well. The speed has become so slow, it's a good target. Gao Li raised the brilliant sword axe mercilessly, superimposed multiple strengthening magics on it, and energy cracks full of destructive breath burst out from the sword axe. Oops. Odin has already felt Gao Li's power very deeply. He no longer focuses on the eternal spear, but instead uses Odin's power to infuse the destroyer. The destroyer instantly became extremely solid and firm, and successfully blocked Gao Li's attack with a clanging sound. This feels 1,000 times harder than when I was on Earth. Gao Li was slightly surprised, while Odin on the other side shouted and transformed into a huge fiery red dragon, with a fiery breath all over his body. You have a lot of tricks, but this is just right. Dragon against dragon. Gao Li smiled at Odin's dragon-shaped incarnation, and also summoned endless golden magic power, and injected magic power into the brilliant sword and axe. Then, Gao Li tightly grasped the brilliant sword and axe, and his whole body radiated a dazzling light, and finally expanded into a golden and dazzling magic Yinglang. Bang, 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 bang. This was simply an unparalleled battle, with flames and golden energy intertwined, and the flames exploded and rumbled. The giant dragon Odin fired a breath of fire, and the golden Yinglang sprayed a beam of light from its mouth, shattering the breath of fire. Odin, who remained in dragon form, pounced on Gao Li, waving his tail in an attempt to defeat the golden Yinglang, and Gao Li also fought back with all his strength. Both sides gathered their highest strength to fight and collide. Soon, the two dragons collapsed with a roar, and Odin flew backwards. Gory took advantage of the victory and used the flow of time to accelerate his attack frequency. He swung the brilliant sword and axe at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, and the sword light was intertwined and overflowing with light. The crazy offensive attacked Odin like a storm, and the slashes from all directions made the destroyer armor shaky. Sure enough, even so, it's still a little worse than him. Odin gritted his teeth and felt more and more threatened by Gory. However, Odin was unwilling to admit defeat. He had not yet fully exerted all the power of the destroyer armor. But Odin's facial armor emitted a continuous high temperature beam, which was as hot as the flames of hell, and was said to be able to melt all matter. Gory knew that Odin was probably going to fight to the death, so he immediately gathered his spiritual power and mobilized endless golden magic to support the barrier to resist. Boom. The destroyer's beam of light can indeed destroy all matter, but the more the magic barrier is dispersed, the more Gao Li can replenish it, and it can be consumed almost infinitely. In addition, Gao Li has no restrictions on not being able to attack when defending. He is resisting the destroyer while performing a large-scale magic that restores cosmic phenomena. The intersection of offense and defense brought about a violent collision of energy and the interweaving of dazzling light, creating an unparalleled spectacular scene. The surface of the planet was destroyed by the diffuse impact, and rock fragments flew everywhere. Gao Li used the power of magic to launch fierce attacks again and again. Lights of various colors streaked across the air, cutting through the void and driving the storm. Gao Li's speed was so fast that it was almost difficult to catch his figure. Sometimes he launched a surprise attack from behind Odin, and sometimes he performed a lightning combo in front of Odin. There is no doubt that every attack of Gao Li brought a huge threat, forcing Odin to do his best to deal with it. However, Odin's Eternal Spear and Destroyer armor also showed their strength. The spear fired a dazzling laser, traversing the void and accurately aiming at Gori. Even though Gori was as fast as thunder, it was difficult to completely avoid the spear's lock. The high temperature beam of the destroyer armor swept across the battlefield, instantly melting everything that blocked the way. As the battle drew to a close, the planet's crust had cracked, and flames and energy surrounded the entire battlefield. Odin and Gori intertwined attack and defense, their figures shuttled through the air, and various spells were shining and fighting fiercely. Gori and Odin could clearly feel each other's strength, and most of the dimensional demons were trembling as they watched. Obviously, they were all beings with the name of God, but the gap between them and Odin and Gori was so big. It is indeed difficult to deal with opponents of this level, but I think it is almost time to end. Gori took a deep breath and seemed to have thought of a way to break the deadlock. As soon as the words fell, the golden light of the brilliant sword and axe pierced the sky and split the flames of the destroyer armor. Gao Li accelerated himself as much as possible, making his body extremely agile, and hit Odin fiercely many times with lightning speed. This caused Odin to even have the illusion that the destroyer was about to be split. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. While sweating profusely, he burned his life to release a more powerful Odin power, and the energy surge made the entire planet tremble slightly. Odin gathered all of it on the Eternal Spear. The terrifying power formed a powerful halo, full of the breath of destruction, and was thrown out by him at Gao Li. Odin also felt that this battle of gods should end. The light of destruction quickly approached Gao Li, ready to turn him into dust in an instant. Seeing the danger, Gao Li immediately mobilized endless golden magic power and erected the brilliant sword and axe, condensing a huge golden force field. The best defense is attack. The entire force field smashed down like an axe, suppressing the Eternal Spear back. The starry sky was suddenly filled with sparks and energy ripples, setting off a violent elemental storm. Just as he had the upper hand, Gori took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, approaching Odin at an unimaginable speed, and slashed at Odin with a buzzing sword and axe. Odin tried to block it with the Eternal Spear, but Gori quickly changed his offensive, and aimed a sword and axe at Odin's body with a sudden change of direction. Swish! The moment the sword and axe fell, there seemed to be a loud noise between heaven and earth. Odin's body was split open by the sword and axe, blood spread, and the bloody air was all around. How is it possible? Odin looked down at his wound, and showed a brief shock. The feeling of the destroyer being split open, it turns out, is not an illusion. Chapter 149 Give me my time stone. Asgard, Rainbow Bridge. What happened to me? My whole body hurts. Thor slowly opened his eyes. His head hurt so much, and his memory was blurry. He looked around, and found that he was lying on the Rainbow Bridge. Memories gradually emerged. Oh, right, I was killed by Gori. Thor came back to his senses. His face became surprised, ashamed, and angry. In short, many emotions were entangled. He never expected that Gori, whom he had already highly estimated in his heart, was actually underestimated. Gori was obviously from the Atrium, but he actually had such a terrifying power. It seems that he brought a big trouble to Asgard from the Atrium, and he can knock me down with just lightning. Damn, this is too outrageous. Thor felt really ashamed. He, the god of thunder, was actually knocked down by thunder. Oh, what happened afterwards? Where are my father and Gori? Not seeing the figures of Odin and Gori, Thor couldn't help but feel a surge of fear of the unknown situation in his heart. Thor hurriedly got up from the ground and looked around for them. Father, Gori. Thor shouted loudly, but no one responded to him. Thor looked around, trying to find some clues, but he found nothing. Fortunately, Thor's brain was not filled with muscles. He soon remembered an Asgardian who was first class in finding people. With a whoosh, Thor picked up Mjolnir and flew out, rushing straight towards the treatment room. When he arrived at the treatment room, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were waiting outside the door. They were quite surprised when they saw Thor. Thor, how is it? Where is Loki? Loki's conspiracy should have been stopped, and with father, his life should be safe, but I don't know where he is for the time being, so I need to ask Heimdall for help. Thor waved his hand and answered, and then pushed open the door. A tall man was lying on the Asgard-style treatment bed, and it was Heimdall. Heimdall's face was pale and his eyes were tightly closed, but judging from his breath and the various indicators beside him, he was obviously out of danger and his condition had improved a lot. Thor walked over, shook his shoulders, and shouted, "Heimdall, wake up. I need your help." Heimdall slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Thor, he showed a tired expression. "Thor, you're here." "Yes, I'm here, but I don't know if the current development has become worse." Thor said, "Father and Gori are gone. I can't find them. Can you help me find them with your eyes? Your Majesty Odin?" Heimdall was stunned. "Who is Gori?" Thor said, "You must have seen him. He was with us on Earth and defeated the destroyer." "Oh, it turned out to be him. Then I understand." When Heimdall woke up from his coma briefly and activated the Rainbow Bridge, he had seen Gori who had been untransformed, so he knew what he looked like. "What happened? Why do you look so anxious, Thor?" Sif and the 3 warriors pushed the door open in confusion. Thor sighed and said, "Heimdall, do you have a way to let us all see your vision? Maybe we can understand it just by taking a look." "Okay." Heimdall nodded, and his hand trembled slightly as he touched a mirror from the bedside and handed it to Thor after chanting a spell. "This mirror can reflect my vision for a short time, so I'll start." After that, Heimdall's eyes turned golden, and he began to search for the location of Gori and Odin in a large area. When Thor took the mirror, he saw a chaotic scene emerging inside, and soon Heimdall shouted, "Found it." Heimdall concentrated his mind and tried to make the picture projected on the mirror clear. The next second, everyone couldn't help but make a sharp explosion. Just because they saw an extremely frightening scene. Odin was cut down by Gori's frontal blow, the destroyer armor was completely cut open, and Odin also had a huge bloody wound on his chest. This almost ripped Odin's stomach apart. Odin's expression was also very shocked. It seemed that he did not expect that the destroyer would be destroyed so easily by Gori. The father god is seriously injured? Impossible. This is impossible. Heimdall, where are they? Thor asked nervously. Heimdall also barely suppressed the shock in his heart and reported a series of interstellar coordinates. Thor nodded. He saw Odin's painful expression in the mirror, which made Thor's heart full of anger and sadness. "Let's go back to the Rainbow Bridge." At the same time, on the uninhabited planet, Odin took a few steps back in disbelief, and blood flowed all over the ground. How is it possible? The destroyer armor was forged to fight against the Celestials. It is indestructible and almost indestructible. And if Gori could break the destroyer armor, then he should have cut it open long ago, after hitting himself so many times before. Why did he wait until now? Is he trying to make me careless and think that he can't break through my defense and then take this opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me? Just as Odin was thinking this, he heard Gori's calm voice from the other side. "Nothing is impossible. This armor and your spear, as well as many Asgardian weapons and armor, are made of the same metal. I have seen several Asgardians like this." Then the strong hardness it showed in the previous battle could not be achieved by the properties of the metal itself. "In fact, I have cut this armor several times on Earth. So what makes this armor so strong and harder than before?" Gori shook the blood on the brilliant sword and axe. "There is only one answer. There is no doubt that it is the effect of magic and magic. Unfortunately, although the effect is not good, my power can indeed gradually disintegrate the magic and has completely broken the enchantment of the armor in multiple attacks. Although just like Mjolnir, the endless golden magic can only partially remove its effect, but if it doesn't work once, try 10 times. If it doesn't work 10 times, try 20 times. After dozens or hundreds of times of stacking, no matter how bad the effect is, it can eventually achieve the result of 100% demon breaking. At this time, the destroyer armor is no longer indestructible and can be chopped by Gori with an axe. It's over, Odin, whether it's this battle or your life. I won. On the other side of Asgard, Thor had already rushed to the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. Sif and the three warriors could not fly, so they were one step slower than him. At this time, Thor's heart was full of anxiety. He wanted to rush to Odin and Gori through the Rainbow Bridge to support Odin, but Thor recalled the scene where Gori had easily defeated him. Am I really capable of participating in this battle? Thor was no longer so impulsive. He knew that he was not Gori's opponent, and his strength could be said to be far behind Gori. If he rushed over, it would only make the situation more chaotic, and might even drag down Odin. Damn it. What should I do? Just as Thor was hesitating, some old memories came to his mind. Thor suddenly thought of Loki's previous conspiracy. Loki had tried to use the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. Perhaps he could borrow Loki's plan. If my power is insufficient, let a stronger power intervene in this battle. The more Thor thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He felt that he was beginning to think, and his IQ occupied the high ground. Heimdall told me that the planet was probably the battlefield specially selected by my father. There were only my father and Gori, so I could forcefully stop the battle by bombarding the planet. Thor was very confident in Odin's strength. Even if Odin was injured, the residual power of the Rainbow Bridge alone could not pose any threat to him, and this was even more true for Gori, who could fight Odin. However, this did not mean that they could ignore the terrible power of the Star Destroyer cannon. According to Thor's idea, they should give priority to leaving the planet, even if it achieved Thor's desired goal. So Thor immediately decided to launch the Rainbow Bridge and launch an interstellar attack on the uninhabited planet. It must succeed. Thor inserted Heimdall's sword into the device, gathering huge energy and making the Rainbow Bridge converge into a bright light. This light traveled through space and accurately hit the uninhabited planet. Boom. The attack of the Rainbow Bridge was extremely powerful. The energy released was like a giant dragon, dancing wildly in the starry sky. Its power was strong enough to tear the world apart and even blow up a planet. When it hit the ground of the uninhabited planet, the whole planet was trembling, as if it was about to be crushed into powder by this terrifying power. What's going on? Gori and Odin both subconsciously looked at the pillar of light and saw that the energy was as bright as thunder, illuminating the dark night sky above their heads. Anything that stood in front of it would be crushed and burned into dust, without a chance of survival. Is this the full power destruction mode of the Rainbow Bridge? Gori recalled the conclusion of his investigation and felt the powerful power of this attack. After just a few seconds of bombardment, the surrounding mountains were all overturned, and the ocean also set off huge waves. The crust of the entire planet was shaking violently. Mountains collapsed, rivers were forced to change course, and lava gushed out, as if the world was about to completely dissipate under this destructive force. Thor, that kid. Odin was stunned and seemed to understand Thor's intention. He turned his head and stared at Gori. You have also seen the power of the Rainbow Bridge, right? The activation of the Rainbow Bridge requires someone in Asgard to control it, which means that the person who opens the Rainbow Bridge now can cooperate with my moving attack trajectory. Perhaps with your strong strength, you can still resist this world-destroying torrent, but can you resist the double attack of the Rainbow Bridge and me at the same time? Gori smiled slightly and raised his palm to cast a spell. No, you're wrong. Why should I block the attack of the Rainbow Bridge? Connect, please. As Gori's voice fell and the spell rose, an extremely huge connection magic circle covered the direction of the light column of the Rainbow Bridge. Then the question is, where is the other end of this magic? Odin's pupils shrank when he heard it. Although Thor had never seen Gori's connection magic, Odin had experienced its effect in the battle just now. As for Gori's question, the answer is also extremely obvious. The other end of this magic circle is undoubtedly connected to Asgard. The situation has completely reversed. From Gori facing the threat of this world-destroying blow, it has directly turned into a situation where, as long as Gori has a thought, the connection magic circle will directly transfer the bombardment of the Rainbow Bridge to Asgard in the next second. Now Asgard is facing the threat of destruction from Gori. Wait, stop it. Your Excellency Gori, we can discuss any conditions first. Odin immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He was not sure that he could contact Thor to stop the bombardment of the Rainbow Bridge faster than Gori could cast magic with a thought. If the Star Destroyer of the Rainbow Bridge fell into Asgard, it would undoubtedly destroy Asgard and all the gods inside, including the Queen. Thor, that bastard. He really did me a disservice. Odin cursed in his heart, but his reason also made him understand that even without Thor's help, he would have been defeated. Defeat was only a matter of time, so it was not unacceptable to admit defeat in advance to save Asgard. Oh. Gao Li raised his eyebrows and said, "You can fight if you want, and stop if you want. Wouldn't that make me lose face?" Odin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but still suppressed his anger and bowed his head and said, "Absolutely not. I'm willing to present my most sincere apology and will not let you lose any face. For this reason, I can accept your conditions as a loser to show my sincerity. Please stop your anger for the time being." Gao Li snorted softly. "Wouldn't it be better if I did this earlier? But the price is not low. Be mentally prepared." Compared with the two sides fighting to the death, Gao Li is more inclined to use this to seek greater benefits for himself. Besides, family members know their own affairs. Although Odin is not clear, Gao Li can clearly feel that the endless golden magic power he brought with him this time is getting less and less, and the time that this transformation can last is coming to an end. After all, fighting against a strong enemy of Odin's level, every minute and every second is a super high consumption. Gao Li himself was surprised by the endurance of the endless golden Yinglang style. Therefore, it is unwise to continue the fight. It is better to maintain a high profile and sign Odin's defeat compensation treaty as a victor. Then the first thing I want is... Gori paused. "Since the Ancient One came to see you before his death, I guess he also entrusted the Eye of Agamotto to you? Give me the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone inside. PS. Thanks to Omar_Primo for the 100-point reward." Chapter 150. Empty Asgard. After a friendly negotiation, Odin first contacted Thor remotely to ask him to stop the Rainbow Bridge, and then reluctantly agreed to Gore's 3 conditions during the bargaining. The Ancient One, unable to see the future clearly, gave the Eye of Agamotto to Odin before his death, hoping that he would replace him as the guide of the new Supreme Sorcerer at a critical moment. Infinity Gems are not too rare for Odin, as he has obtained several in the past, so the Ancient One does not have to worry about whether Odin will embezzle the Time Gem, as the Guardian of the 9 Realms still has credibility. However, in this case, Gori convinced Odin with a simple sentence. The Time Stone was left by the last Earth Guardian for the next Earth Guardian, right? I also saw what the Ancient One said to the demons before his death on the timeline, so I know exactly what he meant. Then the current interim guardian of the earth, whether it's the Ancient One's idea, the speculation of the demons spying on this place, or in fact, is me, Gori Parker. In other words, as long as I don't resign, it doesn't matter whether the next Supreme Sorcerer is born. Gori stretched out his hand to Odin. "So please give me my Eye of Agamotto." As the loser, Odin could only shut up and acquiesce to Gori's shameless statement that he would automatically obtain the ownership of the Time Stone. Moreover, if you really want to think about it, Gori's perverse logic is not untenable, and it can barely make sense. As for Gori's statement that he saw all this from the timeline, Odin would not doubt it. The Ancient One had clearly stated when he last met him that Gori possessed extremely strong space-time power. This is why Odin didn't try to use the Time Stone to deal with Gori just now. After all, when it comes to the use of the Time Stone, even the Father of the Gods is not as proficient as the Ancient One. However, the Ancient One made it clear that the power of the Time Stone was useless to Gori, so Odin would naturally not do any more useless work. Another condition is that Gori can choose from the treasure house of Asgard at will, and no matter how high the price of the selected treasure is, Odin must give it to Gori. The last condition is the highlight, and it is also what Gori really cares about, that is Asgard's divine magic technology. In Gori's view, Asgard's unique power system is the most valuable thing, especially for researchers like him who can draw inferences from one example. Gori's request is that Odin open up the secrets of all Asgard's technologies to him, and let Gori watch and study and pack them away, which is equivalent to emptying Asgard's greatest foundation. After a few days, Gori returned to Earth with the spoils with satisfaction, and Thor on Asgard was still very confused. So what's the situation? In order to prevent his reckless son from accidentally angering Gori, Odin strictly prohibited Thor from contacting Gori again in the past few days. It was not until Gori left that Odin summoned Thor again. "Father, what happened? Are we enemies or friends with Gori?" Thor asked impatiently as soon as he entered the hall, but Odin looked more depressed than ever before, and he looked very old. This made Thor's heart ache all of a sudden, and he didn't care about what he had just asked, but rushed over to check Odin's physical condition. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Odin could only smile bitterly at this. This was actually caused by multiple factors. He was already very old, and was about to reach the life limit of the Asgardian gods. Because of this, his aging body could no longer withstand the increasingly powerful divine power, so Odin had to enter Odin's sleep every once in a while to adjust. However, this time because of Loki, Odin had to interrupt Odin's sleep in advance, which caused the rioting divine power to directly cause secondary damage to his body. Then Odin fought with Gori without stopping, and even burned part of his life at the cost of his health, which made Odin one step closer to weakness. Loki is probably fine now, but you must not become an enemy of Gori Pack because of Loki and me. Ahem. This is very important. You must remember it. Thor said with grief and indignation. "Father, why is this? Does Asgard need to be servile to the outside world? It's not this problem, but in the future you and even Asgard are very likely to need Gori, so you must have a good relationship with him." Odin shook his head and decided to tell the truth. Otherwise it might be difficult for his son to guess the riddle or understand the implicit meaning with his IQ. "I'm dying soon, and you don't have to be sad about it. Everything in the world will eventually die, but my death will bring about a very serious consequence." Thor, actually you are not my first child. I have been hiding a truth from you all this time. You actually have a sister. She is the goddess of death named Hela. Before Thor had time to feel sad about Odin's words, his emotions were immediately filled with shock. "Hela? I have a sister? Why didn't you ever tell Loki and me?" "Yes," Odin nodded. "I didn't tell you, because Hela has been sealed by me. She is too crazy and too radical. Hela's extremeness may destroy the 9 realms. So I sealed Hela and erased everything related to her, just to let the 9 realms return to peace and stability. But Hela is too strong. No one in Asgard can suppress her except me. Once I die, the power to seal her will weaken. Hela will definitely take this opportunity to break the seal and bring death to Asgard and even the 9 realms and the entire universe." Thor gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, father. I will try my best to deal with this crisis." Odin shook his head and said, "No. Don't say that you have not yet awakened your hidden power. Even if one day in the future, you really tap all your potential and gain the true power of Thor, you will never be Hela's opponent. As my first child, Hela was given too many high hopes by me, so she inherited the most of my power of Odin, and was trained as the next god king of Asgard. And Hela's talent is also rare in the world. For various reasons, she grew into an extremely powerful goddess of death. Maybe you can deal with her temporarily with the help of the artifact after awakening, but you don't have the ability to defeat her." Thor always felt that he was underestimated by his father. He stiffened his neck and wanted to say something to prove himself, but the scene of himself being killed instantly by Gori came to his mind, and he couldn't help but fall down. It seems that compared with the strong men of Odin or Gori's level, there is still a huge gap in strength. This is an objective fact that Thor has personally experienced with his body, and Thor can't help but admit it. "But, my father said that I haven't awakened the true power hidden in my body? What does this mean? I'm obviously using the power of Thor. Will I become stronger in the future?" Thor was confused and expectant. He was about to ask Odin for more details, but Odin seemed to have guessed his thoughts in advance and interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "These kinds of things depend on your own understanding. If you don't know how to do it now, you won't know how to do it, even if I tell you. On the contrary, the change in your mentality may make it extremely difficult to awaken the power in the future." Thor was a little unconvinced and said, Then whether I have awakened the true power of Thor or not, do I have to rely on Gori? This feeling is really too depressing." Odin sighed softly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Gory is just an insurance for you. It's better to have insurance than nothing. You just need to remember that, if something is really impossible, then you have to see clearly where the real Asgard is. Asgard has never been a place. Where there are people is Asgard." Thor nodded, not quite understanding. Then the father and son had a more in-depth discussion, but it had nothing to do with Gory, who had returned to Earth. As soon as Gory returned to Earth, he did nothing else but plunged into his private laboratory to study Asgard's technical system. As for the artifact that Gory chose in the treasure house, it was a necklace pendant called the Song of Truth. According to Odin's introduction, when he was young, he defeated a difficult one-eyed dragon during his conquest of the 9 realms. The dragon could hook out the enemy's soul with its sight and killed quite a few Asgardian gods in Odin's army. After Odin finally killed it, he immediately used the one-eyed eyeball, the part of the dragon with the most power, as the raw material to make the Song of Truth. Not only did the Dwarf King participate in the production process, using the power of Starfire and Thunder to forge it, but Odin also used pure energy and mysterious runes to imbue it with power. The final Dragon Eye pendant can explore the depths of a living being's soul, uncover the fog that shrouds a soul, and explore the truth at its core. This is a very unique artifact. The biggest reason why Gory chose the Chant of Truth is because of the space gem hidden in his own soul. Gory himself is not a soul master, so he took a different approach and planned to use the power of the artifact. Days passed, and after Gory declined Tony's invitation for the 37th time, Tony finally felt something was wrong. Something seems to be wrong. Although Gory occasionally rejected me in the past, he would at least agree to 1 or 2 invitations out of 10. Jarvis complained at the right time. "Mr. Stark, is your definition of the word occasionally not accurate enough?" Tony coughed a few times and suddenly realized that he seemed to have relaxed his standards for Gory for some reason. If it was someone else, not to mention that Tony's invitations were often rejected, Tony would not even bother to invite the other party. Want the great Tony Stark to take the initiative to invite? Sorry, you are not qualified. Let's not talk about this for now. Something must have happened to Gory. I have to go and see. Tony convinced himself. In fact, the real reason was that he was very curious. During this period of time, when he was constantly upgrading the iron armor, Tony couldn't help but compare the new armor with Gory's acceleration mode and burst mode in his mind, and then he could only shake his head helplessly. The joy of just completing the upgrade would also turn into unwillingness and loss with the failure of the simulation in his mind. Damn, how did you do that? If we only talk about strength, the new armor is enough to surpass Kamen Rider, and I even developed an anti-abomination armor that can fight against abomination. Although abomination has been killed without leaving any trace, the meaning is roughly the same. Anyway, Tony developed the giant steel armor with Hulk and Abomination as imaginary enemies. After all, Bruce Banner has now joined his good friend Gory's company, so for the sake of harmony it was not named Anti-Hulk armor. Its strength has been greatly improved again. According to Tony's estimation, it can even wrestle with Hulk or Abomination for a short time. In this regard, its performance should be stronger than Kamen Rider, but, in terms of speed, it can't reach 50 times the speed of sound no matter what. Tony could at most increase the speed to 15 times the speed of sound, far exceeding the 9.8 Mach of the fastest surface aircraft in human history, but Tony was still not satisfied. It was not that his technology could not increase the speed any further, but that if he accelerated further, the material strength would not be enough, and the output power would be too dangerous. So he really scratched his head, and could not understand how Gao Li did it. Moreover, after reaching that speed, Tony could only use it for long distance flight at most, and could not fight at close range as freely as in the acceleration mode. The reason was simple, the speed was too fast, and Tony's reaction could not keep up at all. By that time, even the operation could only be handed over to Jarvis for automatic operation, which was no longer a field that human reflex nerves could participate in. Not to mention the extremely exaggerated output power per unit time of the burst mode. No matter how many times Tony simulated it on the computer, it would overheat and overload at the beginning and cause self-explosion. Therefore, Tony was really very curious about what peak Gao Li's current technology had reached. With Tony's intuition as a mad scientist, he judged that Gory had been staying indoors for so long, and he must be working on some new technology. He was very curious. Let's go. Soon Tony landed on the top floor of the World Tree building in the Iron Man suit. The identity of the visitor is detected as Tony Stark, and A-level access is automatically granted, and all alarms and weapons are lifted. Mr. Stark, I have notified Mr. Gory for you. Immediately, the AI voice developed by Gory sounded, and Tony nodded secretly. It's worth it that I've been nice to this kid to be able to give me A-level authority. But Tony was a little strange. According to the internal perspective of the Iron Man suit, there was no scanning device in the field of vision. How did he detect him? Could it be the satellite launched by Gory before? Tony immediately thought of what Gory had done before. It seems that the satellite is not just as simple as strengthening the phase system. Just as he was thinking about this, Tony saw Gory and his eyes widened in surprise. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.